Chapter 510. 0510. The Leviathan frowned and said, "Boss, aren't you going to watch a little longer? I don't think the blacksmith will lose that easily. He hasn't even gone all out yet." Leaf Fan Xian shook his head. "We've already lost. Even if the sloppy ghost and the blacksmith join hands, they probably won't be able to deal with Gonzalez. Among the adepts, most people rely on their talent to eat, so their fighting strength is actually not strong." However, Gonzalez was indeed a diligent warrior. His combat skills and awareness were already top-notch, and his body's reflex arc training was also very outstanding. Therefore, Aziz had no chance of winning. "Boss, what you said is so incredible, but I don't feel that there's much difference between them." Mammon was puzzled. Leaf. Without waiting for Yi Fan to explain, a woman's shout came from below. "Hey! That Aziz guy, try your best. If you can't even penetrate his iron skin, then what the hell are you going to do?" Xiao Axaner was unhappy and actually started to complain loudly. The group of onlookers broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this. They thought to themselves, where did this girl come from? She really doesn't have any sense of propriety when she speaks. Because Xiao Axaner rarely moved around overseas, she wouldn't show her face in public during missions. Therefore, although the Phoenix girl's reputation was very resounding in the world, there were very few people who actually knew her. Therefore, when Xiao Axaner shouted, she was ridiculed by a group of people. She shook her head and sighed with emotion that a woman's hair was long and her knowledge was short. Xiao Axaner didn't care what others thought of her. She didn't even care about eating the ice cream and shouted, "If you can't do it alone, then call that brother of yours, Asmuntis. Aren't the demons of hell very powerful? How come they can't even beat a lump of iron? This is too embarrassing for your boss." Hearing Xiao Axaner's words, Yi Fan, who was standing upstairs, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl actually considered the problem of face for him. "Hee, boss, that beauty seems to admire you quite a bit. Why don't you go down and take her in?" Beryl smiled evilly. Yi Fan slapped this guy's head. "Do you think I'm collecting clothes? Just because I said I would? Boss, this girl looks really good. If you don't want her, I'll go and strike up a conversation." Beryl's eyes shone with starlight. Yi Fan's eyes were mischievous as he said, "All right, if you're interested later, then go and strike up a conversation. I'll support you." "Boss, since you've already said that, don't go back on your word when the time comes. To tell you the truth, I think this woman looks really good. She's much more beautiful than the female celebrities I've been playing with recently." How could Beryl know who Xiao Axaner was? He was eager to give it a try. Although Xiao Axaner's words interrupted the battle, it didn't really stop the battle. Not long after, Azazel once again attacked Gonzalez. Both of their attacks were bold and unrestrained. Azazel's fists and feet were like roaring dragons, attacking all of Gonzalez's vital points. But Gonzalez's body was abnormally sturdy. It kept making dang-danged sounds, but he was not injured. Yi Fan and a few of his brothers went downstairs, but they did not directly walk into the crowd. Instead, they quietly watched from a slightly further position. At this distance, even if Aziz was in danger, Yi Fan would still be able to rush over immediately. When Asmuntis saw Yi Fan coming down, he immediately frowned and a worried expression appeared on his face. At the same time, Xiao Axaner seemed to have discovered something as well. She turned her head and saw Yi Fan. At this moment, Xiao Axaner's eyes lit up. She passed through the crowd, leaving behind a group of dragon soul people, and directly ran in front of Yi Fan. "Yi Fan! I was looking for you. You actually ran over here first," Xiao Axaner said with dissatisfaction. "What do you mean I ran over first? I didn't say I was going to move with you guys. Your Chief Wu really dislikes me. Yi Fan shrugged. Why do you care about those guys? I even find them annoying. They're really like a fart. Xiao Axiener said angrily. Seeing this, Beryl asked in surprise, Boss, you know this beauty. Yi Fan nodded. What's wrong, can't I? Oh. It's fine, it's fine. Beryl immediately stroked his hair with a graceful smile on his face. He extended his hand towards Xiao Axiener. Beautiful lady, my name is Beryl. Can you return something to me? I don't even know you, how could I have something of yours? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Axiener frowned. Beryl's eyes were deep as he smiled and placed one hand on his chest. The moment I saw you, you had already taken away my heart. Can you please return my heart to me? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Axiener rolled her eyes. You still have the nerve to say such an old-fashioned line. Are you an ancient ape? Have you not been online for 20,000 years? Beryl's face stiffened as he shrunk to the side with an embarrassed smile, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Xiao Axiener asked, Yi Fan, you're definitely not staying in a hotel, right? Where have you been staying for the past 2 days? Yi Fan vigilantly looked at the girl. What are you doing? I don't want to stay in a hotel, it's too boring. I want to go to your place to play. You people from Inferno have been rumored to be gods, I want to see what kind of people you are. Xiao Axiener had a face full of anticipation. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't easy to be entangled by this woman. What kind of people are we? Didn't you see it? It's not like we have 3 heads and 6 arms. Beryl seized the opportunity to say, Beautiful lady, we live on a farm. That farm was rented by me, Beryl. You can ride horses, barbecue, and enjoy endless wine. Welcome, can you ride a horse? Xiao Axiener immediately made a decision. I want to go. Yi Fan, hurry up and prepare a room for me. Yi Fan really wanted to slap Beryl to death. What the hell was this kid talking about? At this time, in the middle of the square, Aziz and Gonzalez had already exchanged more than 30 moves. Although the victor between the two of them had not been decided, Gonzalez still had the upper hand. However, although Aziz didn't have any superpowers, his cultivation was on par with Gonzalez's, and there was no sign of him losing. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. They were already very excited to see this. Amazing! Aziz is actually able to fight Gonzalez on equal footing. After all, he was once the right-hand man of the King of Hell. A demon who survived the Holy War is still strong enough. No wonder he can be called the Peninsula War God. It's a pity that he doesn't have any superpowers, otherwise Gonzalez might not be able to gain the upper hand. In the face of all these discussions, Gonzalez seemed to have lost his patience. His goal was to become a legendary expert. How could he fight with Yi Fan's subordinates so anxiously? Thus, Gonzalez suddenly took off his coat, and the muscles on one of his arms suddenly bulged. Ha! Chapter 511. 0511-inch steel roar. Gonzalez's fist met it head-on. The metal tore through the air with an intense sound of breaking through the air. It collided head-on with Azazel. The two fists collided. Gonzalez's fist was as hard as a reinforced bulletproof armor, causing Azazel's bones to wail. Aziz let out a muffled groan and retreated a dozen steps. He looked at his right hand, which was already badly mutilated. Even his true energy was unable to protect the bones of his hand. This time, one of his hands was temporarily crippled. It would take at least a month or 2 to recover from this injury. The mercenaries of Metal Storm cheered, while the mercenaries of Bahamut looked worried and angry. Although many of the Bahamut mercenaries were indignant and felt that Gonzalez had relied on his superpower to win, it was an unfair victory. But this was how the underground world was. If you had a superpower, it was your ability. There was nothing to say. No wonder he's known as the strongest person below the legendary realm. His strength is really unparalleled. Yeah, I think the steel giant might replace the retired Lucifer this year and become the new legendary champion. Without the infernal demons led by the sovereign king of hell, there's no way for them to regain their former glory. The onlookers began to discuss spiritedly, lamenting Gonzalez's strength. Inferno had already become a thing of the past. When Gonzalez heard this, he was naturally in a good mood. He moved his metallized fingers and said with an unruly smile, "Azazel, the fact that you can hold on for so long has already far exceeded my expectations. How about you come with Asmontis? I want to test the strength of the 12 great fiends of hell." Azazel and Asmontis looked at each other. They were both a little worried because this situation was already out of their control. It would be very difficult to deal with it in a short period of time. Even if they joined forces, it would be difficult to break through Gonzalez's defense. So if this problem was not solved, there was no chance of winning. However, if they retreated like this, the metal tide would succeed even more. At that time, both Bahamut and Baphomet would lose face. At this moment, Gonzalez suddenly turned around and looked at Yifan, who was a few dozen meters away. "Lucifer. You're a legendary expert. Are you just going to watch your brother get hurt?" Gonzalez asked loudly, full of provocation. As soon as these words came out, the hundreds of people at the scene were instantly shocked. "What? That person is Lucifer. Oh my God. King of Hell. Didn't he retire? I didn't hear that he was invited to the Legendary Realm Summit. Is my idol making a comeback? It must be. Look, Greed Demon Mammon and Sea Monster Leviathan are here. It must be Lucifer himself. Oh. Coming here today was really worth it. He was a legendary master who had almost single-handedly determined the outcome of the Holy War. I didn't expect him to be so young. Wait a minute. My legs are a little weak, I really want to kneel down." A large number of onlookers looked at Yifan with blazing eyes. They were filled with fanaticism, respect, worship, love, reverence, and even fear, but no matter what, most people still had the mood of a fan, wishing that they could rush up and ask Yifan for an autograph. However, due to the distance, they didn't dare to get too close to Yifan. Otherwise, they would have already surrounded Yifan. This was because Yifan's resume, compared to most legend rank experts, was even more legendary, and also had the power to influence people's hearts. When the dozen or so mercenaries of Bahamut found out that Yifan had actually arrived, they hurriedly ran over and knelt down. "My prince." A group of mercenaries knelt on one knee, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement. It was like praying to the gods and worshipping Buddha every day. Suddenly, one day, the gods and Buddha appeared in front of you. It would be strange if you didn't cry. Yifan naturally let them stand up and said with a smile, "Don't be like this, we're all on the same side. I'm no longer the guild leader, your guild leader is Aziz. You are not our guild leader, but you are our spiritual faith." Captain Kent shouted, and the team members behind him also nodded fiercely. When Xan Air saw this scene, she couldn't help but say unhappily, "What? Are you really that amazing? Why do these idiots worship you so much? Are you that powerful?" Yifan shrugged, "Miss Xiao, you can treat it as me buying an extra, don't take it too seriously." They are just too ignorant. They have never seen the world before, so they were deceived by a very ordinary character like you. There are many people in this world who are stronger than you, so why would they worship you so much? Xiao Axian Air was very unconvinced. Fog Knight, who had been following behind without making a sound, didn't like Xiao Axian Air from the moment she appeared. Now that he heard the woman say this, he was especially displeased and sneered, "What do you know? Do you know my brother's great achievements back then? Do you know how many people benefited from his victory in the Sacred War? Xiao Axian snorted and said, "Who are you? Which follower are you? You worship Yi Fan so much, you should marry him and be his concubine." You. Fog Knight immediately became angry and wanted to make a move. Yi Fan hurriedly stretched out his hand, sigh. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Fog Knight had no choice but to retreat with an unhappy expression. Xiao Axian stuck out her tongue, "If you have the ability, then come. I'm afraid of you." Humph. Isn't it just a female ninja? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Miss Xiao, is there a need for you to be so dissatisfied? I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't ask everyone to call me that. Everyone just gave me face. I don't care, I don't like you anyway. Why are you so famous?" Xiao Axian felt very unbalanced in her heart. Gonzalez, who was on the other side, saw that Yi Fan was actually chatting with a woman and didn't take care of him at all. "Lucifer, are you purposely pretending not to hear what I said?" Gonzalez sneered, "Or are you saying that you, like your subordinates, have an undeserved reputation?" "Ha ha. Boss, is there something wrong with this guy's head? Does he really want to fight with you?" Beryl smiled evilly. Mammon also said in amusement, "Gonzalez, did your head get kicked by a donkey? If it wasn't for your steel ability, not to mention our boss, you wouldn't even be able to beat Aziz. With just you alone, during the Sacred War, you would probably be able to fight against an archangel like the Sacred Royal Court. Looking for our boss, you are still a long way off. You guys also said that it was during the Sacred War. How many years has it been? Do you think that the world is stagnant?" Helena said, "Our guild leader's strength is already beyond your imagination." Chapter 5:12. 05125 years ago, after the Holy War, as long as they knew his name, they wouldn't hear of anyone taking the initiative to spar with him. His prestige had already reached a peak. Although he couldn't be said to be invincible, who would dare to pick a fight with someone of his level? If he won, he would have to pay the price, and if he lost, there would be no benefits at all. Therefore, Yi Fan had never met anyone who took the initiative to provoke him. Gonzalez's actions caused Yi Fan to recall the days when he was still in the Fallen period. He often encountered challenges from his peers, and was afraid of being assassinated even when he slept. Fog Knight was very worried that Yi Fan would be seen through, so he quickly stepped forward and said, "Gonzalez, you want to fight?" There was no need to prove the king's strength. Wait until you become at least one of the top 10 legends, then you can say that again. Some of the onlookers at the side also nodded. They also felt that Gonzalez was too arrogant. In terms of status in the underground world, Gonzalez was too far behind. Humph. If a legendary powerhouse doesn't even have the guts to exchange a few blows with me, then what is it? Gonzalez glanced disdainfully at everyone present. I, Gonzalez, have never liked to be high profile, but this time, my brothers in the Metal Tide have been humiliated, and I have to seek justice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to face my people. After hearing what he said, many people supported his idea. After all, if the leader of the mercenary group didn't stand up at this time, it would be hard to convince the masses. At this time, Aziz walked in front of Yi Fan and said in a low voice, "Boss, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. He's not worthy to fight with you." "That's right, boss, you've already retired, so don't bother with him," Asmuntus said. Fan Xian looked at Aziz's hand and said, "If he wants to stand up for his brother, then I have to do something for your broken hand, but boss. You." Asmuntus frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating. "Hey! Sloppy ghost. What are you doing? Are you afraid that boss will kill that guy? So what if he was killed? What are you afraid of?" Mammon shouted. Fan Xian smiled and took a step forward. He also planned to take this opportunity to tell Aziz and the others the truth. However, just as he was about to walk up, he was stopped by Xiao Axian. Leave that metal lump to me. You don't need to go. Yi Fan was stunned, and the people beside him were also confused. You go. Why are you fighting Gonzalez for me? Yi Fan was puzzled. Xiao Axian coldly snorted. Xiao said. I just can't stand the fact that you're surrounded by so many people and you're bragging to me. You must be trying to show off again by beating up that lump of steel. As is possible, I will. Long as long as I can. I asked to Xiao long as of as. Also says he who to be to speak, as he as he could to as he as he could. As he to he she he was he she as he had to. This time, seeing Yi Fan's reputation overseas, as well as such a group of reputable lackeys, he also felt a little envious of this feeling. If there were so many people kneeling down and worshipping her wherever she went, looking at her excitedly, how interesting would that be? The onlookers all laughed out loud. They didn't know Xiao Axian, so they thought that this girl was courting death. Beautiful lady, it's better if you don't do such a vulgar thing. Beryl was afraid that the beauty would get hurt, so he stepped forward and said, a beauty like you should be taken good care of. Xiao Axian glared at him, scram. Who's talking to you? Beryl retreated, feeling very hurt. He gloomily wondered what he had done wrong. Normally, a woman wouldn't be like this. Gonzalez, on the other hand, looked displeased. I'm not interested in wasting my breath on a woman. Lucifer, are you going to hide behind a woman? The members of Metal Frenzy also laughed out loud. Hearing this, Xiao Axian became even more dissatisfied and angrily said, you big steel head. What happened to us women? Do you think you can beat a woman like me? Finished speaking, Xiao Axian turned around and pointed at Yi Fan, listen. Yi. If you dare to make a move, I'll burn you to death. This lump of steel is what I want to fix. When Yi Fan heard Xiao Axian say this, he could only helplessly let her fight. Otherwise, if he angered this grand aunt, he was afraid that the farm he stayed in at night would be burned to ashes. Good. Miss Xiao, if you want to go up, then go up. I'll applaud you from below today. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Boss. Asmuntus frowned and said, Gonzalez's strength. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for this lady to go up. Aziz and the others also nodded silently. Of course, they thought that Xiao Axian was a woman that Yi Fan had taken a fancy to. If she got injured, it wouldn't be appropriate either. Fog Knight, on the other hand, lightly snorted and said, if she wants to go up and get beaten up so much, then let her go. Teacher, why are you stopping her? Xiao Axian felt that she was being looked down upon again, and was especially angry in her heart. She frowned and said, you bunch of ignorant fellows are annoying me to death. Today, I'll open your eyes. Under the gaze of hundreds of onlookers, Xiao Axian leaped up and landed in front of Gonzalez as light as a swallow. Then, a golden flame suddenly rose from her hand. Hey, big steel head. Hurry up and make your move. Xiao Axian was very anxious to fight. This scene immediately caused a wave of exclamations. This woman is an adept. It doesn't look like it. It seems to be an ancient martial artist. This. What kind of fire is this? It's so far away, yet it still makes people feel flustered. Those ordinary people from the underground world who had no experience naturally couldn't understand Xiao Axian's origins. However, many of the experts present immediately became spirited. Boss. She is the Phoenix Girl. Aziz shouted, and the others all had serious expressions on their faces. Yifan smiled and nodded. Now you know why I won't fight with her. Everyone nodded. Beryl's entire body trembled as he touched his chest in fear. What the F***ck? Boss. This was too exciting. I just took liberties with the Phoenix girl. You're trying to kill me. Boss is indeed the boss. After returning to China, he hooked up with the Phoenix girl. If we add a Phoenix girl to our sister-in-law's list in the future, then we'll really be able to walk sideways around the world, huh? Mammon said happily. Shut up. Be careful that the Phoenix girl hears you and burns you to death with Phoenix flames. The Leviathan said in disdain. Fog Knight, on the other hand, had a sad expression on her face after her surprise. She also knew that the gap between her and the Phoenix girl was too great. Chapter 513. 0513 Gonzalez never thought that he would provoke such an opponent, and that he would even say such disdainful words. He said cautiously, I didn't expect it to be the famous Phoenix girl. Madam, I have a grudge with Lucifer's people today. It has nothing to do with you. Cut the crap. You just look down on us women. I hate sexist people like you the most. If you don't make a move, I'll directly burn you into molten iron. Xiao Axaner's face was cold and arrogant. The Dragon Soul members in the crowd were about to go crazy. Why did Xiao Axaner go up to fight in the blink of an eye? Miss Xiao. Stop at the end. We're here for a meeting. Ho Lei shouted gloomily. However, Xiao Axaner only glared at Ho Lei and the others, and the people from the Dragon Soul were so scared that they didn't dare to say anything. Gonzalez's expression was conflicted. If he were to fight against the Phoenix girl, he really didn't have the confidence. However, if he didn't go up, then today's show would be for naught. Since he wanted to become a legend rank powerhouse, he couldn't avoid direct dialogue with other legends. Helpless, Gonzalez could only bite the bullet and say, then let me experience the Phoenix girl's abilities. After saying that, Gonzalez's other arm, head, neck, and torso all began to turn metal. Steel body. Gonzalez roared. His originally small giant-like body expanded exceptionally majestically. The lines of his muscles became more and more angular, and his veins became like steel bars. His body seemed to be covered in steel. Under the sunlight, it glowed with a silver-white metallic luster. With 1 foot on the ground, the stone bricks instantly exploded. It was as if a heavy tank was about to crush the plaza. Just this aura alone had already intimidated most of the people present. It appeared. The steel giant's entire body has turned into steel. How domineering. What a blessing for my eyes today. I can actually see 2 of the top 10 legends, and I can even see the steel giant, who is second only to the legend rank, go all out. The group of onlookers were already extremely excited. This battle was several times more important than the battle between Gonzalez and Aziz. Xiao Axaner had a relaxed expression on her face. Her hands were burning with flames. She was already impatient. Are you done yet? If you want to use your superpower, then use it. Why are you shouting so badly? Pardon me. Gonzalez immediately charged forward like a steel rhinoceros, bringing with him a strong gust of wind as he charged towards Xiao Axaner. The phoenix flames on Xiao Axaner's hand dispersed and turned into thousands of flames in the air, flying towards Gonzalez. Rain of fire. The flames landed on Gonzalez's body, and the metal showed signs of melting. The sizzling sound was endless. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, many people subconsciously hid far away. Although Gonzalez could withstand the pain with his body of steel and would not be seriously injured, it was not a good thing to be burned like this. After he got close to Xiao Axaner, he endured the danger of being covered by the rain of fire and punched towards Xiao Axaner's body. However, the phoenix flames on Xiao Axayan's hands suddenly turned into two long flaming whips, quickly wrapping around Gonzalez's arm. Sizzle sizzle. The molten iron fell rapidly, and Gonzalez's arm was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Xiao Axayan used her lightness skill and floated backwards. She was not hit by Gonzalez at all. Good movement technique. As expected of the Phoenix girl. That's right, I thought she was strong in fire, but I didn't expect her ancient martial arts strength to be so strong as well. The experts who could see it all exclaimed in admiration. When the people of the Metal Tide saw that Gonzalez had fallen into a bitter battle, they were extremely nervous, while the people of Bahamut were cheering. The temperature of this phoenix flame is too high. It can actually melt Gonzalez's body of steel. Asmuntis, who was standing beside Yi Fan, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Fan Xian smiled, thinking to himself, what does this little fire count for? The last time he fought with Xiao Axayan, the phoenix flames after burning his blood were the real torture. Li Fan Xian knew that this Xiao Axayan hadn't used her full strength at all. She had only used the moves from the Phoenix Dance Scroll. It seemed that she didn't feel any pressure when fighting Gonzalez. Fan Xian could roughly estimate that if Xiao Axayan didn't use the 9 Heaven Scrolls Phoenix Burning Blood, then her normal strength would be at the half-step Spirit Condensation realm. Once she ignited her blood, her strength would rise to a terrifying level close to the large success of Spirit Condensation. Of course, the Phoenix girl's strength was mainly due to her constant Phoenix Nirvana and the increase in her cultivation. In fact, as long as she had enough time, she would reach a higher realm sooner or later. Gonzalez discovered that his body was too heavy and couldn't catch up to Xiao Axayan at all. After being burned to the point of melting, he simply stopped chasing after her. His gaze swept across a nearby pitch-black metal street lamp pole. With a large hand, he grabbed it, and the metal elements on the pole turned into countless particles. A street lamp pole disappeared into thin air at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon after, Gonzalez's body also healed, and the parts that had been burned grew out once again. At the same time, the excess metal elements turned into a metal shield in Gonzalez's hand. Steel absorption, steel shaping. This adept is really abnormal. If this was an iron or factory, this guy would be extremely powerful, said the Leviathan. So, the best way to deal with this kind of opponent is to kill him in one strike. Asmuntis said with cold eyes. That might not be the case. I see that the Phoenix girl is burning like this. No matter how fast Gonzalez absorbs the metal, he will still be burned into molten iron. Beryl said. While the crowd was evaluating, Gonzalez was once again entangled with Xiao Axayan's Phoenix flames. He threw out a shield in his hand. After blocking Xiao Axayan's attack for a short while, his hands and feet suddenly landed on the ground at the same time. Ah! Gonzalez roared. A small amount of black metal began to attach to his entire body from his hands and feet. Although it was only a few seconds, Gonzalez's entire body seemed to have turned black. When Xiao Axayan struck out with her palm, a pillar of fire once again rushed towards him. Gonzalez barely managed to dodge it, and at the same time, his arm was burned by the flames, but it did not melt like before. What the hell is that? How did this guy become as black as me? Mammon rubbed his head and puzzled. Li Fan Xian grinned, this guy is quite smart. He should have absorbed a layer of tungsten metal elements underground. The melting point of tungsten was over 3,000 degrees, which was more than twice as high as iron. Although the amount he could obtain was very little, he could still use it as a sunscreen. This guy has quite a lot of ideas. Chapter 514. 0514 Xiao Axayan didn't seem to expect that Gonzalez's body could be reorganized into various other weapons through the use of metal elements. Seeing that Gonzalez's arm had turned into a slender sword, Xiao Axayan did not panic. Her hands quickly gathered together. The phoenix flames began to gather in countless strands. Within a second, they had already condensed into a fireball and were immediately pushed out. Thunder movement. The fireball collided with Gonzalez's metal arm and exploded at a blazing high temperature. Xiao Axaner borrowed the reaction force to roll her body back more than 10 meters. Gonzalez also staggered a few steps back. Some molten iron dripped from his hand, and his entire arm was already burning red. Although it was hard to tell who would win and who would lose, it was clear that Xiao Axaner was much calmer, while Gonzalez was in a slightly sorry state. "You big guy, other than turning your body into steel, don't you have any other skills? With this movement speed, it's boring for me to beat you up." Xiao Axaner felt that this battle was very boring. Gonzalez, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. Although he had long heard of the Phoenix Girl's strength, he didn't expect her to be so invulnerable. Although he wanted to make a name for himself and become a legend rank expert, he didn't want to risk his life to fight with the Phoenix Girl. What he wanted was to humiliate Yi Fan, who had lost his cultivation, so that he could easily take over the position of legend. Hearing that the Phoenix Girl didn't seem to want to fight anymore, Gonzalez immediately said, "Tomorrow is the Psi Te Great Assembly. Phoenix Girl, if you really want to fight, I can also fight with you tomorrow. There's no need to choose now. We can spar in front of the eyes of the world's underground world's tyrants. Today. I think it's better to stop fighting for now." Xiao Axaner said indifferently, "It's as if I really want to fight with you. I don't think you're my opponent. I'm not going to fight anymore." After saying that, Xiao Axaner ran in front of the Dragon's Soul group and said, "I'm going to play with Yi Fan and the others. You guys go to the hotel yourselves, I'll go over tomorrow." Ho Lei and the others had helpless and bitter smiles on their faces, but they didn't dare to disobey. In fact, they had just found out that Yi Fan's identity was actually the infernal king Lucifer who had once shaken the underground world. If they had known that Yi Fan was such a person, how would they have dared to face Yi Fan with such a relaxed attitude? Wu Mo also wouldn't have dared to say those words. But now, they could only hope that Yi Fan would still take care of them and not give them any small shoes to wear. Facing Xiao Axaner's request, Fan Xian had a headache. However, Xiao Axaner insisted on going to the farm to play, so he could only force a smile and agree. On the other hand, Aziz, Asmuntis, and the others were rather happy. They believed that having a Phoenix Girl as a friend would be of great help to this Psi Te Great Assembly. After Gonzalez returned to his normal state, he brought a group of people from the Metal Tide and arrived in front of Yi Fan and the others with a proud expression. "Lucifer, because of the Phoenix Girl today, there was such an episode. It's a pity that I couldn't fight with you. But we, the Metal Tide, and your behemoths still haven't settled the score. Tomorrow, if you are unable to give us an explanation at the Psi Te Great Assembly, then I will officially challenge you to a battle for my brothers." After Gonzalez finished speaking, he coldly snorted and waved his hand. He brought Gray, Helena, and the others with him and turned to leave. The onlookers present were all quite surprised. They felt that Gonzalez was really a tough guy. He actually wanted to challenge the King of Hell. Xiao Axaner, on the other hand, had a puzzled expression on her face. "Did I burn this person's head? Why does he have to fight with you?" Yi Fan smiled and didn't think much of it. "How would I know? Ignore him, let's go back to the farm." The hundreds of spectators near the plaza realized that it was impossible to fight anymore, but they were not very regretful. This was because they were already looking forward to the official opening of the Psi Te Great Assembly tomorrow. Would Gonzalez really challenge Yi Fan? In a beautifully decorated mansion in Limer, Gonzalez sat on the sofa, looking at his right arm. There were no longer any scars on his arm. In fact, even if his entire arm was melted, as long as he was in the form of a steel body, he would still have a way to reconstruct his arm. It had already been an hour since the end of the battle, but Gonzalez still felt his heart beating violently. Phoenix Girl. Legend rank expert. Helena and a few other corps members walked into the hall and saluted Gonzalez. Guild leader, Gray's injuries are fine. The military doctor has already treated him, Helena said. Gonzalez nodded. Got it. You guys go and prepare. We can't afford to make any mistakes in tomorrow's plan. Yes. Guild leader. Helena's eyes flashed as she said, Guild leader, your might has shocked everyone today. You beat up the people of Inferno until they lost all face, and you even fought evenly with the Phoenix Girl. We can completely congratulate Guild leader for ascending to the position of legend. Gonzalez sighed heavily, a legend rank expert. After all, it was a legend rank expert. When the Phoenix Girl fought with me, she did not use her full strength, so we definitely could not underestimate her. However, that Lucifer, seeing how injured Aziz was and still not making a move, is indeed crippled. Guild leader, the Phoenix Girl just so happens to be able to restrain you in terms of attributes. If it was any other legend rank expert, they might not be as strong as you. You don't have to belittle yourself. Gonzalez grinned, that's true. Since that's the case, let the whole world see the strength of our metal tide at the opening of the convention tomorrow. On the farm, following the arrival of Xiao Axayan everyone warmly welcomed her. Beryl held a barbecue party. A group of people came out of the house, barbecued meat, drank beer, and enjoyed the cool breeze of the setting sun. Beautiful Miss Phoenix Girl, I have long since heard of your reputation. I didn't expect your appearance to be even more stunning than your strength. Can I, Beryl, have the honor of inviting you to try my filet mignon? Beryl put on a fork and brought a piece of steak in front of Xiao Axayan. Xiao Axayan was chewing on the corn, and her mouth was a little black. Seeing that the steak was still bloody, she frowned and said, I want to eat it cooked, why did you give it to me raw? Oh, you like to eat it medium well, right? I'll roast it for you again, Beryl hurriedly said. Forget it, you're too slow. I'll roast it. As Xiao Axayan spoke, she stretched out her hand and shot out a flame. Beryl cried out in fright. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the steak on his fork had already turned into charcoal. Xiao Axayan snorted in dissatisfaction, what are you shouting for? It's all your fault. You didn't control the fire well and burnt it. Go and change it. Beryl wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Chapter 5:15. 0515 When Axayan saw Yi Fan coming over, she wiped her mouth and said, I heard that there are horses here, quickly take me there. I've never ridden a horse before. Yi Fan drank a mouthful of beer and said, it's in the stable. You can just go and ride it yourself. Why do you want me to take you there? This is your place. Shouldn't you, the master, entertain me well? Xiao Axayan said unhappily. Yi Fan thought to himself, how could there be a guest like you who came by yourself? However, he was afraid that this girl would set fire to it, so he said, all right, then I'll take you to ride for a while. Only then did Axayan reveal a smile, that's more like it. I still have half a corn left, I'll give it to you to eat. It's so sweet. Yi Fan looked at the remaining half of the corn that was gnawed on in a mess and still had a lot of saliva on it. He forced a smile and said, this is too polite. I'm full, thank you, Miss Xiao. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. I wouldn't even let an ordinary person eat it. Xiao Axayan said. When the Leviathan, Mammon, and the others saw this scene, they all shook their heads and sighed. They thought to themselves that only the Phoenix Girl would dare to give this kind of thing to Yi Fan to eat. The two of them had finished eating the barbecue. They went to the stable and led a black horse out. Why are there only black horses? Are there no white horses? Xiao Axayan was rather disappointed. This black horse is good. It has the bloodline of a French horse, which is much more expensive than a normal supercar. If you, a phoenix girl, want to ride a horse, you must ride one with this bloodline. How can you ride it according to the color? Yifan said with a smile. When Xiao Axiner heard this, she felt that it was true. She proudly said, "That's right, this young miss has a noble bloodline, so of course I have to ride a noble horse." Do you still know how to talk? Yifan was secretly happy in his heart. He had already figured out the key to dealing with Xiao Axiner, which was to give her what she liked and flatter her. This girl wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. "Eldest Miss Xiao, get on the horse." Yifan pointed to the saddle and said. Xiao Axiner's body was as light as a swallow as she jumped onto the horse's back. She then reached out to grab the reins. The black horse below seemed to be frightened and began to raise its front hooves, wanting to throw Xiao Axiner off. What is this horse trying to do? Xiao Axiner supported herself with one hand and jumped off the horse without falling. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "This horse is a little unfamiliar, but Miss Xiao, you don't have to use your qin gong to jump up. Can't you just step on it properly? You didn't even tell me. Are you purposely watching me make a fool of myself?" Xiao Axiner frowned as she placed one hand on her waist. This is too unfair. This is also the first time I've seen this horse." Yifan helplessly spread out his hands. Xiao Axiner looked at him suspiciously before she decided to step on the horse again. "You stinky horse, if you dare to tease me again, I'll eat roasted horse meat tonight." Xiao Axiner didn't care if this dark horse understood her or not and warned it first. When she went up this time, Xiao Axiner finally got her wish. The black horse snorted, but didn't resist. "Hee, as expected, you're still afraid." Xiao Axiner was as happy as a little girl. She held the reins and proudly said, "Yifan, did you see that? This horse is still afraid of me." Yifan could only nod his head and applaud. "That's right, as expected of Miss Xiao. This horse has been intimidated by your phoenix might. Ride! Ride!" Xiao Axiner shook the reins, but the horse didn't move at all. It only shook its head left and right. This horse. Too lazy. Why isn't it moving? Xiao Axiner felt very annoyed, feeling that this horse was too disobedient. "Hey! Stupid horse! Are you dead? Run!" Yifan was speechless. Could it be that this girl was planning to use voice control to ride? "Eldest Miss Xiao, take a look at the horse's stomach with your legs," Yifan said. When Xiao Axiner heard this, she did as she was told. The black horse indeed began to move forward. Wow! It really worked. Then how do I get it to run faster? Xiao Axiner asked. Li Fanxian touched his forehead and said, "How about I go up and take you for a ride? It'll be faster this way." The reins are only the most basic auxiliary props. It's better to use one's body to guide and ride a horse. Xiao Axiner didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to learn it quickly, so she hurriedly called out, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and come up." Yifan nodded, walked up and pulled the horse, then mounted it and sat behind Xiao Axiner. With this, the two of them stuck close to each other. Yifan could feel that he could reach a soft and elastic part of his lower body. As for Xiao Axiner, she was also clearly aware of this. Her face froze for a moment, and after biting her lower lip, she didn't make a sound. Yifan felt that it was more important for him to quickly teach women, so he said, "Lean your body forward a little, and then grab the reins tightly." The reins are the focus point, and also the tool for braking. Squeeze the horse's stomach a few more times with your legs, and if you're not fast enough, use the whip, Yifan explained and demonstrated at the same time. He grabbed Xiao Axiner's hand with both hands, indicating where she should put it. He then used his hands to support the woman's waist, telling her how to use her body. With this contact, Yi Fan realized that inside Xiao Axaner's red coat, there was only a black undergarment. The black undergarment underneath was also very thin. As the horse began to run, the two of them naturally shook up and down on top of it. This was bad. Yi Fan's lower body was constantly being squeezed by Xiao Axaner's softness. This feeling was inexplicably strange. Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but clamp his legs on Xiao Axaner's buttocks, wanting to separate a little. However, with this clamp, an even more intense stimulation came, causing Yi Fan to be unable to help but clamp a few more times. Xiao Axaner was currently enjoying the feeling of riding a horse at full speed. This was her first time riding a horse, and she was able to gallop on its back. She felt extremely happy. Yi Fan, look. I'm riding so fast. Haha, riding a horse is so fun. I want to go back to China and buy a pony to play with. When I grow up, I'll ride it for me. Xiao Axaner suddenly discovered a new toy and was in a good mood. However, Yi Fan, who was behind him, was currently enjoying a different kind of feeling. As long as he thought about the woman in front of him, who was sandwiched between his legs, being the famous Phoenix girl, he would feel especially excited. Xiao Axaner also finally realized that there was a problem. She realized that there was something hard pressing against her back. It was strange. What is this? Xiao Axaner was having fun. Without thinking too much, she reached out to touch her back. Oh! Yi Fan was fantasizing about something, but he was caught off guard and was touched by the woman. What the hell is this? What's in your pants pocket? Chapter 5:16. 0516. In an instant, eldest Miss Xiao's face was burning hot. She retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Her breathing was rapid, and she didn't know where to put her hand. The key point was that after the thing below was touched, it became even bigger. This constant friction made Xiao Axaner feel that it was strange down there. Ever since she was young, she had never encountered such a thing. She didn't even think about the matters between a man and a woman, so she didn't know what to do when such an intimate action suddenly occurred. Yi Fan, on the other hand, felt more and more excited, especially when the woman was still moving her body. The feedback from this was even stronger. You hooligan. Don't move. Xiao Axaner called out. It's not that I'm moving, it's that the horse is shaking. Then tell the horse not to move. Alright. Yi Fan slowed down the black horse. Xiao Axaner felt that she had settled down and said angrily, Why did you grab me? Yi Fan was very innocent. Miss Xiao, you were the one who came to grab me, I didn't do anything. Besides, I didn't grab you. Then why are you doing this down there? This is a normal physiological reaction. I'm a man, facing a great beauty like you. If I don't have any reaction, then wouldn't I have to go to the Happy Men's Hospital to take a look? Yi Fan argued. When Xiao Axaner heard the word great beauty, the anger in her heart dissipated a little. She blinked her eyes and pulled the reins, stopping the horse completely. Then, Xiao Axaner turned her head to look at Yi Fan. Do you really think I'm a great beauty? Of course. Yi Fan didn't feel guilty when he said this. Xiao Axaner was indeed an outstanding representative of the perfect combination of classical and modern. Xiao Axaner was overjoyed in her heart. She pursed her red lips and nodded. You're right. I'm such a beautiful woman. A guy like you definitely won't be able to resist. But let me make it clear to you first, I accidentally touched that dirty thing of yours just now. You're not allowed to go out and talk about it, or else I'll burn your lifeblood. Yi Fan thought that this girl was really easy to deceive, much easier to fool than Su Qingxue, so he hurriedly nodded, no problem. Of course I won't speak carelessly. How can I tarnish a goddess like you, Miss Xiao? Xiao Axayan jumped off her horse, crossed her hands in front of her, and said, you don't have to feel so inferior. I know that a man like you doesn't have a background or a noble bloodline. It's normal for you to feel so inferior in front of me. But, you're doing pretty well now. You're pretty decent. So, work hard, make yourself more tasteful, and improve your temperament. In this way, you might still have a chance to get close to me. Fan Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What did this mean? Why did it suddenly seem like he wanted to pursue her? Eldest Miss Xiao, your status is too high. With the Phoenix bloodline, how could I dare to climb up to you? Moreover, I already have a wife, how could I dare to have any thoughts about you? Xiao Axayan seemed to have just remembered that Yi Fan was already married and pouted, oh. You're married. This is quite troublesome, but your wife is definitely not as beautiful as me, so when she sees me, it's inevitable that she will have some ideas. I can still understand. In any case, if you really have any thoughts about me, then you have to get a divorce first. Otherwise, I won't agree to it. It's not even possible for us to go on a date. Yi Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the horse's back. Why didn't this woman seem to understand? Eldest Miss Xiao, don't misunderstand. I really don't have that kind of intention towards you. Let's be friends. I'm just here to teach you how to ride a horse. There was just a small interlude. Yi Fan could only explain. Xiao Axayan frowned, you don't want to admit it. You just said I was a great beauty. You even reacted to me. Have you forgotten what you just said? This. Yi Fan didn't even know how to explain it. This was simply two different things. Xiao Axayan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, oh. I know, you feel too inferior. Although you really want me in your heart, you're afraid of failure. You pretended to want face and said that on purpose. You're a man. There's nothing shameful about liking a beauty like me. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. After saying that, Xiao Axayan stretched her back in a happy mood. The beautiful curves of her body were vividly displayed. I'm not riding anymore. I'm going back to the house. Just now, that barrel said he would make a cocktail for me. I'm going to drink. Yi Fan didn't want to explain too much to this woman. The more he explained, the darker it became. He smiled stiffly and led the horse back. When he returned to the stable, he had just tied up the horse when he sensed someone walking in from outside. Yi Fan didn't even need to look to know who it was. It was Asmuntis. Boss. Asmuntis's face was rather heavy. What's wrong, sloppy ghost? Yi Fan turned around and smiled, why are you so sad? Everyone should be happy to be reunited today. Asmuntis sighed, I just had a secret discussion with Azazel and felt that it would be better not to tell anyone else about your situation. This way, it wouldn't cause anyone to panic. You know, Beryl and Leviathan aren't that calm. However, once the Sci-Te conference opens tomorrow, boss, even if you don't go, you might be challenged by Gonzalez. He has been eyeing the position of legend for too long, so. I think we still need to think of a countermeasure. Countermeasures. Yi Fan said with a smile that was not a smile, what do you think we should do? Asmuntis said, I feel that since you, boss, are unable to fight, then only the people from our Inferno team can fight. Only then can it be considered legitimate and protect our reputation. So, I think it's time for Sally to make a trip here. Only when Sally appears and fights for you, boss, will you have a chance of winning. Yi Fan's eyes focused, and his face immediately darkened, slovenly ghost, have you forgotten? I said it back then, as long as I still have a breath left, only I will protect Sally Yi. I will never let her hands be stained with blood. If you call Sally Yi over, of course she will come. But if she doesn't control herself well during the battle, do you know how serious the consequences will be? Asmuntis opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he sighed and nodded. Boss, you're right. It's too dangerous to call Sally Yi over. We shouldn't be hoping for a fluke. Don't worry, nothing will happen tomorrow. I can guarantee you that. Yi Fan walked over, patted Asmuntis' shoulder, and walked out of the stable. Chapter 5:17. 0517. The people in the room also realized that someone was coming and walked out, including Xiao Axaner, who was already drinking a cup of Bloody Mary. Boss, who is it? Could it be that the metal tide is courting death? Mammon asked. Yi Fan shook his head. No, from the trajectory and speed of their driving, they are calm and collected. They are definitely not the emotions that people who come to cause trouble should have. Not long after, the car stopped at the entrance of the farm. A group of people got out of the car. All of them were dressed in suits, white shirts, and ties. Their skin colors were different, but they all looked very professional. The leader was a middle-aged white man with neatly combed hair. He held a Dunhill briefcase in his hand and nodded to Yi Fan from afar in a very serious manner. Only then did he bring his 8 subordinates and walk towards the house. Although it was night, everyone could still clearly see the badges on the chests of these suited men. On top of them was a sword and a shield, with the letters Seth below. Someone from the Syracuse Association. Asmuntis narrowed his eyes. It seems like they're here to look for the boss. Azazel's hand was wrapped in gauze as he said expressionlessly. Very quickly, the middle-aged white man walked in front of Yi Fan and the others. With a polite smile, he respectfully nodded to Yi Fan and Xiao Axaner. Respected Sovereign of Hell, Phoenix Girl, I am a member of the Syracuse Council. My name is Hewitt. Please forgive us for taking the liberty to come here and disturb you too. Please forgive us. Hewitt only greeted Yi Fan and Xiao Axaner. As for the others present, they simply smiled and nodded to show their respect for the 2 legend rank experts. Why are the people from the Syracuse Council looking for me now? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Hewitt solemnly took out a golden envelope from his briefcase. The envelope was sprinkled with diamond powder, and the seal was buttoned with an exquisite red agate button. Sir Lucifer, I am sorry. In fact, we have been looking for you for the past 2 years, but to no avail. We have been keeping this invitation to the Legend Rank Summit, but it wasn't until today that we heard the news of your appearance, so we came late. We hope that you can accept the Legend Rank Summit specially organized by our Association of Sight this year. Fan Xian looked at this outrageously exquisite letter. Just the materials alone were worth tens of thousands of yuan. He couldn't help but smile and say, it's just an invitation letter, is there a need for you guys to make it so exaggerated? Xiao Axaner, who was at the side, said, so you haven't gotten it yet. I got it a year ago. Ha, boss, I knew it. How could these guys forget about you? If you don't go, it won't be a summit. Ha. Beryl laughed. However, Asmuntis and Aziz's expressions became even more serious, because once Yi Fan accepted it, it meant that he would definitely attend. Although they were very worried, Yi Fan still reached out to take it without hesitation. This thing looks exquisite enough. It should be good to give it to my wife. When Yi Fan said this, the surrounding people almost fainted. Hewitt saw that Yi Fan had accepted the invitation, so he didn't say any more. He nodded and said, respected Sovereign King of Hell, Phoenix Girl, our letter has already been delivered. We look forward to your arrival tomorrow. We will set up a special VIP channel for Legend Rank experts, and there will also be a special seat for the summit at the meeting. The specific situation will be written on the invitation letter. If you have any questions, you can directly call our board of directors. Our VIP line will be at your service 24 hours a day. What the F***? Your site association is becoming more and more professional now, making it look like the butler service of a luxury hotel. Hee, not bad, not bad. Yifan felt that this meeting was much more prestigious than 5 years ago. Your encouragement is our motivation to move forward. Hewitt respectfully bowed again, waved to the crowd, and left with a smile. After the people from the council had left, Fog Knight worriedly walked up and said, "Brother, are you really going? Actually, if you don't go, they won't dare to say anything." Without waiting for Yifan to speak, Xiao Axian who was at the side, said in disdain, "You little girl, what do you know? It would be a pity if you met so many powerful people in such a fun sci-tech conference." "Oh. I know, is it because you're too weak, so you're afraid of being bullied when you go? You can call me Big Sister Xiao, and I can protect you." Fog Knight gritted her teeth. "Phoenix Girl, although you are a legend rank expert, please respect me. I'm not some little girl. No matter how you look at it, you look younger than me." Xiao Axian looked him up and down, then pouted and said, "Ugh. This figure is quite impressive, you must have eaten well." "You." Fog Knight was so angry that his face turned red. He reached out to pull out a warrior's dagger from his waist. Thump. Asmuntus quickly stopped his disciple's actions and scolded, "Are you crazy? You are not allowed to be rude to Miss Xiao. With your little strength, do you think you are worthy of fighting her?" Fog Knight took a few aggrieved breaths, stamped his feet one last time, and quickly ran into the dark grassland. Xiao Axian stuck out her tongue. "How boring. Are you joking? It's really not fun." Yifan sighed, "I'm convinced too. Why do you have to target Xiao? She's just concerned about me. You're older than her, so can't you act like a sister?" "I'm not her sister, and my sister isn't her. Why should I let her?" Xiao Axian rolled her eyes and said, "Oh." Yifan suddenly thought of something and probed, "Then you have a sister?" "Yes, my sister is much more obedient than her." Xiao Axian seemed to realize that she had said something that she couldn't say and glared at Yifan. "Why would I tell you about my sister? I'm going in to drink. Goodbye." Yifan smiled bitterly. He originally wanted to get more information out of her, but this girl was quite vigilant. He patted Asmuntus on the shoulder. "Sloppy bastard, you were too fierce to shower just now. Go and persuade her." "It's fine, boss. She won't do anything. She was used to being scolded by me since she was young." Asmuntus frowned and said, "But boss, tomorrow's meeting, you have to think about it carefully." Li Fan Xian was too lazy to explain. He shook his head and said, "Got it. Then if you don't go and persuade me, I'll go and coax my little sister." After Yifan finished speaking, he walked towards the grassland. Under the starry sky, the wind blew across the grassland, giving it a trace of coldness. Yifan was on a pile of hay and saw Fog Knight, who was sitting there hugging his knees and looking at the starry sky. Under the faint moonlight, Fog Knight's face was especially bright and clean. Her lines were gentle and pure, and her eyes were shining brightly. Chapter 518. 0518-inch brother. Why are you here? Fog Knight was a little joyful. Yifan was stunned for a moment before he walked over with a smile. He climbed up the haystack and lay down beside the girl. "Are you angry at your teacher?" The smile on Fog Knight's face disappeared. He picked up a piece of hay and gently shook it. He snorted and said, "Of course not. Since I was young, I've long since gotten used to being scolded. It's not like this is the first time." "Then why are you pouting so high? You can even hang a soy sauce bottle." Yifan stretched out his hand and poked the girl's tender cheeks. Wu Yi said bitterly, I'm not angry at my teacher, I just can't stand that Xiao Axioner. Isn't she just relying on her phoenix bloodline? If you give me phoenix blood, I will definitely be much stronger than her. A spoiled and willful young miss like her who only knows how to eat, drink, and be merry won't be able to endure hardships at all. It's simply a waste of her talent. Yi Fan smiled, and after a moment of silence, he said, TCH, you think too simply of Xiao Axioner. Fog Knight blinked and asked doubtfully, Brother, what do you mean? Listen up, Shuer. Yi Fan said earnestly, in this world, there is no one who can truly reap without sowing. There was no one who could casually succeed. Although Xiao Axioner had the phoenix bloodline, the pressure she had endured since she was young was actually much greater than that of an ordinary person. Because everyone knew that she had the phoenix bloodline, so... In fact, she was more anticipated than anyone else. Others could fail, but she couldn't, because she was a phoenix girl. For a person to be able to endure such pressure from the moment he was sensible and grow step by step until he became a legend rank expert, this was definitely not a coincidence. You can go and take a look. Among the 10 great legend rank experts, other than the president of the Adept Association, none of them are from the Adept Association. What does this mean? Superpowers might make a person's background extraordinary, but if he didn't work hard, he still wouldn't be able to become a top expert in the world. Perhaps the Xiao Axioner you see will only eat, drink, and be merry there, but you just won't have the chance to see the hard work she has put in behind her back. Although I also feel that Xiao Axioner is a bit reckless, sometimes crazy, sometimes inexplicable, and her personality is also very irritable. But, at the end of the day, the privilege she enjoys today is something she earned with her own strength. It's not something she can get by doing nothing. Do you understand? Fog Knight opened her beautiful eyes wide and flashed a few times. After carefully experiencing Yi Fan's words, she finally nodded. I understand now. Brother, you're right. Just like myself, if I worked even harder, and raised my cultivation even higher, perhaps I would be able to master the 100 shadows now. Fan Xian gave a thumbs up, as expected of my little sister, you're right. Actually, I reckon that you also have some special ability or physique. Otherwise, your 100 shadows would be inexplicable. As long as you continue to cultivate, sooner or later, you will also be able to grasp this powerful talent. Fog Knight's eyes burned with a strong fighting spirit and hope. She suddenly threw herself into Yi Fan's embrace, hooked her arms around Yi Fan's neck, and said excitedly, Brother. How nice of you. My teacher never talks to me about this. He only knows how to scold me. If you were my teacher, I would definitely be stronger than I am now. This hug didn't matter. The key was that the position that Fog Knight was holding was relatively close to the top. Yi Fan's head just happened to be in front of the girl. Yi Fan felt his face being squeezed by something soft. He couldn't help but enjoy it and feel guilty at the same time. He smiled awkwardly and said, Little brother, that's enough, that's enough. The slovenly ghost is still quite responsible. You can't ask him to be perfect. I think we should go back. Fog Knight propped itself up and looked at Yi Fan with clear and concerned eyes. Brother, then you must be careful tomorrow. Don't fall for Gonzalez's tricks. If there's any situation that needs to be dealt with, at most, my teacher and the others will go together. You don't have to do anything. We still have Sister Sally from Purgatory Island. Gonzalez is nothing at all. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Got it, don't worry, nothing will happen. Leaf Fan Xian comforted Fog Knight. His words drifted with the wind and spread into the distance. 20 meters away, behind a wooden shed, even Yi Fan didn't know about it. A beautiful figure dressed in red, holding a cocktail in her hand, had been listening silently since just now. When Yi Fan said a few words, the red-clothed woman would also smile from time to time. The next day, more people from the underground world from all over the world gathered in the small town of Limer. Although many people did not have the qualifications to enter the conference center, they were still concerned about the various news of the Sci-Te rating conference. Of course, most of them also hoped to join in the fun and see the experts of the world that they normally wouldn't be able to see. In the morning, the officials of various countries and the officials of the Sci-Te Association held a meeting before the meeting to implement some of the topics that would be discussed after the official opening of the meeting. At the same time, some ordinary participating organizations and individuals would also enter the venue early to welcome the important figures who would arrive in the afternoon. After all, she was the guardian of the dragon soul, so it was impossible for her to attend with the people from the Inferno faction. Yifan didn't expect that when Xiao Axioner left, she didn't make much of a fuss. She just silently left as a quiet beauty, which made Yifan feel very uncomfortable. As for Yifan, since he had chosen to attend, everyone naturally wanted to provide him with a place that was worthy of his status. Although Yifan had repeatedly expressed that it was fine to enter in a low-key manner. He didn't need such a cool entrance method, but the crowd was unwilling. Before they set off in the afternoon, Aziz directly got himself a Lycan Hypersport. As Imperial Advisor Dib, there were only 7 of these super sports cars in the world, so he naturally could get a hold of them. Although the price was around 4 million magnesium, in reality, this kind of car wasn't something that you could buy just because you had the money. Diamond inlaid headlights, golden sewn seats, 100 kilometers acceleration in 2.8 seconds, a tire could be exchanged for a Ferrari. Performance was not the most important thing. The key was that this car was cool enough to show that Yifan's identity was extraordinary. When Yifan saw this car, he also quite liked it. Blacksmith, this car is for me, right? Aziz frowned, boss. I borrowed it. It's from King Dib. Then tell him, I want it. I want to take it to Purgatory Island. Yifan said with a smile. Aziz smiled bitterly, boss, since you've said so, I don't think the king will dare to take it back. Yifan didn't waste any more words. After getting into the car, he started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The car was like a wild beast, roaring as it charged out. Chapter 519 0519 When Yifan drove the Lycan supercar to the town of Limer and was about to reach the conference center, there were more and more people in front of him, so he had no choice but to slow down. Such a flashy supercar naturally attracted a lot of attention, but they couldn't see who was driving it. Yifan was depressed when he would be able to reach the conference center, but he discovered that there were actually 2 groups of people fighting on the main road. The few luxury cars in front, such as Bentley, Aston Martin, and even Rolls-Royce, were all blocked on the road. The cars honked, but it was useless. The 2 groups of people each held a weapon, and some of them were bare-handed. They were beating each other violently. Looking at their strength, most of them were at the Hotian realm, and there were a few who were at the Xiantian realm. They fought back and forth, and it seemed like they had been fighting for a long time. Both sides were injured. Holy *T, Fan Xian couldn't help but curse. How long would he have to fight for? He had no choice but to open the door and get out of the car. He wanted to get those guys out of the way. But as soon as he got out of the car, someone immediately exclaimed, "Look! Lucifer, the king of hell! Oh my God! My idol is here! Is Inferno really going to reorganize?" Yesterday, Yifan had appeared once, so many people in the town already knew Yifan. This time, when someone shouted, everyone excitedly moved closer to Yifan. Although they did not dare to watch from a close distance, watching from afar was enough to excite many people. Yifan finally realized that being a celebrity wasn't too good. This was like a monkey in a zoo being visited, it was too embarrassing. Fan Xian frowned and casually asked the people beside him, "What happened in front of us?" Some courageous people quickly replied, reporting to Lord Lucifer. In front of us are the Fire Ant Mercenary Union and the Iron Hoof Mercenary Union. They have been fighting for half an hour because of the usual order. What kind of messy mercenary group is this? I've never even heard of it. Yifan muttered and shook his head. Some of the C and B rank organizations in the underground world changed very quickly. Therefore, during this period of time when he was out of the picture, many new organizations must have appeared. Yifan directly walked forward and shouted at the 30 to 40 people, "Hey! If you want to fight, do it on the roadside. Why are you blocking the road?" However, these two groups of mercenaries were engaged in a fierce battle. They actually ignored Yifan's words and continued to fight each other. How dare you not listen to Lord Lucifer? Are you tired of living? Hey! Fire ants and iron hooves. Do you want to disobey the orders of the King of Hell? A group of people at the side cheered. Finally, someone seemed to have heard it first. Seeing that Yifan was standing there in displeasure, he quickly shouted loudly, telling his companions to stop. After more and more people woke up, they looked at Yifan and retreated in silence. They were panting, covered in blood, and hid on both sides of the road in a sorry state. Sorry, Lord Lucifer. We didn't mean to obstruct you. The people of the Fire Ant Mercenary Troop and the Iron Hoof Mercenary Troop all begged for mercy. Everyone thought that Yifan would scold them even more and teach them a lesson, but Yifan only waved his hand and said, all right. In the future, whether it's fighting or killing, don't block everyone's way. Although we are from the underground world, we still have to follow the rules when we come out. It's not good to delay others' journey when we're killing people, right? The group of mercenaries hurriedly nodded in agreement, as if they had been taught a lesson. As for the onlookers, they were dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the man who commanded a group of demons from hell would be a reasonable person. After Yifan finished speaking, he was about to turn around and return to his car. But at this moment, a graceful figure wearing a white dress suddenly walked out from a white Rolls-Royce Phantom that was parked in front of him. A white gauze skirt, a blue ribbon, and a golden high heel. It was full of Mediterranean charm. Her tall figure was nearly 1.8 meters tall, and her light golden hair was tied up in a braid. She had beautiful blue-gray eyes and a sharp chin. She had a peerless temperament, just like a mythical goddess. The moment this woman appeared, everyone present seemed to hold their breath. It was obvious that they were intimidated by her beauty and aura. Yifan's eyes narrowed, and his pupils contracted. His emotions were complicated as he revealed an ancient and emotional smile. Fallen, long time no see. You've changed a lot. The noble woman who looked to be in her 30s said with a gentle smile. Yeah, long time no see, but you haven't changed at all. Mistress. Yifan hesitated for a moment, but still called out this customary title. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Lucifer's mistress. Could it be the White Queen, Sylvie? It must be. This aura, this beauty, it must be the current ruler of OLD1s, Sylvie Somlet. He is the wife of the Black Emperor, so she was once mistress of Lucifer. I didn't expect that after Lucifer killed the Black Emperor, he would still be willing to call her mistress. The Black Emperor and the White Empress, the legends say that they are martial siblings, and the two of them are evenly matched. Back then, when the Black Emperor and Lucifer were fighting, the White Empress did not help, which could be considered as giving Lucifer face. Otherwise, if the husband and wife worked together, I don't think Lucifer would be able to win. Nonsense. What kind of status does a legend rank expert have? Even if they are husband and wife, it is impossible for them to fight 2 against 1. Ha ha. I don't think so. The White Empress probably wanted to be the ruler herself, so she didn't help the Black Emperor, right? Look, now that the Black Emperor is dead, the position of the Black Emperor has just been replaced by the White Empress. Wouldn't it be better for her to control the old ones herself? Shut up. You want to die. You dare to say such words. The group of people were discussing all sorts of gossip about the White Queen, Sylvie. However, Sylvie couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. It was obvious that she didn't care about these small fries. Fallen. Just as Sylvie opened her mouth, she smiled and said, "Oh no, you are already Lucifer now. As the dignified sovereign king of hell, I can't call you by the name of my apprentice anymore. Actually, I don't care. It's all what others call me. My real name is Yifan." Yifan said lightly. Yifan had always been on guard against this beautiful woman in front of him. In fact, in Yifan's eyes, this woman was not any easier to deal with than his master, the Black Emperor. From the fact that she was able to watch her husband die without coming to seek revenge, and now that they met, she was still very amiably reminiscing about the past. One could see that she was extraordinary. Chapter 520. 0520. Sylvie was very familiar with her husband, the Black Emperor's one life water. In addition to her strength, in theory, she was also on par with the Black Emperor, so she naturally could tell that Yifan no longer had the internal energy that the heavenly life water cultivated. However, for a shrewd person like Sylvie, even if she really saw through something, she wouldn't say it out loud. People will always change, and so will this world. Yifan said in a calm tone. Sylvie chuckled and said, "That's right, this world has indeed changed very quickly. 5 years ago, I would never have thought that I would be the one to participate in this year's Saite Great Assembly as the ruler of old ones. But overall, I'm still very happy to be able to meet all of you today, Yifan, and all of you old friends." As Sylvie spoke, she turned around and looked at the people getting out of the cars behind her. Aziz, Asmuntis, Mammon, and a few other Inferno members who followed Yifan here immediately got off the car when they saw the White Queen. All of them had vigilant expressions on their faces, as if they were facing a great enemy. However, seeing that Yifan didn't make any movements, they could only wait and see. Sylvie, back then, the battle between the Black Emperor and our boss was a battle of life and death. Our boss won, so you don't have the qualifications to seek revenge, Aziz said. Ha! Aziz, I didn't say I wanted revenge, Sylvie said with a graceful smile. If I wanted revenge, why would I wait until today? My husband stubbornly killed your brothers and sisters and chose to fight with Yifan. In the end, he died and left me, a widow. I was only angry at him, so how could I take revenge? Then if you're fine, you can get in the car. It's almost too late to enter the arena. Mammon curled his lips and said. Sylvie shook her head, you don't have to be nervous. Although you have all left our old ones and my husband views you as traitors, I don't think that way, so. I don't expect you to treat me as a friend, but I hope that at least I'm not an enemy. After saying that, Sylvie walked towards Yifan, and as everyone held their breath, she passed by Yifan. When Sylvie walked in front of the fire ants and the iron hooves mercenaries, a large amount of pure white light condensed on her body. Sylvie raised her hand high up in the air. In her palm, it was as if there was a platinum sun shining brightly. Holy light illumination, the white light spread out like a rain cloud, scattering in the air into countless raindrops, falling on the bodies of the dozens of mercenaries. As the white light entered their bodies, the mercenaries' wounds miraculously healed. What's going on? My wound isn't bleeding anymore. I feel like my strength has returned. Among the onlookers, there were naturally people who knew what it was. They exclaimed, the White Queen's healing magic. You're really powerful. Of course. She's the most outstanding representative of white magic in the world. She's the pinnacle existence of healing magic. Otherwise, why would she be called the White Queen? I heard that the White Empress and the Black Emperor are both disciples of the same teacher. I wonder how powerful their teacher is. He can use both magic and ancient martial arts. He's terrifyingly powerful. That's impossible. What kind of person can teach two legendary powerhouses? You must be ignorant. Above the legend rank, there are still epic rank experts. I reckon that their teacher should be one of the epic rank experts. What are you bragging about? Aren't epic experts just spreading rumors? Who the hell has seen them before? Do you know who they are? I don't know, but that doesn't mean I don't exist. The crowd of onlookers kept arguing, all boasting about how knowledgeable they were. A group of mercenaries, who were originally half dead and riddled with scars, were excited when they found out that they had received the care of the legend rank expert, the White Queen. They quickly knelt down and thanked Sylvie. Sylvie didn't take it too seriously and said with a faint smile, "You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank this king of hell. If it wasn't for his kindness, I wouldn't have had the chance to help you heal your injuries. However, don't block the way in the future." The group of mercenaries awkwardly kowtowed to Yi Fan and admitted their wrongs, indicating that they wouldn't dare to do such a thing again. Fan Xian shook his head and sighed. This had nothing to do with him. He wasn't crazy, so he started a massacre over such a small matter. However, he had seen Sylvie's white magic quite a few times. He didn't know why, but when he saw her use it this time, he felt that something was amiss. However, he couldn't say what exactly made Yi Fan feel different from before. Considering that his cultivation method had changed, it could also be because of this reason, so Yi Fan didn't think too much about it. "Mistress, your car is in front, please go ahead." Yi Fan extended his hand. Sylvie smiled and said, "All right, see you at the convention." Soon, Sylvie left in her limited edition white Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yi Fan walked to the side of his Lai Ken supercar and waved to the group of brothers behind him, telling them not to be nervous and to start the car again. A group of luxury cars continued on their way to the conference center. Inside Gonzalez's bedroom at the Metal Tide stronghold. Gonzalez put on a brand new military coat, a precious Patek Philippe watch, and several large gemstone rings. He looked domineering and wealthy. Looking at himself in the mirror, Gonzalez grinned and muttered, "Finally. I've been waiting for this day." Just as he was about to leave for the conference center, he heard a knock on the door. "Captain. There is something I need to report to you." The person who came was Helena. Gonzalez frowned and opened the door. "We're all leaving, what else is there?" Just now, the scouts sent back information that Lucifer and the White Queen Sylvie met in town. Gonzalez's eyes narrowed and he immediately asked, "What? They're fighting?" "No." Sylvie's attitude was very friendly. She didn't have any conflicts with Lucifer, Aziz, or any of the other members who had left OLD-1s. Sylvie only used her white magic to heal the fighting mercenaries of two unknown mercenary groups, and then chatted with Lucifer for a while, expressing her hope that they could be friends and not enemies. The more Helena spoke, the stranger even she found it. Gonzalez's eyes were deep and his face was gloomy. How is this possible? She is the wife of the Black Emperor, the current ruler of the old days. The concept of the existence of the old rulers is the opposite of the concept of Inferno when it was first established. No matter what, it is impossible for them to be friends. Chapter 521. 0521. When Gonzalez heard this, he immediately became spirited. That's impossible. If he still had a cultivation base, why did he have to endure it 2 days ago? His subordinates were injured, and he still stood there, not daring to make a move against me. Moreover, he did not react to the assassination a few days ago. Asmuntis and Aziz's performance did not seem to be faking it. Helena was also very confused. "Captain, I think we need to be on guard just in case. I just don't know if Captain is willing." "Oh. What method?" Gonzalez narrowed his eyes. Helena said in a low voice, "According to our scouts, Lucifer has married a wife in China, and this wife is in Barley, the chairman of a multinational company. This woman seems to be very important to Lucifer, and she doesn't have any cultivation. As long as we control that woman. Shut up. Gonzalez scolded, what kind of person do you think I am? Kidnapping a woman to threaten your opponent. Helena shrunk back, lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. Captain, I just thought, what if Lucifer is plotting against you on purpose? Gonzalez pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering. After a long while, he said, although I don't want to use any kidnapping or threats, but if Lucifer is deliberately scheming against me, then I can't just sit still and wait for death. If he really doesn't have any cultivation, then so be it. If he is actually hiding it on purpose, then I'm not someone to be trifled with. Helena rolled her eyes and smiled evilly. Captain, I understand. I'll do it right away. Gonzalez said seriously, today, I must sit in the position of a legend rank expert. Our metal tide will also officially advance towards an S-class organization. We cannot afford to lose. Yes, sir. The main venue of the Sci-Te conference was already bustling with noise. Representatives of the underground world organizations from all over the world, as well as experts from all walks of life, had already gathered here. The venue was originally an indoor football field that could seat around 30,000 spectators. Now, the middle of the venue had been transformed into a conference center. There were 3 ring-shaped seats, and in front of each seat was a nameplate. Those who were able to sit in the middle of these 3 rings were all important members and participants of the Sci-Te conference. A portion of it was provided to the representatives of the various countries in the world, and a portion was provided to the representatives of B-class organizations and above, as well as some famous powerhouses. As for the other organizations and individuals below grade B, they could only sit in the outer spectator seats, purely there to join in the fun. However, what caught everyone's attention the most was the 1-meter-high stage in the middle of the venue, in the middle of the 3 large circular seats. The stage was built with a very sturdy steel frame and covered with thick steel plates. For the sake of texture, the steel plates were covered with rocks, making it very sturdy. On the stage, there were 10 gold-plated, diamond-studded leather chairs. These were the chairs that the legendary summit was going to be held for the 10 legendary powerhouses. These 10 chairs were spread out, forming a small circle. Beside each chair, in addition to a short mahogany table, there were exquisite pastries, tea, coffee, and other beverages. The most important thing was that in front of these chairs, there was a distinctly different style of carpet. Apart from the different colors of the carpets, there were also different titles written on them. They were the titles of the legendary powerhouses who were about to take their seats. The large carpet was filled with the names of legend rank experts, allowing all the participants to clearly see them. As for the huge screen hanging above the stage that faced all 4 directions, it was able to broadcast the specific situation on the stage, allowing everyone in every corner to clearly see the real-time situation of these experts. To the underground world, the Sci-Te rating conference was equivalent to an Olympic Games or a World Cup. As for the legendary experts, they were the biggest stars. Just the number of people who came to see their idols could be found everywhere. Of course, the true importance of the conference was far more important than those sports events. This was because the various measures taken here were directly related to the security and stability of the world, as well as whether or not wars would break out in certain areas. As more and more people entered the venue, everyone was filled with anticipation for this year's Sci-Te conference. Tens of thousands of gazes were focused on the stage in the middle of the venue. Compared to the representatives of the various countries and organizations, when the 10 legends would enter the venue was what the ordinary people of the underground world were most concerned about. At the same time, in the VIP passageway of the venue, Yifan followed the steps on the invitation letter and handed the car over to the service staff. Then, as soon as he arrived at the passageway, he saw Director Hewitt, who he had met yesterday, respectfully waiting for him. Respected Sovereign King of Hell, thank you for taking the time to attend this Legend Rank Summit. The conference will officially begin in an hour or so. Please go to the VIP lounge and wait for a while. There will be someone to explain the process of today's meeting. Hewitt said with a smile. Yifan nodded and casually said, I'm the only one in the lounge. I'm sorry, because there are only 5 VIP lounges in this indoor arena, you have been arranged to be with another Legend Rank expert. However, if you cannot accept it, we will immediately rearrange it for you, Hewitt said. It's fine, it's fine. How can there be so many things to do? You guys are all so busy, I'll go in first. Yifan didn't care at all. As long as it wasn't Sylvie, he didn't care about anyone else. Thank you for your tolerance. This way, please. Hewitt nodded. Not long after, Yifan was brought to a special VIP room. As soon as he entered, he smelled a nice smell of incense. At a table in the room, a man with a bun on his head and a gray and white robe was gently waving a feather fan in one hand and holding an ancient scroll in the other. He was leisurely sipping tea and reading a book. This man's face was like jade, his lips were plump, his skin was fair, and his eyebrows were at his temples. He was very handsome and looked to be around 30 years old. In front of him was a copper incense burner, and a curling fragrance of incense wafted out from within. When Yifan saw this man, he was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, why did I meet this guy again? However, Yifan quickly returned to normal. He took a deep breath in enjoyment and said, Baiji, Angelica, Gonsong, 3 flowers, Ligusticum, Galangal. And one of them is. The man who was reading raised his head and smiled. And Forsythia. Ah. Right. It's Forsythia. Yifan leisurely walked over and arrived in front of the man. He picked up the cup of cloud mist Maojian tea that he had brewed and took a sip. Good tea, good incense. To be able to make Brother Yi like it, it's really not easy. The man didn't mind Yifan drinking his tea and said with a smile. Yifan said with a smile that was not a smile, Zhuge Tianming, I remember that the last time the Saite conference was held, you were also in the same resting room as me. Chapter 522 0522 Those who had never seen Zhuge Tianming before would think that the sect leader of the Ghost Valley, one of the 3 class organizations in the world, Heavenly Master Ghost Valley, would definitely be a white-haired, sage-like old man. But in reality, this legendary expert who managed the world's most powerful intelligence organization was just a young, handsome, and gentle scholar. Zhuge Tianming's life was extremely simple. Compared to the unimaginably complicated Heaven's Eye intelligence network, his life was so simple that it made people feel bored. Hearing Yifan's words, Zhuge Tianming closed his book and said, If I say that I just happened to be in the same resting room as Brother Yi, would Brother Yi believe me? I don't believe you, Yifan said. Zhuge Tianming spread out his hands and said, Since Brother Yi doesn't believe me, then what's the difference if I tell the truth or not? Yifan gloomily sat on the sofa at the side and said, Do you really need to? Even if you don't have the Ghost Valley ring, didn't you still become the Ghost Valley's heavenly master for so many years? That ring belongs to my wife, I'm just keeping it for her. Even if you ask me, I won't give it to you. Zhuge Tianming smiled, I like men like Brother Yi who go straight to the point. There's no need to waste time talking. Aren't you talking nonsense? If your Heaven's Eye wants to investigate, wouldn't you know that I'm holding a ring in my hand? Is there a need for me to pretend? Yifan said. Zhuge Tianming nodded, Brother Yi, to be honest, I don't have much enmity towards your wife, Miss Su. Otherwise, you would know that if I wanted to, she wouldn't have lived to this day. But this Ghost Valley ring is related to a big secret of our Ghost Valley. Although I don't need it to prove my status, to our Ghost Valley, this ring has an extraordinary significance. Fan Xian chuckled and said, Then how about this, you let this thumb ring stay with me for a few more days. In a few years, I'll discuss it with my wife. If she agrees, I'll return it to you. Zhuge Tianming narrowed his eyes and said, if Brother Yi gives me the ring now, I will tell you a very crucial piece of information. Yi Fan was stunned. What information? Information is information. I can only say that if Brother Yi finds out too late, he might regret it for the rest of his life. As Zhuge Tianming spoke, he stretched out his hand and said, give me the thumb ring and I'll tell you the information. You should know that I, Zhuge Tianming, never lie. He also knew that Zhuge Tianming probably wasn't lying to him, but he felt that it was inappropriate to hand over the thumb ring just like that. After thinking about it, Yi Fan still shook his head. Thumb ring, or you can come and snatch it, I won't give it to you. Zhuge Tianming said regretfully, of course I won't steal it. The price to steal it from Brother Yi is too great. But Brother Yi, do you really not want to know what the information I'm talking about? There are too many secrets in this world, and there are too many things that I will regret for the rest of my life. Even if you can tell me one thing today so that I won't regret it once, you won't be able to tell me the next time, and the time after that. So, sooner or later, I will encounter something that I will regret. Why would I hand over the thumb ring to you just for this one time? In any case, if I don't even have the ability to control my own fate, then why am I still alive? Yi Fan said calmly. Zhuge Tianming's eyes flickered for a moment before he nodded. Since Brother Yi said so, then you can take this thumb ring for now. However, before I retrieve the thumb ring, our heavens, I will not provide any information to anyone from the Inferno faction. Alright, just be stingy. At most, I'll just develop my own intelligence network. Yi Fan curled his lips. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the lounge. Come in, Yi Fan said. After the door was pushed open, a handsome Asian man wearing a black suit and black-rimmed glasses walked in. Respected Ghost Valley Heavenly Master and Hell Sovereign, my name is Han Su, and I am the Secretary of the Saite Council. I have received orders from the Council to inform the two of you of the process of the meeting. Yi Fan was puzzled. What exactly is the process? Didn't you guys just have a meeting? Han Su smiled. Sir, because of the Legend Rank Summit this year, you and the other 10 Legend Rank powerhouses are all present. So, we have arranged for an award ceremony for the promotion organization. In the past 5 years, there have been 13 organizations that have advanced from C to B, and 3 organizations that have advanced from B to A. We hope to invite all of you Legend Rank powerhouses to be the guest presenters to present the awards to these organizations. Especially you, Lord Lucifer. You are very special. We hope to invite you to give the award to the 3 organizations that have risen from B to A. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, and then asked, the 3 organizations that you mentioned that advanced to a rank, could it be Bahamut, Baphomet, and the Sea Demon? That's right, it's the 3 organizations that your subordinates commanded back then. These 3 organizations have all been promoted to a rank in the past 5 years. Although the rating had long since been passed, the official award of the A rank organization certificate would be held at this meeting. As the founder of these 3 organizations, I'm afraid it would be most appropriate for you to give them the certificate of an A rank organization. Han Su's eyes also carried a hint of reverence. Yi Fan was also stunned. He didn't expect such a glorious arrangement. Indeed, back then, in order to integrate the warriors of the underground world who had joined him, he had created the mercenary group, Bahamut, and the assassin group, Baphomet. As for the pirate organization, the Sea Demons, it was founded by Leviathan and the others. It didn't have much to do with him. It was mainly because of Mammon's help that he obtained a large amount of firearms, which allowed the Sea Demons to develop rapidly. However, Yi Fan actually didn't participate in much management. Later on, when he retired, he left it all to his brothers to manage. When he thought about how his 3 brothers were going to receive their awards on stage today and become the only 3 leaders to be promoted to a rank in the past 5 years, Yi Fan felt proud of them. Brother Yi, congratulations. You, the 12 great demons of Inferno, truly live up to your reputation. They have earned you a lot of face. Zhuge Tianming obviously already knew about it, and said with a calm smile. Yi Fan laughed, well said, well said. Brothers, you are doing your best. I can't help much, so I can only give them the award and join in the fun, ha. When Han Su heard this, he smiled and said, Sir Lucifer, you and the Heavenly Master are both from China. As a citizen of China, I am very proud that China has two legendary experts like you. If the two of you have no objections, I will carry out the award ceremony. Yi Fan waved his hand, not caring what Zhuge Tianming meant, he shouted, carry it out. It must be done. Chapter 523 0523 After Han Su left, Zhuge Tianming said with a profound look in his eyes, Brother Yi, are you really not planning to take Bahamut, Baphomet, and the sea demons under your control? Yi Fan asked, why should I take it back? My brothers have made a name for themselves, and this is what they deserve. Besides, if I really need their help, they won't refuse. Even if they are your life and death friends, it is impossible for them to follow you at all times. You disbanded Inferno, and the 3 arrows you created are all steel lions. If you had them to protect you, your life would be much easier than it is now. Zhuge Tianming said. Yi Fan scratched his head, I say, you scholar, why is there something in your words? Why is my life so heavy? You mean, I need to fight a war? Do I need to find a troop to protect me? Zhuge Tianming gently waved his feather fan and brewed a new cup of tea. He picked it up and took a sip, speaking of which, I will not tell Brother Yi about the information. Hey, you scholar, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm in a good mood today, you really deserve a beating by keeping me in suspense. I really wish I could tear your book apart. Yi Fan gloomily shook his head, took out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked. Brother Yi, this is a smoke-free room, and I've lit some herbal incense. Zhuge Tianming said with a frown. You care so much. You can order some herbs, but I can't order tobacco. Yi Fan was purposely disgusting this guy. Zhuge Tianming helplessly shook his head. Confucius said, his body is upright, and he doesn't follow orders. His body is not upright, and he doesn't follow orders. You scholar, you stink, what do you mean? What's wrong with me being a manager? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Zhuge Tianming sat cross-legged on the sofa, as if he had begun to meditate with his eyes closed. I'm just sighing with emotion. Fortunately, Inferno has been disbanded. Otherwise, looking at Brother Ye's actions, this world will inevitably suffer some unexpected disasters. Yi Fan puffed out a mouthful of smoke. Different paths do not work together, you can just sit and fight, I'll watch my TV. After saying that, Yi Fan turned on the TV in the lounge, got a football channel, and began to watch the game to kill time. Around 3 in the afternoon, in a black Chevrolet SUV, Su Qingxue woke up in a daze. Su Qingxue forgot how she fell asleep. Because Yi Fan couldn't accompany her for the past 2 days, she went to the branch office to discuss work with some of the partners. However, after she went to the bathroom and bumped into a foreign woman, she blacked out and fainted. Hello, Miss Su. Qingxue raised her head and saw the foreign woman in front of her. Her heart immediately trembled. You. It's you. Who are you? Where is this? Don't panic, my name is Helena. This is a small town not far from Barley, Helena said with a smile. Su Qingxue forced herself to calm down and said, why did you kidnap me here? You want money? Hee hee. Miss Su, I know you are very rich, but to us, money is no longer of much use. Helena smiled, but her gaze was cold. Then why are you guys doing this? Su Qingxue asked with a pale face. This question is very difficult to answer at once. Miss Su only needs to cooperate with us and complete a very simple task. There are many questions that you will naturally understand. Helena said. Shu Qingxue was puzzled. What do you want me to do? Helena pointed outside the window at the indoor football field. In that indoor field, there is a very important underground world conference. We hope that Miss Su can enter the venue as a member of our mercenary group. Shu Qingxue's heart was beating like a drum, and she said uneasily, You guys. Are you looking for trouble with Yi Fan? Miss Su, you have too many questions. If you don't explain it clearly, I won't cooperate with you. Shu Qingxue said coldly. Helena pursed her lips and smiled. A dagger with a cold light suddenly appeared in her hand and was placed horizontally at Shu Qingxue's throat. Darling, if I want to kill you, it will only take less than a second. Are you sure you want to play with fire? Helena's voice became very cold. Shu Qingxue's eyes were sparkling. She felt wronged in her heart, but she could only give in for the time being. Tell me, what should I do? Only then did Helena put the dagger back into her sleeve and smile. It's very simple. You just need to follow by my side and go in with me to attend a meeting. You just need to sit by my side and it will naturally be over. Shu Qingxue was helpless. She hoped that Yi Fan would come and save her, but she knew that it was impossible. She could only take it one step at a time. Helena took a set of women's military uniform with a metal-tied emblem and threw it in front of Shu Qingxue. Darling, change into this before you get out of the car. Shu Qingxue took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then silently changed into her clothes and pants. After getting off the car, 7 or 8 men from the metal-tied immediately walked over. Canby, Sean, are you ready? Helena asked the 2 male mercenaries. Don't worry, Helena. The people who are checking the passage have already been bribed. They will let this beauty in. The seats have also been arranged, and the identity information has been completely changed. Only then did Helena nod her head and say to Shu Qingxue, Darling, walk in front of me and follow behind them. We will keep an eye on you at all times. You better not have any thoughts of escaping, and don't speak carelessly. Otherwise, my dagger will pierce through your back in a second. Shu Qingxue gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. She could only nod her head. Very quickly, the group of people walked to the entrance of the venue. As expected, the examiner ignored Shu Qingxue's identity and directly let them pass. At this moment, Shu Qingxue had already forgotten a lot of her timidity. Instead, she started to observe the various slogans around the venue. In the past few days, she had also silently looked at the information about the underground world. Whether it was what she had gathered or what Yi Fan had given her, she had gone to look at them all. Therefore, she already knew that this was the grand gathering of the underground world, the site rating conference. Could it be? Yi Fan came here to participate in the convention. Shu Qingxue couldn't help but feel nervous. She was worried that she would be used by someone to harm Yi Fan. If that was the case, wouldn't a man be in danger? Thinking of this, Shu Qingxue wanted to run away immediately, but feeling Helena's cold gaze from behind, Shu Qingxue could only silently follow. Finally, the group arrived at the seats that the members of the Metal Tide had been arranged for. After Shu Qingxue sat down, Helena sat beside her. Chapter 524. 0524 What? Are you curious about who is sitting there? Helena was also very relaxed at this moment. After all, she had successfully completed the mission that Gonzalez had given her, so she smiled and started talking to Shu Qingxue. Shu Qingxue pursed her red lips and said, On those carpets, is it written, Ghost Valley Heavenly Master? Yeah, he's the leader of Sky Eye, an S-class organization in Huaxia. That's why he wrote it in Chinese. Why are you still asking me? Helena asked. When Shu Qingxue first saw the Ghost Valley, she naturally thought of her own background, so she asked curiously. Then who are the others? This time's Saite Rating Conference has also invited the top 10 Legend Rank experts in the world to host the Legend Rank Summit. Because a Legend Rank expert had fallen 5 years ago, during these 5 years, there were people who replaced him and some who retired. Therefore, in order to ensure that there was no dispute over the position of the Legend Rank expert, they were all invited here this time. To put it bluntly, it was to let the entire underground world confirm that whoever was unconvinced could challenge them, lest some people were fishing for fame and were unconvincing. Helena said. Su Qingxue also knew the concept of a Legend Rank expert, and asked doubtfully, but will all these Legend Rank experts really come? Why did they accept such a test and challenge? If they were all ready, why would they need to prove anything? At their level, they shouldn't care too much about these false reputations, right? Dear Miss Su, you are really naive. Helena chuckled and said, do you think that Legend Rank experts really don't have any vanity? Could it be that they cultivated and became stronger just to train their bodies? Of course not. Most of them cared a lot about their reputation, so of course they didn't want to be questioned. Moreover, having the identity of a Legend Rank expert was equivalent to having control over a huge amount of power and countless resources and connections that came knocking on his door. Legend Rank experts also have their own subordinates and their own families. If they want to protect the people they care about, they have to prove that they are strong enough so that no one will provoke them. Do you understand? She couldn't help but think of Yi Fan. She didn't know what kind of person he was in the underground world. Looking at the people he knew, he should have a place. In that case, the reason why he worked hard to become stronger, the reason why he fought for fame and fortune, was to protect who and what was he protecting? Su Qingxue was deep in thought when she suddenly heard a passionate and excited male voice from the broadcast. Friends from the global underground world. Representatives from various countries. And the representatives from the major organizations. The 21st International Seth Rating Conference, organized by the Seth Association and co-organized by the 5 permanent members and 18 non-permanent members, had officially begun. Now, let us invite the president in charge of the Saite Association, Mr. Maxim, to give the opening speech for this year's conference. Amidst the applause of the audience, a white-haired but spirited old man walked to the center of the stage. He did not hold a microphone, but the moment he opened his mouth, his voice was like a tsunami, spreading throughout the entire venue. Hello everyone, I'm Paul Stefan Maxim. Seeing the old man giving a speech so easily and clearly, Su Qingxue felt that it was inconceivable. How did you do this? Su Qingxue blinked her eyes in astonishment. Helena rested her chin on her hand and smiled. President Maxim is the previous president of the Adept Association. He has the ability to use sound waves, so even without a microphone, his voice can be clearly transmitted a mile away. After retiring from the Adept Association, he joined the Saite Association. He can be considered a highly respected expert. Although he has not been ranked in the top 10 legends, he is respected by various countries and large organizations because of his fairness in doing things. Su Qingxue was very curious when she heard this. She immediately forgot about her kidnapped state and began to enter the state of mind, listening to Maxim's speech. About 10 minutes later, Maxim's speech was coming to an end. The old man smiled and said, seeing the prosperity of the underground world, as an old man, I am very pleased. Here, I hope that everyone can forget about hatred, forget about resentment, sit down and talk, and make a favorable judgment for the development of the underground world. Without further ado, what follows is an exciting moment. After 3 years of meetings, we will once again welcome the Legends Summit in this year's meeting. I will give the stage to these respectable legends. Everyone, welcome the entrance of the legendary experts. Before the sound of his voice faded, the entire venue began to boil. The sound shook the roof of the indoor stadium, as if it was about to lift the roof. President Maxim clapped his hands happily and walked off the stage. Then, the announcer began to shout excitedly, the next 10 legends will be ranked in alphabetical order according to their names. Please use your warmest applause to welcome the first one to appear." As the majestic music rang out, all the big screens in the venue and the 4 big screens above the stage began to play a cool picture. Not only were there words rolling, but there were also pictures of legendary experts appearing on them. The announcer passionately introduced, "He has the same name as the divine king who sealed the 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and wood in Armenian mythology. He had a talent that all mages of the same type were envious of. He had an elemental ability. No one had ever known his true identity. His appearance was always changing. He could turn into invisible air, which was why he had this name that resounded throughout the underground world, Air. Let us welcome the current president of the Adept Association, Mr. Owl." As the announcer's voice fell, everyone was looking forward to Owl's appearance. However, no one saw anyone walk out from the passageway. Instead, a figure mysteriously appeared on the blanket with the 3 letters Air written on it. He was dressed in a white mage robe, and his face was half covered, revealing only half of the bearded man's face. It was as if he had teleported here out of thin air. This sudden entrance instantly ignited the atmosphere of the venue, especially the adepts. They all screamed and shouted with incomparable pride. Owl silently sat on a chair. He was very quiet and had no intention of signaling to the audience. Qingxue, who was sitting in the stands, rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was seeing things. She felt that it was inconceivable. How is this possible? How did he do it? Is this an illusion? No, this is his superpower. Helena said enviously, Air's nickname is Brother Air. He can move freely like the air and turn his entire body into an undetectable particle. Every time he appeared, his face was different. No one knew which face was the real him, or perhaps he had never revealed his true appearance. Chapter 525. 0525. It was hard to imagine that a person could move like the air. This had already broken conventional scientific logic. The mysteries of the underground world far exceeded Su Qingshue's understanding, causing the woman to forget about being kidnapped, just like how Helena, who was beside her, brought her to visit. Then are there a lot of people like Brother Air in the Adept Association? Su Qingxue asked. Seeing the woman's excited look, Helena frowned and said, "You're thinking too much. The number of people in the Adept Association does not exceed 500, and most of them do not have much fighting strength. Air is an expert blessed by the heavens, and even among the adepts, he is an anomaly among anomalies. A different kind." Su Qingxue nodded, looking at how he doesn't speak. He really doesn't fit in with most people. Helena chuckled and said, "Miss Su, I have to say, you are also an anomaly. You are our hostage right now, but why do you treat me like your tour guide and ask me questions? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you with a single slash?" Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then lightly snorted and said, "Then what else can I do?" Was he so scared that he started to cry? In any case, I can't escape, so I might as well watch and listen more. I have nothing better to do. Helena was slightly stunned. Just as she was about to say something, the announcer had already begun to announce the second expert. Because of his pious faith, he was bathed in the radiance of the holy god. Because of the divine grace, he was able to raise the sword of promise of the imperial court at the age of 18. At the age of 25, he pulled out the holy spear. After decades of vicissitudes, he still stood at the peak of the sacred royal court. Let us welcome the archangel from the sacred royal court, the seraph Michael. He was dressed in a white robe with golden threads and divine patterns. He had a golden belt around his waist and a long sword inlaid with a large number of gems. With a head of chestnut curly hair tied together and a beard on his face, he strode towards the stage with his head held high. This man, who was about 100 years old, was the head of the archangel of the Holy Royal Court, Michael. When Michael appeared, a large number of the Holy Royal Court's believers all stood up and prayed devoutly. Their eyes were burning with the light of faith. However, there were also a large number of heretics, or people who disdained the holy royal court, who had looks of disdain on their faces. Before Michael sat down, he unsheathed sworn sword and placed it in front of him. However, he did not place it on the table beside him, a solemn expression on his face. Then, when the announcer was about to announce the next legend, he saw a burly man walking out of the tunnel. This burly man was nearly 2 meters tall. He wore a vest made of bear skin, revealing 2 thick arms. He had a head of gray hair and a gray beard. He wore a blue antique navy cap on his head and held a pipe in his hand, smoking as he walked. At his waist was a thick broadsword. The hilt of the broadsword was covered in gold and silver threads and embedded with a large number of sapphires. One look and anyone could tell that this broadsword was priceless. As he walked, the burly man laughed and waved at the audience in all directions, greeting many people he knew. He was quite enthusiastic and unrestrained. The announcer said awkwardly, "There's no need for me to introduce it. Everyone has already seen it." He was the #1 pirate in the world. He had inherited the majestic courage of his ancestors, the Vikings. One of the only 2 A-class pirate organizations in the world, the leader of the Arctic Ocean whalers. He's our ghost captain, Captain Oleg. With the appearance of Oleg, the pirates in the audience began to shout enthusiastically. Leviathan, who was sitting below, also grinned and applauded Oleg. Although they were competitors in the same line of work, Oleg was also a senior that the Leviathan respected. Qingxue asked curiously, "Pirates can also come here to participate in the convention. Aren't they being hunted down?" Helena smiled and said, "Heh. The strength of a pirate is already enough to make all countries fear him, so what's there to be afraid of? Besides, there is no such thing as good or evil in the Saite conference." This bearded man seems to be very enthusiastic. Compared to Al and Michael from before, the contrast is too great. Su Qingxue said. Helena shook her head, "Miss Su, you must not underestimate Ghost Ship Zhang. Although he looks easy to talk to, the battle where he became famous was when he used the sea god's blade on his waist to split open a destroyer of the Ying army with one slash. One slash. Split open a destroyer." Although Qingxue wasn't a military fan, she had seen the ships in the news. What kind of blade could split open such a huge steel battleship? Was this still a human? His sea god's blade has an immeasurable destructive power on the sea. He claims to be a descendant of the Vikings and has received the blessing of the sea god. At sea, his battle prowess is almost limitless, and the seawater can heal his wounds. There's such a thing. Qingxue was stunned. Is there really a sea god? Who knows? In any case, it is said that Oleg can talk to the souls of the dead in the sea, so he can often salvage some sunken ships and obtain the treasures in the sea. There were also people who said that he had actually died a long time ago. Because he was a ghost, he was able to communicate with the souls of the dead. That was why he had the nickname of Ghost Captain. If it wasn't for the fact that Oleg was only good at sea battles, the achievements of the Arctic Ocean whalers would have been even greater. Helena's eyes flickered. When Qingxue heard this, she felt a chill run down her spine. This was because all of this sounded too supernatural. The announcer spoke again in a mysterious tone. It is said that the true dragon knights will not be harmed by the dragon flames. They can bathe in the dragon flames and dance with the dragon. Just as he said this, the entire venue was already filled with a deafening sound. Many fanatical spectators and fans had already begun to loudly repeat the same slogan, "We are burning. We are burning." The announcer waited for the atmosphere to reach a certain climax before shouting again, "Let us welcome, one of the world's 3S rank organizations, the Chief Holy Dragon Knight from the Dragon Knight. The current guardian of the dragon-slaying sword. Orlando San Rodriguez." As the sound of his voice faded, a knight wearing heavy silver-gray armor walked onto the stage with steady and heavy steps. His entire body of armor was inlaid with complex platinum dragon patterns, and there was a fire dragon's breath emblem on his chest. He also wore an ancient Roman-style helmet that covered his entire face. The most eye-catching part of the helmet was the position of his two eyes. He actually used fiery red gems as goggles, which were incomparably domineering. Chapter 526. 0526. Hearing the shouts from the audience, Su Qingxue was at a loss. What are they shouting for? That's the creed of the Dragon Knights, we are burning. It means that their Dragon Knights are able to baptize themselves in the dragon flames and are fearless of everything. The Dragon Knights were a group of warriors who pursued the limits of their strength. They were an organization that all countries attached great importance to and wanted to rope in. This was because every Dragon Knight was very powerful. The key was that they didn't appear much and only immersed themselves in cultivation. There were a lot of fanatical fans of the Dragon Knights, and they were all martial arts fanatics. Many of them had the lifelong goal of joining the Dragon Knights. Although Alland was the only one who entered the top 10 legends, many people guessed that there should be quite a few Dragon Knights who were on par with Alland. It was just that they sent Alland as their representative. Only now did Qingxue remember that when Yifan told her about the Underground World's S-Class organizations, he had mentioned that there were some large organizations that had their own famous creeds. However, Yifan had only mentioned the Heaven's Eye and not the Dragon Knights. Alland didn't take off his helmet until he sat down. It was obvious that he didn't want to show his face at all and was only here to participate. However, at his level, even if he was wearing a helmet, no one would dare to say that he was impolite. I know that everyone is very excited to be able to see the rarely seen Sir Rodriguez, but the next person is even more mysterious and unfathomable. The announcer first sold the suspense, then waited for the crowd to quiet down and start listening before loudly saying, "When night falls, he will be omnipotent." Let us welcome the permanent member of the Dark Council, one of the only remaining princes of the Strigoi, Prince Sebastian. After this shout, the venue wasn't particularly lively. Although there was applause, most of the audience were just watching curiously. A pale, golden-haired Caucasian man in his 30s, wearing a tuxedo and black leather shoes, walked out gracefully. Sebastian was like a graceful gentleman, waving to the crowd and quietly sitting down on the stage. However, when Sebastian and Michael looked at each other, the eyes of the two representatives of the Dark Council and the Holy Royal Court couldn't help but sparks fly in all directions. I heard that this Prince Sebastian is already over 3,000 years old. Helena said to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue cried out, "What? 3,000? The lifespan of a vampire is almost limitless. As long as they are not killed, they can live forever." Unfortunately, the blood race mainly relied on their innate talents. Those with noble bloodlines would naturally be strong, while those with low bloodlines wouldn't have much ability no matter how much they trained. Even if they lived for 3,000 years, the growth of their strength would be very limited. But as a prince, Sebastian's strength is definitely unquestionable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived for over 3,000 years, Helena said. Su Qingxue swallowed her saliva. She felt that she was about to faint from the impact of the person she saw. A 3,000-year-old monster. So young. This was too ridiculous. The announcer shouted again, "Nothing is immortal. There was only chaos. Chaos forever." When I said this creed, everyone should know who I was going to introduce. Next, we will welcome a noble lady. After the death of her husband, she took up the heavy responsibility on her own and re-entered everyone's sight as a legendary powerhouse. She was the current ruler of OLD1s. The outstanding representative of the white magic world, the pinnacle of healing magic, the White Queen, Sylvie Somlet. Following her words, Sylvie, who was dressed in a white dress, stepped onto the stage like a goddess. Her figure, her aura, attracted countless exclamations. "This woman is so beautiful." Su Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim, "Her husband passed away." Helena said with a profound look in her eyes, "Miss Sue, this woman. You can more or less have an unusual relationship with her." "What do you mean?" Su Qingxue frowned. "Ha ha. You will naturally know when you have the chance in the future." Helena narrowed her eyes and said, "In addition, part of the reason for this legend rank summit is for the White Queen. Although the White Queen was very strong and had become famous long ago, she had always been hiding behind her husband's back. This time, when she stood in front of the stage, everyone hoped to witness her strength and see if she had the qualifications to take over her husband's position." Sylvie politely walked onto the stage and nodded to Al, Oleg, Michael, Orlando, and Sebastian, who were present, before sitting down. "The next legend rank expert comes from the distant South America," the announcer said in an unfathomable tone. "He alone is an army. His soul could freely travel through the Amazon jungle, mountains, swamps. He claimed to be an immortal. Let us welcome the skeleton wizard from the swamp crawler, the undying skeleton." A stooped black-robed wizard, leaning on a rattan staff, walked up. There were a large number of skeletons hanging on his staff. There were adults, children, and even some birds and beasts. It was extremely frightening. His face was hidden under the black robe, and it was impossible to see his appearance. His entire body was shrouded in gray mist. Other than despair, there was also decay in the gray mist. When Su Qingxue saw this person, her face turned pale. "Ha ha. Don't be afraid, the skeleton wizard is only interested in the dead. He usually doesn't harm the living," Helena said. "What does the announcer mean by saying that he is an army by himself?" Su Qingxue asked. "It's very simple. His witchcraft can summon dead people, skeletons, and even dead animals to fight for him. Therefore, as long as he is on the battlefield, the more people die, the stronger he will be," Helena explained. Su Qingxue's entire body quivered as she muttered softly, "Why are these legend rank experts so terrifying? The next one shouldn't be so terrifying. Furthermore, he's from China," Helena said playfully. Just when Su Qingxue was wondering who it was, the announcer had already started shouting loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen. Before the White Queen entered the top 10 legends, she was the only woman in the top 10 legends. She had a noble and mysterious bloodline, she was fearless of flames, she could burn everything. Flames were a nightmare for ordinary people, but they were her source of life. Let us welcome the daughter of the divine bird phoenix from the east, the phoenix girl, Miss Xiao Axian-er." As Xiao Axian-er, who was wearing a fiery red dress, walked into the venue, the entire audience once again let out screams and cheers. Chapter 527. 0527. When Su Qingxue saw Xiao Axian-er, she was also quite surprised. "This girl is so young. Is she also a legend rank expert? Don't you know? The guardian of the dragon soul of your China, the Phoenix girl." Helena clicked her tongue and shook her head. "Miss Su, it seems like you need to learn some common sense about the underground world." Su Qingxue was also a bit depressed. She was really like an idiot, she could only stand here and watch, listening in a daze. The others were all so excited and their discussions were extremely intense. As for her, she could only rely on Helena's explanation to find out what had happened and who had come. 8 of the 10 legend rank experts had already come out, leaving only the last 2. Before the announcer announced the 9th place, he deliberately went silent for half a minute before saying in a deep voice, "The next person I'm going to introduce, most people don't know his real name, but he is indeed ranked 9th in alphabetical order. This person was very special, because in the past 5 years, or even more than 10 years, he had left behind a thick and heavy color in the underground world, enough to forever be engraved in history. His appearance had changed the structure of the underground world for more than 100 years, and had a huge impact on countless people in the underground world and the ordinary world, because the last Sci-Te conference was unable to hold a legend rank summit, at the request of the association's board of directors and the various members. We will focus on introducing this year to show our respect for this young legend rank expert. As soon as he finished speaking, most of the 30,000 spectators in the audience already knew who he was talking about. Many of them were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. There were also many who clenched their hands tightly and couldn't wait to applaud. However, his voice slowly became softer, as if he didn't want to interrupt the opening introduction and appear disrespectful. The 8 legend rank experts on the stage also silently glanced at the passageway. Some sighed, some admired, some disdained, and some were expressionless. It was impossible to tell what they meant. He was only brought into OLD1s when he was 9 years old. He was valued by the Black Emperor and became the Black Emperor's disciple. The announcer began to read aloud. With his unimaginable talent in cultivation, he debuted with the code name Fallen at the age of 13. In the first year of his debut, he single-handedly defeated all the strongholds of the A rank organization, the Armored Rhinoceros, and beheaded its leader. At the age of 16, he broke the record for the highest efficiency of an assassin. The highest kill record on the battlefield. At the age of 17, he broke the record for the highest bounty in the world. Countless people viewed him as a thorn in their side. A thorn in the flesh. But he couldn't do anything to him. At the age of 18, he gave up the ranking of assassins and mercenaries and miraculously broke the record for the highest number of civilians rescued on the battlefield. In the same year, for the sake of freedom, he assassinated Gabriel, one of the archangels of the Holy Royal Court, and parted ways with the old rulers. In the past year and a half, he had led his followers to fight against the sacred royal court and the great old ones. The battlefield had spread all over the world, and there were hundreds of battles of all sizes, and he had remained undefeated. A year later, the Dark Council intervened in the war, and the sacred royal court retreated after being attacked from both sides. With his own strength, he led the Bahamut and Baphomet teams he had formed to annihilate the 2 A-class organizations and 7 B-class organizations under the Great Old Ones, forcing the Great Old Ones to sign the Armistice Agreement. In these 2 years, he once again broke the record for the highest killing efficiency and the highest number of enemies killed on the battlefield, which has yet to be broken by anyone. When the announcer told them about the glorious achievements, the eyes of Azazel, Asmontis, Mammon, Beryl, Leviathan, and the others, as well as the members of Bahamut, Baphomet, and the sea demons, were all so excited that their eyes turned red, and hot tears even fell from their eyes. Recalling that short but unforgettable period of time, other than nostalgia, they were deeply moved. Although she didn't know what a lot of things meant, just by listening, she felt that this legendary expert was truly a legend. Involuntarily, Su Qingxue was especially curious. Just what kind of hero was this? On the stage, Mi Jiaolai, Sylvie, and the others all had complicated expressions on their faces. The members of the Sacred Royal Court and the old rulers also had unhappy expressions on their faces, but there was nothing they could do. After all, even if the announcer didn't say anything, everyone knew what happened back then. There was nothing to hide. In the underground world, the strong had the right to speak. For old and powerful forces like the Holy Royal Court and the old rulers, it was impossible for them to not be able to raise their heads just because they lost this war. For a colossus like them, a momentary loss was acceptable. In 2 years, he led his followers to liberate hundreds of thousands of people around the world who had been deprived of their freedom. He had destroyed countless organizations, and had also led the rise of countless organizations. His unyielding fighting spirit and free spirit had infected countless souls, affecting the entire structure of the underground world. We call these 2 years the Holy War. Those people regard him as their savior, but he himself thinks that he is a demon who has fallen into hell. Thus, the legend of the fastest organization in the history of the underground world to become an S-class organization, the Inferno, which was formed by only 12 great demons, was born. Divine light halted at the sight of this place. Welcome to hell. Let us welcome the return of the King of Hell, Lucifer. Divine wrath. Before the announcer could finish shouting, the mood of the audience had already exploded. Countless fanatical fans and the infected audience all felt their blood boil when they heard this. Some even wiped their tears in excitement. Divine wrath. Divine wrath. Like a tsunami, tens of thousands of people at the scene were shouting the creed of the infernal organization. Aziz and the others, Bahamut, Baphomet, and all the sea demons had already stood up and were shouting crazily. Their eyes were all moist. On the stage, Xiao Axian curled her lips and muttered, "What's so great about this guy? Why do he have so many fans? It's so noisy." Although that was what she said, there was something different in the girl's eyes. In the stands, Su Qingxue felt as if her soul had been hollowed out. Her bright eyes were wide open and her small mouth was wide open. She was completely stunned. She felt as if she couldn't breathe. When she heard the name King of Hell, Lucifer, how could she not know who this legendary expert was? Chapter 528. 0528. This was the man she had accidentally contacted online, married in a daze, and walked together with for more than half a year. A man who had worked as a plumber and electrician in China for 2 years, a part-time worker, and a substitute player for the game. He was almost never a serious man. Today, the shock he brought her was enough to make Su Qingxue faint. Amidst the most passionate and intense calls, Yifan's figure walked into the venue. The officials of the site association and the representatives of the various countries also stood up and applauded Yifan. When several bright beams of light landed on Yifan's body, Yifan raised his head and scanned his surroundings. The entire venue had already gone crazy for him, and his eyes revealed a light smile with emotion. Although he already knew that he was more popular, after all, he had stirred up the whole world, he was still a little touched to know that he was supported by so many people. Yifan was a little embarrassed. He was actually in a state of retirement. Playing games in China and talking about love with women didn't seem to be as great as they said. No matter what, Yifan also applauded the people in all directions to thank them for their love. Then, he walked towards the stage. When Yifan sat down, the announcer waited for nearly 10 minutes, waiting for the applause and cheers to subside before announcing the last person. The last one to come up was naturally the Ghost Valley's heavenly master, Zhuge Tianming. However, coming out from behind Yifan made him, the head of one of the world's 3 S-class organizations, feel a little awkward. There weren't many cheers in the audience. In fact, many people were already absent-minded, so there wasn't much applause. Fortunately, Zhuge Tianming didn't care much about this. He silently went up the stage and politely smiled at the other people present. "Zhuge Tianming, your character isn't good." Ghost Captain Oleg happened to be sitting next to him and laughed. "The information your Heaven's Eyes sells is too expensive. Everyone despises you. Look at Lucifer, how popular he was when he came up. Isn't it because he didn't receive many benefits and helped a lot?" Haha, Zhuge Tianming smiled elegantly. "Captain, the information of our Heaven's Eye is priced according to the value of the information, it's not controlled by me. I'm just a scholar, and I'm used to being unknown, so I naturally can't compare to Brother Yi." "Humph, you stinky scholar, you only know how to say these sour words. Even the leaders said that you guys are selling information too expensive. You're a typical black-hearted merchant." Xiao Axian curled her lips and said. Zhuge Tianming smiled helplessly. "Miss Xiao, we haven't seen each other for 2 years, why are you still saying these words? I've never heard the chief say that we are expensive." "Nonsense, the chief isn't close to you. I'm a popular person with the chiefs," Xiao Axian disdainfully said. Prince Sebastian, who was at the side, smiled and said, "I just realized that, including Lucifer, 3 of us are from China. It seems that the Xia Kingdom is indeed a land of outstanding people. The 3 of you are still young, yet you have already achieved so much." Yifan was taking out a cigarette at this moment. Hearing this, he chuckled and said, "Sebastian, you really know how to talk. It's been a few years since we last met. How have you been recently?" In the Holy War back then, the reason why the Dark Council intervened and attacked the sacred royal court was not only because they were sworn enemies, but also because of Yifan's contributions. Although the sacred royal court did not have an organizational level due to its special nature, it was definitely an S-class fighting strength. Yifan brought his brothers and fought against two S-class S. Of course, it was strenuous. In order to resolve the battle and reduce casualties, he went to the Dark Council to negotiate with them. The main person in charge of the discussion with him was Sebastian, who was the head of the board of directors. Therefore, the two of them were old acquaintances and had a good relationship. Sebastian chuckled and said, "After the Holy War, I went back to the castle to sleep for a few years. I only woke up at the end of last year and was called to attend this meeting. I'm still a little sleepy." "Oh my god, you vampires really slept for years." Oleg shook his head and shook his beard as he sighed. "Your way of living is boring, hee hee. I'm quite envious of Prince Sebastian's way of living. He has a long lifespan. If he wants to sleep, he can sleep. If he wants to wake up, he can wake up. If humans like us have a short lifespan, we have so many ideals that we want to accomplish, but we don't have enough time to accomplish them. Even sleeping is an extravagant hope. What a pity." Sylvie covered her mouth and laughed. "Sylvie, with your white magic cultivation, living for more than 200 years won't be a problem. You don't have to worry too much about this." The blazing angel Michael said. The relationship between the sacred royal court and the ruler of the old days was rather good. In addition, the white magic that Sylvie cultivated was very similar to divine power, so Michael liked to deal with Sylvie. "Then I thank Archangel Michael for his kind words," Sylvie said with a smile. Although the gazes of the entire audience were focused on the 10 legend rank experts, they didn't feel any pressure and chatted casually. Even though many of these people had enmity with each other, they wouldn't show it very obviously. After all, when these people fought, it wasn't as simple as winning or losing. It was better to avoid it as much as possible. Of course, Al and Alland, who didn't like to talk, didn't say anything from beginning to end. Su Qingxue, who was sitting on the spectator stand, recovered from her shock and realized that she wasn't dreaming. Yifan was really a legend of the underground world, so Su Qingxue calmed down. Su Qingxue could also understand why Yifan had an indifferent attitude towards most things, why he could be so cynical, why he was so powerful, and why he knew so many powerful people. When a man stood at the peak of the world, many of the problems of an ordinary person's life were no longer a problem for him. Su Qingxue's heart was filled with mixed feelings, but she thought of another question and couldn't help but frown as she asked Helena, "Did you kidnap me to deal with Yifan?" Helena smiled and said, "Do you understand what I'm saying now? Do you have the ability to deal with him?" Su Qingxue expressed her doubt. Helena's eyes revealed a cold light. "If it was the sovereign king of hell in the past, of course we wouldn't be able to do anything, but now... he's just an empty shell." "What?" Su Qingxue was stunned, feeling a burst of bafflement. At this moment, after a few minutes of preparation, the president of the association, Maxim, once again used his sound wave ability and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. We will now begin the first official discussion of the day." Just as he finished speaking, a tall and sturdy figure stood up from his seat. Chapter 529. 0529. Seeing Gonzalez stand up, the 30,000 people present couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Many of them had heard of the conflict between the Metal Tide and Bahamut, and that Gonzalez still wanted to challenge Yifan. However, everyone only felt that Gonzalez wanted face. How could he possibly dare to challenge the King of Hell? Even if Gonzalez pretended that this had never happened, no one would laugh at him. After all, the difference in reputation between the two of them was too great. Now that Gonzalez was about to stand up, many people present were naturally moved. Guild leader of the Metal Tide, Mr. Gonzalez, what do you have to say now? Maxim asked with a smile, but his eyes were cold. Gonzalez held his head high and puffed out his chest. He righteously walked to the edge of the stage and said, I doubt that one of the 10 great legends has the qualifications to sit here. Oh. Maxim narrowed his eyes. The 30,000 people present also cried out in alarm. On the stage, the 10 great legend rank experts all looked at Yifan. Obviously, everyone knew what happened yesterday. May I know which expert made you feel suspicious? Maxim asked. Gonzalez felt everyone's eyes on him. He felt proud in his heart and his voice became even more energetic. He pointed in the direction of Yifan and shouted, Lucifer. I know you have a lot of admirers, but my Metal Tide is definitely not a mercenary group that can be bullied by anyone. I, Gonzalez, am very suspicious of your strength. I believe that you no longer have the qualifications to sit in that seat. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. Asmuntis, Aziz, Mammon, and the others all stood up and glared at Gonzalez with murderous gazes. Gonzalez. You dare to be so arrogant towards our boss. Come down and see Grandpa kill you. The Leviathan began to curse loudly. A large number of Yifan's fans at the scene also began to curse loudly, dissatisfied with Gonzalez's arrogance. Su Qingxue, who was sitting in the stands, finally realized what had happened after seeing this scene. She suddenly looked at Helena and said with a cold gaze, You want to use me to threaten him. You want to use him to make a name for yourselves, right? Miss Su, don't be nervous. We're just taking precautions. Basically, even without you, your husband is no match for our leader. Helena chuckled. Despicable. Shameless. Su Qingxue was very angry. There's never too much deception in war. We're just doing what we have to do, Helena said indifferently. She didn't know what was going on, and she didn't know who was stronger between Yifan and Gonzalez. She only regretted that she wasn't diligent enough in her cultivation. Her Xianwei Sutra had only just started. Of course, no matter how much she cultivated, it would be extremely difficult for her not to be caught. Gonzalez did not care about the angry voices of these people and stared straight at Yifan. Lucifer, I told you yesterday that I would ask for an explanation from you today. My people were injured by your Bahamut people. If you don't kneel down and apologize to me, I won't let this matter rest. Yifan had just lit a cigarette, so he took a puff and scratched his head with the cigarette butt in his hand. I say. I'm in a good mood today, and I'm going to give my brothers an award later. Can you change the date for looking for trouble? Change the day. What, you don't dare to fight me in front of the entire underground world. You, the dignified sovereign king of hell, are already so cowardly that you can only hide behind your own subordinates. Gonzalez said disdainfully. The other legend rank experts on the stage all looked at Gonzalez with playful expressions. No one had any intention of interrupting him. Yifan flicked his cigarette ash, his gaze becoming somewhat gloomy as he said, You injured Aziz yesterday, and I didn't touch you. I've already given you a chance. If it was me back then, you all know what I would have done. There are quite a few people in your Metal Tide, yet you insist on provoking me like this. Have you never thought about how your mercenaries will live in the future? The atmosphere at the scene became solemn. Following Yifan's words, many people felt flustered in their hearts. The wrath of the sovereign king of hell was, of course, well known. Back then, Yifan was furious, which was why he started the holy war. If Yifan wanted to kill a mere Metal Tide, no one would doubt its authenticity. Gonzalez felt more and more that Yifan was deliberately mystifying things. You don't have to boast like this. If you have any abilities, just use them. Gonzalez clenched his fists and said to President Maxim, "President, there should be another purpose for today's Legend Rank Summit. It is to let the entire world know whether or not these 10 Legend Rank experts truly have the strength to sit firmly in their positions." Maxim narrowed his eyes and nodded. "There is indeed such a meaning, but this is only a small part of the reason. We hope that under the leadership of the 10 Legend Rank experts, the underground world will be more peaceful and stable. Their rallying power is what we need. Ha! True gold is not afraid of fire. Today, I will expose the hypocrisy of the sovereign king of hell." Gonzalez proudly said, "I have never been willing to keep a high profile, but I also have my limits. Lucifer, if you don't make a move, then I'll make the first move." Before he could finish his words, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Gonzalez. Shadow kill. One of Asmuntis' famous consummate skills. Through the use of shadows and high-speed movement, it was an assassination consummate skill. Humph. However, Gonzalez was already prepared. In an instant, his body turned into steel, and the steel skin on his neck directly collided with Asmuntis' dagger. See! With an ear-piercing sound of metal, the dagger was unable to cut through Gonzalez's steel skin. At the same time, Gonzalez turned around and threw a heavy punch, landing in front of Asmuntis, who was in the air. Bam! Asmuntis' body flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Teacher. Sloppy Ghost. Fog Knight, Aziz, and the others ran over and helped the injured Asmuntis up. The group of people stared angrily at Gonzalez. Asmuntis spat out another mouthful of blood with a pale face. He shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Gonzalez disdainfully twisted his head and said, "I told you long ago, Asmuntis. If you were to assassinate me, I would still be afraid of you. You want to use assassination techniques in this kind of situation? You're kidding me." Gonzalez was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt an aura behind him that made his entire body tremble. It suddenly seeped into his body. Chapter 530. 0530. It was as if a huge demon shadow had already spread out from Yifan's body, enveloping the entire wide stage. A pair of scarlet demon eyes, carrying the aura of death, had already locked onto Gonzalez. The 30,000 people at the scene had just been shocked by Gonzalez's heavy punch. Now that they felt the pressure released by Yifan, they immediately quietened down. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes gathered on Yifan's body. Some of the more timid ones with low cultivation levels were already trembling all over. The only thought in everyone's mind was the same: the metal tide was going to be over. Yifan's change had naturally attracted the attention of the other people nearby. However, none of the other 9 Legend Rank experts present had any intention of intervening. Some of them watched with interest, while others were expressionless. The 3 circles of seats in the audience, the members of the association's board of directors, and the delegations of various countries were also quietly watching the situation unfold. The underground world had always been about the strong being respected. Even if there were rules, as long as you were strong enough, the rules would bend for you. Therefore, if Gonzalez wanted to challenge Yifan, no one would stop him. However, at this moment, when Yifan's aura was released, many people looked at Gonzalez with sorrowful eyes. Gonzalez's body also tensed up. He was in a trance for a moment, and there was a trace of fear in his heart. However, he quickly remembered that Yifan no longer had any cultivation, so he became more courageous. Finally angry. Gonzalez grinned and said, "I'm already getting impatient. I thought you were going to hide in the back and not dare to make a move against me." Yifan let out a long breath. His face was cold, and his gaze was like a knife. "You can say that I don't have the qualifications to sit here, because you haven't fought with me before, so you don't know me very well. But you shouldn't have hurt my brother." Aziz's expression changed greatly, and Asmuntis was also quite anxious. "Boss. Don't be impulsive. He's not worthy to fight you." Aziz shouted. Mammon, who was at the side, was puzzled. Damn, blacksmith, what are you talking about? This guy had already injured the sloppy ghost, how could the boss endure it? Your hand was injured yesterday, and the boss has already done his best to spare his life. That's right, the two of you are too strange. Why do you keep stopping boss from making a move? Beryl was also puzzled. I think they feel that they owe boss, but each of us owes boss an unknown number of lives. In any case, we can't even pay it back, so it's not a big deal to owe boss a few more times. The Leviathan chuckled. Azazel, Asmontis, and Fog Knight all had bitter expressions on their faces. They were extremely nervous, but they couldn't tell the truth in front of so many people. The sail finished smoking the last mouthful of cigarette in its hand, threw the cigarette but on the ground, stepped on it, and then walked towards Gonzalez. Every step was like a heavy hammer, releasing a pressure that shook the hearts of the tens of thousands of people present, and even more so, Gonzalez's heart. Bang! Bang! Yifan's footsteps clearly didn't make any sound, but it was as if it could give people an illusion, making them feel incomparably powerful. Tens of thousands of people in the audience couldn't help but gulp, and their nerves became more and more tense. Gonzalez felt flustered for no reason, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. What the hell was going on? Why did this man, without cultivation, still feel such a strong sense of oppression? Gonzalez was very unwilling. He thought of himself as an incomparably domineering and confident person. Even in the face of life and death, he would not be afraid. But facing Yifan, who was walking over, without the slightest bit of Jinqi and was at least a head shorter than him, he actually felt an instinctive fear. Under such pressure, he was forced to let out a loud roar. Steel body. Gonzalez didn't care too much. He first transformed his entire body into a steel form. The muscles on his body bulged, and his body grew another size. He was like a small mountain, a ferocious beast. His bulging muscles were filled with immense strength. Gonzalez's arms shook, and he stomped on the ground, causing the hard rocks to crack. Ah! Gonzalez roared towards the sky. In terms of momentum and aura, he suddenly had the momentum to overshadow Yifan. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel intimidated and afraid to approach it. It's coming, it's coming. The steel body of the steel giant. It's really like AF * King Giant. He used his trump card right from the start. It seems like Gonzalez is really going to risk his life to challenge the King of Hell. I heard that his steel body can even block missiles. Even if he's injured, he can still be repaired by metal elements. He's simply abnormal. I don't think so. Lord Lucifer's strength has been baptized by the Holy War. He has fought with so many experts from the OLD-1s and the Sacred Royal Court for 2 years. Even if Gonzalez really wants to be a legend rank expert, why didn't he choose another expert to challenge? Are you stupid? Which other expert could be easily dealt with? Relatively speaking, the King of Hell and the Phoenix Girl are the youngest, but the Phoenix Girl is a Phoenix Flame, which just so happens to be Gonzalez's nemesis. He can only choose Lucifer. You guys really don't say. Among the adepts, Gonzalez's fighting strength is already at least in the top 10. In addition to his cultivation, I heard that a few years ago, he had already reached the large success stage of body refinement. Even if I really can't win, I reckon that it will be very difficult for Lucifer to win in a short period of time. This will definitely be a bitter battle. The audience at the scene were discussing in low voices. Many of those who knew Gonzalez also understood that his reputation was not undeserved. Through that punch just now, he had injured Asmontis. This had already allowed tens of thousands of people present to witness his strength. One had to know that in terms of cultivation, the two of them were actually on par. It was because of Gonzalez's extraordinary talent and rich combat experience. Relying on his barbaric steel body, he had forcefully injured the world's #1 assassin. Gonzalez clenched his metal fist, a trace of ridicule in his eyes. Lucifer, where's your true chi? Where did your cultivation go? Why are you still hiding and not daring to use your Jin Chi even at this time? At this time, he had already walked to a position about 10 meters in front of Gonzalez, and then he stopped. He ignored Gonzalez's ridicule and looked at his brothers below the stage, saying, "Help the sloppy bastard down to rest and recuperate. Next time, don't be so impulsive, boss." You. Aziz remembered that his eyes were turning green. Chapter 531. 0531. Once Yifan was defeated here today, their hearts would shatter, their dreams would be shattered, and their faith would collapse along with it. However, Yifan only lightly smiled at them with a trace of helplessness. Then, Yifan stretched out a hand and hooked his finger at Gonzalez. "I don't need any Jin Chi to deal with you." Yifan's words caused the tens of thousands of spectators to burst into an uproar. "Are you for real? Lucifer doesn't need any true energy. Could it be that he plans to use the power of his physical body to beat the steel body? Isn't this too? No, he's just too arrogant. I don't believe that there is such a person. Even a legend rank expert wouldn't be so abnormal, right? Lord Lucifer wouldn't underestimate his enemy, would he? Something big is going to happen." The tens of thousands of people at the scene were already in an uproar. Some people felt that Yifan was too arrogant, but others felt their blood boiling, feeling exceptionally excited and expectant. Su Qingxue, who was in the stands, was so nervous that her hands were sweating profusely. Helena, who was at the side, was rather happy. This was because Yifan didn't need any Jin Chi. What they had guessed before, that Yifan had lost his cultivation, was most likely true. Even so, these contemptuous words caused Gonzalez's eyes to spit fire. He felt that he had been severely underestimated. Gonzalez was so angry that he laughed. "Haha. I think it's not that you don't use Jin Chi, it's that you're a cripple. There was no Jin Chi at all. You, a fame-seeking legendary expert, have long since become a weakling who does not have the qualifications to sit here. Today, I am here to expose your hypocrisy." The 9 legend rank experts present, other than Xiao Axioner and Zhuge Tianming, also seemed to be looking at Yifan curiously, as if they were wondering what Yifan was planning to do, to fight against Gonzalez without using Jin Chi. As for whether or not Yifan didn't have Jin Chi, they weren't particularly concerned. This was because at their level, they already knew that in many martial arts concepts, Jin Chi wasn't necessary. Yifan remained unmoved. He stood there calmly and expressionlessly said, "I'll give you a chance to make a move first." "Humph. You're still trying to be mysterious here." Feeling belittled once again made Gonzalez furious. The chi in his body was raised to the highest level, and he was almost at the body refinement realm. The pressure of the vital energy spread out, causing some of the aspiring martial artist representatives below the stage to feel a great pressure on their hearts. The few legend rank experts also looked at Gonzalez in a new light. "Oh, this Gonzalez does have some ability." The ghost captain, Oleg, grinned. "Cultivation, weak." Holy Dragon Knight Alland, who had been silent all this while, gave a brief evaluation. Michael said, "Knights of Alland, compared to you, how many people have a cultivation that is not weak? This Gonzalez is at a disadvantage in terms of age. If he was 10 years younger, his cultivation would be fine. I heard that Miss Xiao had a simple exchange with Gonzalez yesterday." "Miss Xiao, what do you think of his strength?" Zhuge Tianming asked. Xiao Axioner disdainfully said, "You sour scholar, you are the boss of the Heaven's Eye, don't you know how much Gonzalez is worth?" Zhuge Tianming waved his fan with a helpless look on his face. Sylvie giggled and said, "Whether this adept is strong or weak, we should ask our Adept Association's president, Mr. Air. What do you think of Gonzalez?" AL's mouth under the hood moved slightly as he said in a hoarse voice, "I don't judge others. As expected of President Owl, your personal cultivation is still high. Oleg said happily. The group of legend rank experts were very relaxed, chatting and laughing. They were not affected by Gonzalez's Jinchi at all. They watched with interest, looking forward to how Yi Fan would deal with it. At this time, Gonzalez had already gathered all the energy in his body, and his fighting strength had already risen to its peak. He clenched his fists tightly and stomped on the ground with one leg, causing a large amount of rocks to fly into the air. Following which, the steel body was like a solid steel missile, violently charging towards Yi Fan. This speed, along with this inertia, had already destroyed everything in its path. The strong wind it brought with it was so strong that it made people's faces hurt. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, even with Gonzalez's huge body, his speed was not slow at all. Every step he took caused a huge tremor. For a moment it was as if several muffled thunderclaps had exploded. Gonzalez had already rushed in front of Yi Fan. Steel heavy fist. Gonzalez's fist was like a battering ram. It was as if it was going to turn Yi Fan's entire body into meat paste. Boss! Below the stage, Vaziz and Asmuntis roared, wishing that they could go up and help Yi Fan block this punch. However, from beginning to end, Yi Fan's expression was calm, and he calmly raised his hand. The moment the fist landed, most of the tens of thousands of people present could not clearly see what had happened. This was because Gonzalez's speed was fast, and the speed of his punch was even fiercer and faster. Tens of thousands of people held their breaths in concentration. They wanted to see how earth-shattering the full power of this steel giant would be. In fact, many people could feel the power of this fist from afar. They subconsciously closed their eyes, not daring to see what would happen next. However, in the next few seconds, the scene that happened on the stage caused tens of thousands of people to be stunned. Boom! Yi Fan's left hand, at some point in time, was already raised there. He opened his palm and caught Gonzalez's sandbag-sized fist. The moment he caught the fist, the rock where Yi Fan's 2 feet were standing collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Fan and Gonzalez both fell into a sunken area as the stage fell. Yi Fan stood there, not moving at all. He allowed a huge pit to form beneath his feet. Even the steel structure of the stage had been destroyed, but Yi Fan did not show any signs of moving. Rocks and steel bars were unable to withstand Gonzalez's punch. The shockwave shattered the nearby rocks. However, it was this heavy steel fist that was so powerful that it made people gasp in amazement. It was caught by Yi Fan with one hand. In front of Gonzalez's thick steel arm, Yi Fan's arm was only about a third as thick. This caused the contrast to be incomparably intense, causing everyone present to be dumbfounded. From beginning to end, there was no Jinchi at all. It was just a simple stretch of his hand that blocked Gonzalez's full-powered strike. Chapter 532. 0532 inch this. How is this possible? Gonzalez's eyes were wide open in anger. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The cruelty of reality had brought him a sense of frustration and shock. It had already made his scalp go numb and his mind go blank. Some of the legend rank experts on the stage narrowed their eyes, some were puzzled, and some were deep in thought. Below the stage, Vaziz, Asmuntis, and Fog Knight were all stunned. Their mouths were wide open, filled with disbelief. They had originally thought that a tragedy would occur on the stage, but the truth caught them off guard. They were on the verge of tears of joy. Mammon, Beryl, Leviathan, and the others had originally thought that Yi Fan would be fine, but they didn't expect Yi Fan to be so relaxed and satisfied, greatly increasing their morale. Thus, they all shouted excitedly. Including the members of Bahamut, Baphomet, and the Sea Demon, they were all excited as they crazily shouted, "Divine Wrath! The Princess of Hell!" All the members of the Inferno faction had a fanatical flame of faith burning in their eyes. Everyone's blood was boiling, and a strong sense of pride intoxicated them. It was only after a dozen seconds that the rest of the audience came to their senses and realized what had happened. All the doubts and speculations from before had vanished into thin air at this moment. After the huge shock, the 30,000 people at the scene began to cheer crazily, loudly cheering for Yifan's name. Oh my God! This was simply not human. How did he do it? As expected of a legend rank expert. The strength of the sovereign king of hell is simply not something we can imagine. My legs have gone soft, I want to kneel down. This is too strong. A legend is a legend. Gonzalez is too inexperienced. Lord Lucifer must have been too lazy to care about him before. Otherwise, he would have been blown up long ago. That's right, the difference is too great. He didn't even use his Jinchi and relied on his body to receive this punch. How can he still fight? When these countless discussions fell into the ears of the people from the Metal Tide, it was naturally the most heart-wrenching. Helena and the other members of the Metal Frenzy felt the mockery in the eyes of the people around them, and their faces turned extremely ugly. When Su Qingxue saw all of this, she felt her soul tremble. Thinking about how the man on the stage who was revered by tens of thousands of people was actually her husband. The feeling in Su Qingxue's heart was indescribable. There was joy, pride, satisfaction, but there was also disappointment, worry, regret, and so on. Right at this moment, a hard, ice-cold object touched Su Qingxue's waist. Su Qingxue turned her head and discovered that it was Helena. She had already taken out a dagger and quietly extended it over. Miss Su, from now on, you better not have any wishful thinking. Helena's expression was cold and solemn. Su Qingxue bit her lips, lowered her head and said, "You guys can't win, that's not necessarily true. You are the woman she chose to marry." Helena said. Su Qingxue raised her head and looked at her coldly and resolutely, "But, he is also the man I chose." Helena's eyes narrowed as she looked at the woman in surprise. Her expression was complicated as she fell silent. In the center of the venue, the stage was in a mess. Gonzalez couldn't control himself. His arms began to tremble and he swallowed. If his face hadn't turned completely into metal, it would have been completely bloodless by now. "You. Just what kind of monster are you?" Gonzalez's teeth were chattering. Yifan didn't want to answer, and lightly said, "The move I gave you is already over. Now, it's my turn." Before he finished speaking, without waiting for Gonzalez to react, Yifan had already made his move. Yifan's right hand clenched into a fist, his body leaned forward, his arm moved back, and then pushed forward. All the muscles in his body moved according to the rhythm of Yifan's body. One by one, they transmitted waves of continuously strengthening energy. Yifan's body functions were almost all mobilized, cooperating with each other without the slightest bit of waste. When the power gathered on Yifan's fist, it was already difficult to estimate its power. On the high platform, the Holy Dragon Knight Alland, the Vampire Prince Sebastian, the Seraphim Michael, and the others all let out exclamations of surprise. Obviously, they were still able to see the ingenuity of Yifan's move. However, in the eyes of most of the people present, Yifan's fist was very simple, and just like that, it struck forward. Gonzalez didn't even have time to react before the fist landed on his abdomen. As soon as he made contact, Gonzalez didn't feel anything, but when the power that came from Yifan's fist was released like a volcanic eruption, Gonzalez was completely dumbfounded. Bam! With an explosive sound, Gonzalez's 2-meter-tall steel body was like a steel bullet. It was forcefully lifted off the ground, like a baseball that had been sent flying, and was thrown high into the air in an arc. It was obvious that Yifan's body was 2 or 3 times smaller than him, but Yifan's fist had sent him flying. The 30,000 people present could only watch as Gonzalez was sent flying high into the air and then landed on the ground in a sorry state. Cries of alarm once again exploded the entire venue. Did you see that? A fist. He sent the steel giant flying with a single punch. It really is a difference in strength between heaven and earth. Too domineering. The members of the Inferno faction were also in high spirits, clapping their hands and shouting excitedly. Ew. Boss is mighty. This aura is not any weaker than it was back then. Mammon and the others laughed excitedly. Azazel, Asmontis, and Fog Knight were all stunned. Boss. The boss didn't lose his cultivation. Asmontis was puzzled. Beside him, Leviathan raised his eyebrows. Damn it, don't tell me you don't know about the slovenly ghost. Boss has crippled his own internal energy, and now he is cultivating his own martial arts. What? There's such a thing. The three of them were completely speechless. Brother, this person. How could he be like this? You lied to us. Fog Knight was both angry and happy. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Azazel and Asmontis were speechless. Looking at their injured hands and chests, they shook their heads and sighed bitterly. They had really been played to death by Yifan. At the same time, Gonzalez, who had fallen heavily to the ground, smashed another area of the stage and caused it to cave in. His abdomen, which was made of metal, had been completely deformed, and there was a deep fist mark on it. Gonzalez's entire body was trembling as he struggled to get up. He couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. His metallization was not completely metal. Some of his organs were still unable to turn into metal, so if he was severely injured, he could still vomit blood and die. Chapter 533. 0533. As Gonzalez watched Yifan approach, he finally realized the seriousness of the problem. With blood in his mouth, he gritted his teeth and said, Before, you deliberately pretended to be like this. You're so sinister. Yifan lightly said, Whether I pretend or not, it's all my business. Don't bother me, and naturally, today's matter won't happen. Gonzalez gasped for breath, a trace of viciousness flashing through his eyes. He smiled evilly and said, Lucifer, why don't you take a look at Area F in the north stands? Yifan frowned, his footsteps paused, and he looked at the area Gonzalez was talking about. With just a glance, Yifan saw Su Qingxue, who was wearing the uniform of the Metal Tide. Su Qingxue's bright eyes also happened to see Yifan. The two of them looked at each other from afar. Yifan was stunned, while Su Qingxue uneasily clenched her fists. Yifan could no longer hear the surrounding noise and the shouts of tens of thousands of people. It was as if the only thing left in the entire world was him, who was in the middle of the arena, and the person in the stands. There were too many complicated thoughts that surged through Yifan's mind. Yifan never thought that his identity would be known by Su Qingxue, and it would be at the Legend Rank Summit. Yifan didn't know if this kind of identity would have too much of an impact on Su Qingxue. There were tens of thousands of emotions in his heart that he wanted to express. But at this moment, he felt even more anger erupt from the depths of his heart. Yifan looked at Gonzalez again, his face becoming especially gloomy. His eyes were like an evil beast that chose to devour people, and he said in a low voice, You dare to kidnap my wife. Yifan finally knew what the information Zhuge Tianming was talking about was. This damned scholar, he actually hid such information and didn't say anything. Involuntarily, Yifan angrily glanced back at Zhuge Tianming, who had a leisurely expression on his face. Gonzalez snorted and denied, What nonsense are you talking about? I just want you to see that my subordinates are supporting me. I will fight with all my might for the honor of the Metal Tide. Of course, he couldn't admit that he had kidnapped his opponent's woman. Otherwise, even if he won, he wouldn't have the face to sit in the seat of a legend rank expert. However, some of the people present were very observant. When they saw the change in Yifan's expression and aura, they realized that something was wrong. As for those legend rank experts, even in such a noisy environment, they could still clearly hear what Yi Fan was saying. Did this Gonzalez really kidnap Lucifer's wife? Zhuge Tianming, you know, and yet you still don't say it, isn't that too unfair? Oleg frowned and said. Zhuge Tianming smiled. Our information is not for nothing. This is the rule. Oh. Is Lucifer really married? Sylvie's beautiful eyes flashed. Xiao Axaner glanced at the grandstand that Yi Fan had seen before, and her phoenix eyes were filled with frost. It's his wife. This big steel ball, it's really despicable. At this point, if Gonzalez were to lose, it would be ruined. He shouldn't be able to withstand defeat, right? Mi Jiao sighed. If that's the case, then I shouldn't have challenged Lucifer. Sebastian sighed, how sad. Even if I win, it's an unfair victory. Hey, old bat, isn't your Dark Council on good terms with the Infernal Realm? Aren't you going to help Lucifer save his wife? Oleg asked. Sebastian smiled. Although we've crossed paths, we're not friends. Besides, this is a game between them. There's no benefit for us to interfere. Moreover, even if the method of kidnapping was despicable, it was still a strategy. There was nothing too deceitful in war, and that was how it should be. Legend rank experts were not without weaknesses. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many fallen legend rank experts. Everyone here, I've been sitting here since the first summit and have seen too many old friends leave. I hope that I can still see you at the next summit. Sebastian was the one who had been sitting on the legendary throne for the longest time, so the others couldn't refute him. That's right, it was a real life and death battlefield. Kidnapping and extortion were all methods. If Yi Fan couldn't pass this trial, then he couldn't blame anyone. After hearing his words, all the legend rank experts present fell silent. They were looking forward to how Yi Fan would deal with this. Aziz and the others below the stage also heard Yi Fan's words, and all of them were furious. Damn it! A bunch of bastards from the Metal Tide. They actually dared to kidnap our sister-in-law. I made a mistake. I should have sent someone to protect my sister-in-law. Asmontis blamed himself. Boss, the women in the past were all playthings. Suddenly, there was a sister-in-law, and no one had any experience. Sigh. I miscalculated. The Leviathan said. Beryl said anxiously, then what should we do? Boss, don't tell me that you're really going to be defeated by this Gonzalez. Shut your crow's mouth. Hurry up and think of a way to save sister-in-law. Mammon scolded. What can I do? Beryl felt wronged. Fog Knight said, Teacher, how about I go save him? No way. Asmontis frowned and said, The one guarding sister-in-law is Helena. With her strength, it is very likely that she will take sister-in-law's life in an instant. We cannot act rashly, or else we will cause irreparable consequences and be unable to explain it to the boss. Then what should we do now, brother? Fog Knight's eyes turned red, afraid that Yi Fan would be dragged down by this matter. At the same time, Gonzalez, who was on the stage, calmed down when he saw that Yi Fan did not make another move. He stood up shakily, spat out a mouthful of blood, and said, Lucifer, since you sincerely want to see my true strength, then I won't be polite. Today, I'll let you see why I'm called Giant. After saying that, Gonzalez opened his arms, took a deep breath, and exhaled. After a few breaths, he let out a loud roar. As he shouted, everyone in the venue felt their eardrums vibrate. Soon after, the entire platform began to shake, as if there was an earthquake. Clang! Large amounts of rocks began to fall, and the high platform began to collapse. The few legend rank experts on the stage also stood up from their seats. Looking at the collapsing scene that was approaching them, they frowned. What's going on? Why did that high platform collapse? The spectators in the venue were shocked. It's the steel frame below. Gonzalez absorbed the metal elements from the steel frame. Therefore, those brackets are only left with carbon and other elements, and are unable to withstand the weight of the rock. Some of the more knowledgeable people immediately analyzed. On Gonzalez's body, all sorts of metal elements began to converge into streams and flow into his abdomen. Chapter 534. 0534. Not only that, as his body recovered, Gonzalez continued to use metal to protect his body. Layer after layer of metal elements continuously wrapped around his body, causing his body to become even more muscular and majestic. After a large amount of metal was absorbed by Gonzalez, a large part of the platform was paralyzed. Even the golden seats of the remaining 9 legends had fallen. However, Gonzalez did not seem to intend to absorb the elements on the golden seats, lest he provoke the other legend rank experts. Even so, the metal elements provided by the support at the bottom of the platform had already turned Gonzalez from a 2-meter-tall man into a 5-meter-tall behemoth. It was as if Gonzalez was sitting in a mechanical armor. The metal wrapped around his entire body was unimaginably thick. Although he did not absorb all the metal elements, what he absorbed was some hard metal. This caused the new steel giant's body to be even stronger and sturdier than the previous steel giant's body. From beginning to end, Yifan did not move at all. He quietly stood not far in front of Gonzalez, his cold eyes silently watching. Gonzalez continued to absorb the metal elements, and he had no intention of stopping him. The 9 legend rank experts stood up and jumped to the bottom of the platform. They were all a little surprised to see the huge steel man in the middle. TSK, this Gonzalez has some skills. It won't be easy to beat him this time. His shell is very hard. Oleg stroked his beard and said. If he can still maintain the kind of speed and reaction speed with such a body, then this Gonzalez is indeed powerful, I said. It should be possible. Otherwise, logically speaking, he could continue to grow bigger. He should be able to maintain this 5-meter-tall size while maintaining his speed and reaction speed. Zhuge Tianming analyzed. Holy Dragon Knight Allen nodded, finally acknowledging Gonzalez's strength. What's the big deal? Just burn it into molten iron. Xiao Axianer disdainfully said, he's just a despicable guy. Phoenix Girl, of all the people here, only you can burn him. We can't do it. Sylvie giggled. Sebastian narrowed his eyes. I wonder what Lucifer plans to do. He seems to be indifferent. Only then did everyone quiet down and look at Yifan, feeling rather puzzled. The tens of thousands of people present were already boiling. Seeing Gonzalez reveal his true steel giant form, they realized that they had underestimated Gonzalez. No wonder he's one of the men closest to the legendary realm. How can we fight him when he's made of steel? It's like a heavy tank. It must weigh at least a few dozen tons. I don't think Lucifer will be able to survive either. Even if a missile were to hit him, it would just be a tickle, the spectators discussed incessantly, and the managers of the Saite Association were also quite nervous. They had thought that Gonzalez was going to suck away all the metal in the entire venue. Fortunately, it was just a raised platform. Gonzalez raised his arms and shouted, I am full of energy now. Lucifer, now is the time for the real battle. How about it? This time, I'll let you make the first move. Try hitting me 3 times. Ha 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 ha. Gonzalez laughed maniacally and took a step forward, shaking the entire venue. It was as if a pile driver had smashed into the ground, creating a 2-meter-deep pit. This is too abnormal. This punch, this kick, who can block it? Beryl cried out in alarm. Aziz said in a deep voice, Boss no longer has any true chi, and this Gonzalez just happens to have a strong external defense. It's not easy to deal with him. Boss. Don't underestimate the enemy. Mammon shouted. The people of hell below the stage all felt the pressure increase. The pressure that Gonzalez gave off had reached a whole new height. Only the group of mercenaries, led by Helena, were already cheering loudly in excitement. Gonzalez lowered his head, like an adult looking at a 3-year-old child, and said to Yi Fan with a sinister smile, "Lucifer, are you still not going to make a move? If you don't make a move, I'll stomp you flat." Li Fan Xian exhaled, turned his head to look at Su Qingxue who was in the stands, and said, "You don't seem to understand at all. Who exactly are you facing?" "Oh." On Gonzalez's huge head, his eyes narrowed, as if he felt that something was amiss. And at this moment, from Yi Fan's body, from the inside out, released a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. It was as if a powerful storm had instantly engulfed the entire high platform and the nearby stands. The ground on which Yi Fan stood began to tear apart, and the rocks below began to crack. The ruins around him also began to tremble. The muscles on Yi Fan's body began to swell, and each of his tendons and veins was like a horned dragon. His body swelled up. What is this? Seraph Michael was stunned for a moment. Even the legend rank experts were directly shocked by Yi Fan's move. Only Xiao Axaner, who had seen this scene before, still had a pale face. This was because she had experienced how terrifying Yi Fan's move was. His body strength is releasing a wild beast. Oh no, it should be a demon. Sebastian narrowed his eyes. Amazing. Holy Dragon Knight Allen gave a short evaluation, but without a doubt, it was an extremely high evaluation. This Lucifer, after not seeing him for 5 years, he has a new trick up his sleeve. Oleg chuckled. Even the skeleton wizard, Skeleton, who had not spoken all this time, had a few ripples on the gray mist around his body because of his surprise. Even the legend rank experts were surprised, not to mention the others at the scene. The people of Inferno were already dumbstruck. They didn't even dare to blink as they stared at the scene, afraid that they would miss any details. Did you see that? Lucifer's body. It seems. Has it become stronger? What's going on with the ground under his feet? He didn't even move, so why is the ground cracking? How strange. It's obviously so different from Gonzalez's body, but why? I feel like there's not much difference. Under the astonished gazes of tens of thousands of people, Yi Fan let out a roar mixed with all sorts of anger. Disintegrate. After thinking about it just now, Yi Fan finally stopped hesitating and used the strongest battle technique he could currently master for the second time, disintegration technique. Gonzalez felt that this terrifying pressure had already spread to every inch of his body. If this continued, he felt that even his legs would start to tremble, and he could no longer endure it. He had just said that he would let Yi Fan make the first move, but he no longer dared to do so, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Chapter 535. 0535. The angle and strength of this punch had brought out all the advantages of Gonzalez's steel giant body to its fullest. Not only was it as heavy as a heavy tank, it was also at the peak of Gonzalez's true chi level. Furthermore, it had also adjusted the angle to an invulnerable position. The tens of thousands of people present felt that Gonzalez's fist was unstoppable just by looking at this stance. From the looks of it, it was a devastating blow. It was hard to imagine who could survive such an attack. It would be difficult for them not to turn into meat paste. Just as everyone's hearts were tensed up, Yi Fan, who was under the huge fist, did not change his expression. His gaze was like lightning, and he was as cold as a god of war from hell. He stomped his foot on the ground, and the ground cracked once again because of the heavy pressure of his foot. A large number of rocks exploded, and the entire venue shook. Yi Fan's muscular arm shook with a ripple of power. He clenched his fist with one hand and brazenly faced Gonzalez's huge fist. In a split second, Yi Fan's fist collided with Gonzalez's huge fist. Most people couldn't even see Yi Fan's figure. This was because Yifan had already been covered by Gonzalez's huge body, and his fist, compared to that huge fist, was like a basketball and a baseball. "Boss!" The people of Inferno cried out in alarm. Their fingernails were about to dig into their palms as they shouted out nervously. This moment was short, but for many people, it was incomparably torturous. However, a second after the crowd shouted, Gonzalez, who was in the middle of the field, let out a miserable roar. Ew! Gonzalez's giant steel arm had actually been deformed by the metal. Clang, clang, clang. Layer by layer, the metal twisted, as if it had been flattened by something, and layers of wrinkles appeared. Yifan's body stood motionless on the spot. One of his arms transmitted a destructive force, and actually forcefully blocked Gonzalez's full-force attack. Moreover, it even caused Gonzalez's incomparably sturdy steel giant body to show signs of collapse. This was not the end. Gonzalez could feel the force continuously assaulting his body, causing him a heart-wrenching pain. The subsequent force was like a tsunami, drowning him. Crash! A heavy crash rang out. Gonzalez could not control his balance and was slammed to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Whoa! The entire audience went crazy. Once again, the crowd boiled over. Oh my God! Another punch. You knocked Gonzalez over with one punch again. This is the legendary Hercules. This power is too terrifying. It's not as simple as just terrifying strength. You have to know that Lord Lucifer can still bear the weight of Gonzalez, which is dozens of tons. Sovereign King of Hell. As expected of the Sovereign King of Hell. No wonder he could single-handedly turn the tide in the Holy War. The legendary master indeed lives up to his name. Gonzalez may be second only to the legendary master, but the gap is still too big. Not only was the audience dumbfounded, but even the Metal Tide members felt like their worldview had collapsed. The leader that they worshipped was actually unable to block a single punch from Yifan in his strongest form. For a time, the backbone of the Metal Tide all had complicated expressions on their faces. Some of them were even hugging their heads in pain. Helena's eyes were red, and the dagger in her hand was trembling. It was unknown whether it was out of fear, anger, or unwillingness. Qingxue, on the other hand, was extremely excited, but she didn't show it on her face. Her beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at the man in the middle of the venue. She had never felt like this before, that being Yifan's wife was something to be proud of. At this moment, Yifan only needed to stand there silently, and he was already like a god. Gonzalez looked in disbelief at his severely damaged metal arm. He couldn't imagine how tragic it would be if he wasn't in the form of a steel giant and was hit by Yifan's fist. He was afraid that this punch would have smashed his entire body into smithereens. What kind of terrifying power was this? What kind of terrifying control over power? Even the 9 legendary masters who were standing not far away were moved. This power is truly amazing. Zhuge Tianming narrowed his eyes. He already knew that Yifan had the disintegration technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so afraid and wouldn't have dared to brazenly snatch the thumb ring. This child, he really can surprise people. Sylvie sighed with a smile. This shouldn't be the skill that the Black Emperor taught me back then, right? Back then, the Black Emperor couldn't even throw such a punch, Sebastian said with a strange smile. Oleg chuckled and said, this is interesting. It seems that Lucifer has walked his own path of cultivation. As expected of the genius that appeared out of nowhere, Michael, Holland, and the others also nodded their heads. Actually, from the beginning to the end, they didn't have any doubts about Yifan's strength. It was just that Yifan's martial arts were different from back then, so they were more surprised. After Yifan knocked Gonzalez down with one punch, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked at his opponent coldly. Although one of Gonzalez's arms had been crippled, he still stood up shakily, gasping for breath. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear, but there was also a trace of viciousness in a desperate situation. He had waited for so many years for such an opportunity, but in the end, all of his previous efforts had been wasted. Naturally, he was extremely unwilling. In front of tens of thousands of people, he was actually knocked down by Yi Fan's punch twice. He felt that he had been completely humiliated. Lucifer. You have some ability. But do you think that's it? Gonzalez still had his final trump card, and he had already planned to use it. Think about it carefully. Next, how are you going to block my attack? As Gonzalez spoke, his head and eyes slightly gestured towards the stands in the north. The meaning was very obvious: if Yi Fan dared to fight back, he would kill Su Qingxue. However, Yi Fan was not afraid at all. He stood on the spot and coldly said, "I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" Ha! Gonzalez frowned and laughed out loud. Lucifer. Are you kidding me? Have you really thought it through? Do you think you can kill me? Seeing Gonzalez laughing arrogantly, the people of Inferno below were infuriated. Despicable Gonzalez. You kidnapped our sister-in-law. What kind of expert are you? You are a coward. Mammon cursed. You want to become a legend with just you. You should go back to the steel factory and refine yourself into molten iron. Beryl shouted. Chapter 536. 0536 You know very well whether you are a villain or not. Aziz coldly snorted. As Muntis said, Gonzalez, I used to respect you a little, but I didn't expect you to actually want to rely on kidnapping our sister-in-law to rise to the top. You've really lost face for your metal tide. Hearing the words of the people from hell, many people at the scene began to whisper and look suspiciously at the stands on the metal tide side. Are you for real? They kidnapped Lucifer's wife. But when did Lucifer get married? It can't be. Would the metal tide do such a thing? There's no point in winning like this. The spectators at the scene were naturally all talking at once. No one was sure, but the people from the metal tide all had uneasy expressions on their faces. Although the underground world paid attention to all sorts of tricks, if they really spread the news, they would still lose face. Gonzalez shouted, "Everyone present, don't listen to their nonsense. They are only worried that Lucifer will lose to me, that's why they are slandering me like this." Ha! You say that I, Old Black, am a businessman with a glib tongue, and Beryl is a useless lazy bum. You say that his words have no weight. But in our Inferno, the reputation of the blacksmith and the sloppy ghost in the world is no less than that of a steel giant like you. One of them is the leader of the Barhams, and the other is the president of the Baphomet. Would they still speak nonsense? Mammon mocked. Gonzalez coldly snorted and said, "It's useless to say more. Lucifer, if you have any abilities, just take them out. I, Gonzalez, will let you see what true endless power is today." After saying that, Gonzalez once again activated his metal ability. He opened his hand, intending to absorb the steel elements in the arena and repair his injured arm. As the metal elements once again showed signs of converging towards him, Yi Fan's eyes flashed, and his body suddenly disappeared. So fast! The Holy Dragon Knight Alland let out a surprised exclamation. In fact, in the entire venue, only a few legend rank experts could still see Yi Fan's movement trajectory. Sure enough, when Yi Fan reappeared, he was already in front of Gonzalez. The 5-meter-tall Gonzalez's head was already at the height of 2 stories. When he saw Yi Fan appear in front of him, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yi Fan's body was in the air. The moment he was in the air, Yi Fan roared and punched towards Gonzalez's face. Boom! Like a thunderbolt, when Yi Fan's fist struck Gonzalez's head, the metal on Gonzalez's head was unable to withstand this terrifying penetrating force. At the same time that the sail's arm was pulled out, it brought out a pile of metal fragments, accompanied by a pile of red and white objects. And Gonzalez's huge head had a round hole through it. Yifan's body landed steadily on the ground. Behind him, Gonzalez's burly steel body collapsed with a loud bang. In the entire venue, tens of thousands of people were shocked into silence by this sudden scene. No one would have thought that Gonzalez, who was just about to fight for 300 rounds, would actually be killed by a single punch from Yifan. From beginning to end, Yifan had only punched 3 times. With a single punch, he sent the steel body flying. A single punch had crippled the steel giant's body. 3 punches, instant kill. This overwhelming and terrifying strength once again caused everyone present to tremble in fear. Divine wrath. It was unknown whether it was Bahamut or Baphomet who reacted first and shouted. What followed was the loud shouts of all the members of the Inferno faction. Divine wrath. The creed of divine retribution once again ignited the entire venue. Aziz, Asmuntis, and the other old men were so excited that they wished they could wave their arms and shout loudly, prostrating themselves in worship. It was as if time had flowed backwards at this moment. Once again, everyone saw that familiar figure from the Holy War. Bathed in the blood of his enemies, the figure that walked back from the corpse-strewn battlefield with his head held high. Boss is the boss. It's so king satisfying. The Leviathan waved its arms forcefully. Fog Knight was overwhelmed with emotions. She covered her chest with one hand and felt as if her heart was about to jump out. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worship and adoration. However, the sound waves from the audience did not make Yifan feel proud, nor did he feel any joy. He turned around and looked into the distance at the group of people from the metal tide and the stands. Yifan's hand pointed at the stands from afar and let out a loud roar, "All of you, be quiet." This loud roar spread to every corner of the venue, full of energy. The venue quickly quieted down. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes nervously looked at Yifan, not knowing what he was going to say. People of the metal tide, listen up, your leader is dead. The people of the metal tide sat in their seats, immediately feeling as if there was a thorn on their backs. All of their faces turned pale, and they couldn't sit still. Gonzalez's death was too sudden. This mercenary group was established by him. Once he died, everyone panicked. It was as if their backbone had suddenly been taken away, and everyone didn't know what to do. However, the shock that Yifan brought them was too strong. This kind of overwhelming, invincible image had penetrated deep into their hearts, giving them a huge sense of fear and oppression. Yifan raised a finger. "First, if my woman survives, all of you can scram. I cannot pursue what happened today. 2, you can kill my woman, but you, your parents, your wives, your husbands, your children, and all your relatives. All go to hell." As soon as these words were spoken, a demonic killing intent instantly enveloped the hearts of everyone in the metal tide. Shu Qingshua's life, in exchange for the execution of the entire metal tide's 9 clans. This was obviously a super unfair exchange. Because Gonzalez was already dead. What right did they have to provoke a terrifying king of hell for the sake of Gonzalez's legend rank position? Yifan stretched out his hand and pointed at the people of Inferno below the stage. "Don't doubt whether or not I will fulfill my promise. Don't doubt whether or not I have the ability to chase after you all around the world." As soon as he finished speaking, Bahamut, Baphomet, and all the members of the Sea Demons suddenly stood up and stared fiercely at the people in the metal tide and the stands. In the camp of the metal tide, the injured Grey asked his companion, "Helena, what do you think we should do?" Chapter 537. 0537. The reality was very cruel. It was obviously impossible for them to contend against 3A rank organizations. Without Gonzalez, their strength would be inferior to any organization in hell. Therefore, when Yifan said that he wanted to kill their entire family, they could only recognize that Yifan was not bragging. When Qingxue heard Yifan's words, her heart thumped wildly. Of course she was afraid, but she also knew that Yifan was already doing his best to save her. She even felt that Yifan was going overboard. Even if she died, what was wrong with the family members of the Metal Tide? Why did they have to kill so many people? Helena's eyes reddened as she gritted her teeth and said, "If we lose, we lose. But even if we lose, we have to uphold the promise we made to the guild leader. I was born a man of the Metal Tide, and I will die a ghost of the Metal Tide." What do you mean? Are you really going to go against hell? Kill Su Qingxue. Kill Su Qingxue. Gray was surprised. Otherwise, are we going to betray the guild leader, betray the organization, and become treacherous mercenaries? Helena said fiercely, "We will bring Su Qingxue out now and take her as a hostage. We will drag this on for as long as we can. If they dare to make a move, we will kill her. Helena, you are alone, but we still have a wife and daughter. You don't try to be brave. The guild leader is already dead." The member Kanbai complained. "That's right, Helena. The guild leader's actions were not honorable to begin with. We should properly beg the sovereign king of hell for forgiveness. He said in front of so many people that he won't pursue the matter, so he won't go back on his word." Member Xiao En also frowned. Helena scolded, "Shut up. Where is your courage? How can you be so afraid of death?" Xiao En, Kanbai, and the other backbones all had bitter and fearful expressions on their faces. "Helena. Give up, that's the sovereign king of hell. You saw it too, that's not an existence we can imagine. Yeah, in front of him, we are no different from ants." The people of the Metal Tide sighed with emotion. Hearing the words of these people, Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly understood why Yifan's attack was so fierce just now. Yifan only used 3 punches to kill Gonzalez. At the same time, he also destroyed the mental defense of the Metal Tide. The intense fear made this group of ferocious mercenaries submit to it. However, what surprised Su Qingxue was that the female member who controlled her, Helena, was actually the most arrogant one. "Shut up. You traitors." He actually retreated at this time. "Have you ever thought about how our leader treated you when he was alive? Who helped you earn your money?" Helena said indignantly. Kanbai was unconvinced. "Our money was exchanged with our own lives. We're grateful to leader, but we can't risk the lives of our entire family for a dead leader." "Exactly. Helena. You're too selfish. You should think about all of us who are still alive." Xiao En also said. Helena was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She suddenly hooked her arm around Su Qingxue's neck, stood up, and used a dagger to stab Su Qingxue's throat. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned pale, and her mind was a little muddled. She didn't expect Helena to be so unyielding. "All of you, shut up. I, Helena, will never be a traitor. I promised the guild leader that I would be loyal to the Metal Tide, and I would not go against my oath. I'll kill them right now." "Ugh!" Before Helena could finish her words, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Her eyes widened as she stiffly turned her head to look at the man behind her, Gray. One of Gray's hands was injured, but the other hand was still fine. At some point in time, a dagger had appeared in his hand. At this moment, Gray's dagger had already pierced into Helena's back. "Gray. You." Helena's eyes were filled with grief, indignation, confusion, loss, and despair. "I'm sorry, Helena. I can't let you ruin everyone's lives for a dead person," Gray said seriously. Seeing this, Kanbai and Xiao En immediately took the opportunity to snatch the dagger from Helena's hand and save Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue looked at the blade that was exposed on Helena's chest and was also stunned. She never thought that things would turn out like this. We've been working together for 12 years, and you actually. Behind my back. Helena looked at Gray, tears falling from her eyes. Gray's expression was complicated, but he still pulled out the dagger and kicked Helena off the stands at the same time. No! Seeing Helena rolling down from the kick, Su Qingxue exclaimed, "Why are you doing this? She can't kill me anymore." Gray and the others from the Metal Tide all knelt on the ground. "I'm sorry, Miss Su. We were threatened by Gonzalez, so we had no choice but to capture you. Please forgive me." Su Qingxue was at a loss. She didn't know how things had turned out this way. She had clearly been saved, but in her heart, she was indescribably sick of the people who had saved her. At this moment, the entire audience let out a cry of alarm. They only saw Yi Fan jump up from where he was and actually jumped over 100 meters to the stands. "Wife, are you all right?" Yi Fan stopped his disintegration and returned to his original appearance. His entire person also looked much calmer. Actually, Yi Fan was very clear that he didn't need to disintegrate. Gonzalez wasn't his match either. It was just a few more punches and a bit more time. However, what he wanted was to defeat Gonzalez with absolute strength, so as to intimidate the people of the Metal Tide. Only by breaking down the psychological defenses of the people in the Metal Tide would they be in chaos and not dare to disobey his orders. Although it was a bit risky, this was the safest method that Yi Fan could think of, especially when there was no one else to help rescue him. Otherwise, Yi Fan could only rely on his super-fast speed after disintegrating, or let Fog Knight take the risk of using 100 Shadows to save Su Qingxue at a lightning-fast speed. No matter what, Yi Fan's plan had succeeded, and the others in the Metal Tide still retreated in the face of difficulties. However, after experiencing this mistake, Yi Fan had already made up his mind. No matter what, he had to arrange a good bodyguard for Su Qingxue and his other women in the future. Seeing Yi Fan come in front of her and hear his familiar wife, Su Qingxue felt as if a lifetime had passed. Chapter 538. 0538 Yi Fan could see the hesitation and helplessness in the woman's eyes. He felt a slight heartache and stepped forward to embrace Su Qingxue. Patting the woman's back and stroking her hair, Yi Fan comforted her. "It's all right, I'll go home and buy you strawberry donuts to eat. Soon, you'll forget everything here." Hearing this, Su Qingxue felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. Only then did she realize that the man in front of her hadn't changed. He was still the man who married her. It was just that his past identity had caught her off guard. When the tens of thousands of people at the scene saw this scene, they all applauded, expressing their blessings and admiration for Yi Fan. "Boss is really amazing. So that's the reason. I was wondering why Boss beat him up so fiercely." Mammon sighed. "Boss has always been rough and meticulous. He thinks faster than us," Asmuntus said. Leaf Fog Knight looked at the hugging couple in the stands with envy in his eyes. In the stands, Su Qingxue felt the heat of a man and felt sweet in her heart. However, being watched by so many people, she felt shy. "Who do you think I am? How could I forget after eating a few donuts?" Su Qingxue pushed the man away and said angrily, "And you didn't even wash your hands, yet you came to hug me so dirty." Only then did Yi Fan realize that his hands were still dripping with blood. He awkwardly smiled. "I'm sorry, my wife. Seeing that you look good in these mercenary clothes, I can't help but want to hug you." Su Qingxue couldn't help but smile. The corner of her mouth curled up into a smile, like a snow lotus blooming. Seeing Su Qingxue smile, Yi Fan's heart also calmed down and he let out a sigh of relief. However, he still said guiltily, "I made a mistake. I didn't expect them to kidnap you. Next time." "Definitely not. You're not a deity. how can you protect me 100%? I'm not that unreasonable. Su Qingxue shook her head. If it wasn't for Yi Fan, she would have died several times already. Naturally, she wouldn't blame the man just because of this one time. Gray and the others quickly began to beg again, hoping that Yi Fan would be able to bypass them. Yi Fan glanced at them and asked curiously, why haven't you guys left yet? When Gray and the others heard this, how could they not know what it meant? As if they had been pardoned, they hurriedly got up and ran out dejectedly. Su Qingxue suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, Helena. That's right. Leaf sail. Hurry up and save Helena. Fan Xian was puzzled. He looked down at the stands and saw Helena, who was lying there with a pool of blood flowing out of her. He said, You want to save her? Why? She was very pitiful, being betrayed by so many people. She actually just wanted to fulfill her oath. Su Qingxue said with a simple face. Yi Fan said in surprise, Wife, but this person wanted to kill you just now. The one who wants to kill me is the leader, not Helena. How could you be like this? Aren't you a doctor? Quickly save her. Su Qingxue said anxiously. Yi Fan looked at the woman's face full of worry and anxiety, and couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. Perhaps in the eyes of women, there were many things and people in this world that were far more innocent than everyone thought. She was clearly a businesswoman who was able to scheme in the business world, but she had such a simple and foolish side to her. Yi Fan was also convinced by this top-grade wife of his. All right. I'll try my best. Yi Fan didn't think that a single Helena would be much of a threat. Even if she was saved, that would be all. Thus, under the strange gazes of the crowd, Yi Fan walked down, picked up Helena's body, and went to check her pulse with one hand. What's going on? This is to save someone. Didn't that Helena just want to kill Lord Lucifer's wife? It seems to be the Lord's wife. She wants to save Helena. What the hell? This is simply hell and an angel together. Su Qingxue didn't care what the people present thought of her. She ran down and asked Yi Fan, How is it? Can he be saved? She lost a lot of blood. Yi Fan frowned and said, If we were in the hospital right now, there might be a way to save the heart, but here. It's too late for the operation. Then she's dead for sure. Su Qingxue asked in disappointment. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, There's a way, we can give it a try. After saying that, without waiting for Su Qingxue to ask any more questions, Yi Fan picked up Helena's gradually ice-cold body and jumped to the center of the venue. Yi Fan walked in front of Sylvie and said with a smile, Mistress, my wife requested it. Please do me a favor. Only then did everyone remember that there was a legend rank expert present. He was the pinnacle representative of white magic. That's right. The White Empress is a master of healing magic. But the White Queen's husband was killed by Lucifer. Will she agree to help? The audience was quite curious as to how things would develop. Sylvie was also stunned for a moment, but then she smiled and said, I didn't expect that you, Yi Fan, are already married, and were unable to bring a gift for your wife. It's a pity, then this hand of blessing magic, just treat it as a gift. After saying that, a gentle white light emitted from Sylvie's hand. The white light gradually spread out, enveloping Helena's entire body. Helena's wound began to bleed slower, and her body began to regain some heat. Healing magic can't solve the problem of a heart injury, but after using the hand of blessing, her injuries will worsen at a slower rate. You should have time to perform heart surgery on her. Sylvie said with a smile. Leaf Fan Xian nodded, That's enough, I'll leave first. In any case, it would be very difficult for this meeting to continue. The ground was a mess, and even the high platform in the middle had been destroyed. If he wanted to continue the Sci-Te conference, he would naturally need time to tidy up the venue. As a result, Yifan immediately arranged for a car to be arranged. Together with Su Qingxue, he brought Helena to a hospital in Limer Town. In the hospital, Yifan performed the surgery for more than an hour and finally saved Helena. Fortunately, Gray remembered their many years of friendship and didn't kill him too ruthlessly, leaving him with a sliver of life. However, without Sylvie's healing magic, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him. When Helena was pushed into the intensive care unit, Su Qingxue also heaved a sigh of relief. "Wife, are you satisfied now? If she wakes up and still wants to kill you, I won't save her anymore," Yifan said with a smile. Su Qingxue frowned and said, "It shouldn't be. She's already someone who died once, so there's no need to fulfill her promise to Gonzalez." Chapter 539. 0539 Qingxue was a little embarrassed and pursed her lips. "I just feel that she's a woman, being betrayed by so many people is quite pitiful. I can't control myself, so I want to help her. In the underground world, a moment of benevolence can sometimes kill oneself." A trace of reminiscence flashed through Yifan's eyes. "I'm telling you all this not because I'm heartless or inhumane. It's just that I used to have one." All right. Don't preach to me. I know I'm stupid, but I just can't control myself. Besides, isn't this Helena a very ordinary character in front of you? At most, you can protect me again. I'm not a child anymore. I was kidnapped today and almost killed. My heart is already very tired. You're still talking about me like that." Su Qingxue pouted, her eyes revealing hidden bitterness. Seeing the woman like this, Fan Xian was too embarrassed to say anything else. He scratched his head and said, "Wife, let's go first. I'm worried about you going back to Barley alone. You'll stay here with us for the next 2 days. I'm guessing that I'll only need to attend today and tomorrow. I won't participate in any of the other meetings that will be held later." Hearing that, Su Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, Can I really go to the meeting with you guys? Will the Set Society let me in?" Fan Xian laughed and playfully said, "Now that you know who I am, who do you think would dare to not let you in?" Su Qingxue bit her lips and snorted, "I know you're powerful. You're the king of hell, you're a legend rank expert. But I have nothing to do with you. You are my wife. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? But you haven't even proposed to me yet." Su Qingxue blinked and said. Fan Xian was speechless. Just thinking about this proposal gave him a headache. It wasn't that he wasn't willing, but that he couldn't think of a good idea. He had to be ostentatious, but he couldn't be too vulgar. "Wife, give me a few more days. I've thought of a good idea, so I'll immediately propose to you." Yifan patted his chest and said. Su Qingxue said indifferently, "It's fine, you can take your time. I'm not in a hurry to hold a wedding or anything." No. This had to be urgent. How could Yifan not be clear about a woman's routine? If he really dared to take it slow, he would definitely be glared at to death. When the two of them arrived outside the hospital, the people of Inferno were already waiting. Everyone stepped forward one by one, nodding their heads to greet Su Qingxue, all of them calling her sister-in-law. This made Su Qingxue feel very embarrassed. Her face was flushed red because she felt that almost all of these people were older than Yifan. This was too strange. "Wife, come, let me introduce you." Yifan also told him the names of his brothers one by one. "This is the blacksmith, Azazel. He likes to forge iron when he's free. This was the slovenly Asmuntis. This guy only wore a set of clothes for decades, and he did not shower a few times a year. His house was in a mess. This black fatty is Mammon. He's in the arms business. You've heard from Rebus before. He likes gambling and women. This is Leviathan. We call him the big cuttlefish because his pirate flag is a cuttlefish. He also has a cute daughter. His hairstyle used to be much more arrogant than it is now. As for this pretty boy, his name is Beryl. He's a lazy bum. As long as it's eating, drinking, and having fun, he's good at picking up girls. He doesn't know anything else. Su Qingxue listened to these introductions and felt a little baffled. She thought to herself, why isn't there a single normal person in this group of people? However, Su Qingxue also knew that these people were all famous in the underground world. They were all Yi Fan's life and death friends, so she naturally didn't dare to neglect them and properly got to know them. When it was Fog Knight's turn, Su Qingxue was stunned. Little sister Fog Knight, you are. Fog Knight smiled sweetly and said, I'm sorry, Sister Su. I lied to you before. Asmuntus is my teacher, and I'm an assassin. You're an assassin. Su Qingxue did not expect that such a sexy and sweet beauty would actually be a cold-blooded killer. Yes. Fog Knight smiled. Although Su Qingxue was very happy in her heart that she had truly gotten to know her husband, she was still rather nervous about the sudden change in her identity and the appearance of this group of special people around her. Boss, the association said that the tidying up is almost done. They hope that you can go back and continue the meeting. Aziz said. Yi Fan nodded, oh right, I still need to give you guys an award today. Let's go, we can't leave this matter behind. When the group of people returned to the venue, they naturally received even more attention. Especially when the people at the scene looked at Yi Fan. Compared to before, their reverence and worship were even more intense. Hee, boss, you've attracted countless fans in today's battle. Why don't we, Inferno, reorganize ourselves? How domineering would that be? Beryl raised his eyebrows. Come on, this is my last time participating in the Saite conference. If I wasn't called over by the people from the Dragon Soul, I wouldn't even be willing to come. Yi Fan had no such thoughts. Everyone was regretful, but Su Qingxue asked curiously, what connection do you have with the Dragon Soul? Li Fan Xian smiled bitterly, wife, this is a long story, I'll tell you when I get home. Everyone returned to their seats, while Su Qingxue was surrounded by the stars in the middle. When everyone was free, they discovered that the trash on the scene had been cleaned up, but the high platform that had been built previously had been destroyed. The 10 golden seats were still in a pile of scrap metal and rubble, looking rather desolate. Other than Yi Fan, the other 9 legend rank experts had already returned to the resting room to rest, and had just walked out. The president of the Saite Association, the old man Maxim, came over at this time. He stood together with the president of the Adept Association, Al, and whispered a few words. This was the former and the current president of the Adept Association. After the conversation, Maxim loudly announced, everyone, please be quiet. Because the stage of the Legend Summit was destroyed, we could only temporarily build a new stage. Here, let us thank Mr. Iyer for helping us with this marvelous work. Everyone, give him a round of applause. As soon as he said that, the audience cheered loudly and applauded enthusiastically. After all, Brother Air was very low-key, and it was rare for him to make a move. Many people had never seen his ability before. Even the other 9 legend rank experts, including Yi Fan, were quite curious as to how Al planned to rebuild the high platform of the summit by himself. Chapter 540. 0540-inch fly. He flew up. Exclamations of surprise could be heard everywhere in the venue. Although a martial artist's movement technique could soar very high into the air, flying in the air like Al and escaping from gravity was usually something only mages could do. The air around Al's body was like dancing elves. All of them listened to his call and spread out, circling around the destroyed high platform and beginning to circle. Not long after, a large number of rocks and scrap steel on the ground also floated up, as if there were countless hands holding up these waste materials. For a moment, a very wonderful and spectacular scene appeared on the scene. It was as if a piece of the field in the middle had completely violated the restraints of gravity and turned into a gravity-free state. Soon after, Al waved his hands twice. These stones and metals were all in a state of decomposition, like countless particles floating in the air. This is elemental decomposition. It should be. Brother Air has mastered all the elements. As long as he has enough time, I heard that he can decompose any substance. These metals and rocks are only very basic substances, so decomposing them will definitely not be a problem. This is too abnormal. If this ability is used in battle, wouldn't it mean that even his opponents will be decomposed? Then you're thinking too much. Although President Air is almost invincible, he still needs spiritual force to decompose the elements. Moreover, the more stable the substance, the more difficult it is to decompose it, and the more spiritual force it consumes. In other words, his decomposition is also limited, and it also requires time. If he encounters any energy obstruction such as true energy, he will not be able to smoothly decompose it. Some of the people present who were quite familiar with superpowers and magic were discussing as they watched. After about 3 minutes, most of the steel and stones had been decomposed. In the center of the field, there was only a pile of spinning particles of various elements left. After Al's body landed on the ground, he pressed one hand on the ground and condensed a ball of earth and yellow energy. As soon as the energy hit the ground, the earth began to shake and rumble. Soon after, amidst the exclamations of the audience, they saw a tall platform that was 30 to 40 meters long and wide rising from the ground. What a powerful elemental ability! If it was an earth element mage, to be able to control the earth like this, they would have to cultivate to a very high realm. Sylvie sighed. Al's superpower is innate. Compared to a mage's postnatal cultivation, its power is naturally greater, Michael said. Yifan clicked his tongue. It's good to have talent. You're an all-element mage from birth. I can't even be envious. Lucifer, you don't have to be too envious of Al. I can see that your physical talent and cultivation talent are already very impressive. Alin said indifferently. Fan Xian looked at the dragon knight wrapped in the holy dragon armor and said with a smile, Knights of Alland, you've been wearing a helmet all this time. Don't you feel bored? I'm not bored, Alland said lightly. While the legends were talking, a stage of more than 100 square meters and more than 2 meters high had been erected in the center of the field. Al waved his hands down, and the metal and rock particles circling in the air quickly fell. Not long after, these particles adhered to the new high platform. It was as if a layer of silver-gray paint had been applied to it, but it was thick and sturdy. From beginning to end, in less than 10 minutes, the center of the arena had been completely changed, and a brand new silver-gray stage had appeared. The audience feasted their eyes and applauded enthusiastically, admiring the masterpiece of a legend rank expert. Let us thank President Al for his miraculous help. After the old President Maxim took the lead to express his thanks, the staff of the association quickly went to place the chairs on the stage according to the original arrangement. After this afternoon's episode, although it was already evening, the Saite conference was not an ordinary meeting, so no one would think about eating or not eating. Everyone continued the meeting as usual. The first day of the meeting was mainly to summarize the development of the underground world over the past 5 years and evaluate the main work of the various trade unions. Of course, the promotion of some organizations would also be announced on this day. Some would be promoted, some would be demoted, some would be happy, some would be sad. Yifan and the other 10 legend rank experts did not just sit there and do nothing. They also needed to participate in the organization's rating discussion. In fact, the 10 legend rank experts were also the leaders and representatives of some major organizations. There was no need to talk about the 3 S-rank organizations, the Dragon Knights, and the Heaven's Eye. The other Arctic Ocean Whalers, Swamp Crawlers, and Dragon Souls were also A-rank organizations. As for the Sacred Royal Court and the Dark Council, although they did not have a level, they were definitely not below S rank. The Adept Association was a special existence. Its influence and strength would vary according to the adepts of each era. However, with Al here, it definitely could not be underestimated. Yifan was once the sovereign king of Inferno. Although he said that he had retired, of course others wouldn't think so. On the contrary, in the eyes of most people, Yifan had only split the S-rank organization into 3 A-rank organizations. The reason why the 10 legends were sitting on the high platform and not below the stage like the leaders of the other organizations was not only to give the people of the underground world a chance to challenge them, but also to show special respect, to show the main principle of the strong are respected in the underground world. After an entire night of meetings, Yifan also got his wish to award the 3 old brothers, Asmuntus, Aziz, and Leviathan. As one of the only 3 organizations that had advanced to the A rank in the past 5 years, the members of the Inferno faction had become the most glorious existences tonight. All of their faces were glowing with pride. Su Qingxue called the people from her branch and told them not to worry. She then sat in the stands and watched the progress of the conference with interest. At this moment, Fog Knight was patiently explaining the situation of the underground world to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue tried her best to memorize it and was extremely focused. In the eyes of the members of Inferno, all of them silently nodded their heads. When she saw Yifan giving the award to the members and enjoying the cheers and applause from the audience, Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with emotion and pride, but there was also a trace of confusion and apprehension. The meeting lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening, temporarily ending the first day of the meeting. The legend rank experts left the venue first, and the others left one after another. When he was about to leave through the VIP passageway, the secretary of the association, Han Su, was already waiting there, handing over the key to Yifan's Lycan sports car. Just as Yifan was about to leave, he met a man wearing a white robe. He also came to pick up the car and discovered that it was actually Air. Chapter 541. 05411 had to know that when Yifan saw Air 5 years ago, he remembered that his face wasn't like this. It seemed to be the face of a young man, although it was also covered by a hood, so he couldn't see it clearly. This time, Al had the appearance of a middle-aged man, and his silhouette was also different. It was said that Al's appearance had always been changing, and he had never revealed his true appearance. This time, Yifan had finally seen it for himself. Although they weren't familiar with each other, since they had met face to face, Yifan felt that he should greet them. After all, they were experts, and the two of them didn't have any conflicts of interest. It was always good to make friends. "Hey, Al, you also came to pick up the car?" Yifan greeted. When Han Su saw Al, he hurriedly and politely said, "President Al, your car key." As he spoke, he handed over a Volkswagen car key. Yifan's eyes narrowed. He almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, because he discovered that this was actually a beetle key. The dignified president of the Adept Association, one of the top 10 legends, was actually driving a small beetle. Not to mention whether this car was good or not, the key point was that this style was a bit strange. When Al saw Yifan, he seemed to be stunned for a moment. He wasn't a martial artist, so his perception wasn't very sharp. This might also be one of his few weaknesses. Al nodded, took the car key, and was about to leave. Li Fan Xian was a little embarrassed. Why did he leave just like that? It seemed like he didn't plan to deal with him. However, Yifan didn't care. If he didn't say anything, he wouldn't stick his face to his cold butt. The two of them walked to the garage together. Yifan could smell a faint fragrance drifting over from Al's body in front of him. Yifan looked at the man in the white robe and felt that he was a little familiar, but for some reason, he couldn't remember where he had met him before. When they arrived at a beige beetle, Al opened the door and prepared to get in. Al, have we met somewhere before? Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Yi-Fan couldn't help but ask again. Al paused for a moment. 5 years ago. No, I mean other than the Saite conference. Yi-Fan asked. Al shook his head. No. Yi-Fan helplessly curled his lips. All right, then see you tomorrow. Ayer didn't say anything else. After getting into the car, he quickly drove away. Yi-Fan couldn't think of anyone who looked like Al, so he could only drive out of the garage. Because it was already late at night, Yi-Fan directly drove back to the farm. The others also came back one after another, and at the same time, brought Su Qingxue back to the farm. Only now did Qingxue know that Yi-Fan's group was actually staying in such a special place, not some hotel. She couldn't help but complain, Yi-Fan actually didn't bring her here to play. How could Fan Xian know that women liked this kind of method? He could only agree. After tomorrow's meeting, he would bring her here for a good day of sightseeing. At midnight, the chef of the farm cooked a large table of dishes. Yi-Fan also brought Su Qingxue along with him to celebrate this joyous day with a group of old people from Inferno. Everyone was a martial artist, so sleeping was not essential. Therefore, they did not care about the time and ate and drank to their heart's content. Blacksmith, sloppy ghost. I'm sorry for injuring you this time. I only thought it was funny, so I was just joking. However, I later discovered that the metal-tied guy had ill intentions, so I went with the flow and beat him at his own game. Yi-Fan toasted the two injured brothers. Boss, there's no need to explain anymore. We all understand. Azazel grinned. Asmuntis also nodded. I shouldn't have doubted your strength back then, boss. Leaf Fan Xian also knew that this group of brothers wouldn't mind, so he turned around and said, Sloppy Ghost, pick a small group of people for me. They must be hidden experts, I want to bring them back to the country. Boss, you want to find someone to protect sister-in-law, right? Asmuntis immediately thought of this. Yi-Fan nodded, it would be best if they were from China. This way, it wouldn't be easy to arouse suspicion, and we can also arrange other positions for them to hide their identities. Boss, don't worry. I will get you to choose a group of reliable elites. Asmuntis said. Su Qingxue blinked and whispered, I'm not the only one you want to protect, right? Yi-Fan smiled bitterly, wife, you're so smart, you definitely can guess it. Su Qingxue snorted lightly and didn't say anything else. She also knew that after today, if she didn't have anyone to protect her, she would probably be kidnapped again. Of course, she could completely understand why Yi-Fan wanted to find someone to protect Feng Yuing and the others. Although she was unhappy, she couldn't stop him. After the meal, Su Qingxue was the first to go into her room to rest. Her ancient martial arts had just started, so she couldn't bear the hardships of the day. She still had to go to sleep. Yi-Fan called for Fog Night and arrived at an empty grassland on the farm. Brother, why did you call me out? Fog Night originally thought that when Su Qingxue came, Yi-Fan would be busy accompanying her. Unexpectedly, Yi-Fan called her out and was quite happy in his heart. Yi-Fan held a cigarette in his mouth and suddenly reached out to touch the top of Fog Knight's head. Fog Knight shrank back, its heart thumping, thinking to itself. Could it be that Yi-Fan was going to do something to her? Just as Fog Knight was lost in his thoughts, Yi-Fan's hand had already started to slowly move along her head to her neck, shoulders, arms. He touched and pinched all the way until he reached her ankles and felt them all over again. Only then did Fog Knight realize that he wasn't doing something ambiguous to her, but was sensing her physical condition. Not bad, it seems like the injuries caused by the 100 shadows have already healed. Yi-Fan nodded. Fog Knight smiled, because I used it, the injuries weren't serious. Yi-Fan puffed out a mouthful of smoke and said, Little Jia, I actually have a set of martial arts that I planned to teach you before. It was just that I wanted to put on a show for the metal tide to see, so I dragged it out for 2 days. Kung Fu. Fog Knight said in shock, "Brother, you want to teach me the heavenly life water?" Yi Fan's cultivation technique originated from the Black Emperor. Everyone knew that the Black Emperor's ultimate technique was the heavenly life water. Therefore, Fog Knight naturally thought that it was this set of internal energy. But Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, "Of course not. You've practiced the Mist Shadow Aikido for so many years, so it can be considered a high-level internal energy skill. There's no need to practice other internal energy skills. What I taught you was a set of movements that I created myself, and I haven't given it a name yet. However, the ability that you see now is the result of this training. Of course, your foundation and physical fitness are different from mine, so you can only practice the basic simplified version." Chapter 542. 0542 Fog Knight was a little disappointed just now. Yi Fan wasn't interested in her, but when he heard that he could use 100 shadows in advance after cultivating, he immediately became excited. Moreover, this was Yi Fan's original skill, which made Fog Knight feel that it had an extraordinary meaning. "Brother, do you really want to teach me? Wouldn't this be too precious?" When Fog Knight thought of the strength Yi Fan displayed, he could naturally associate it with the strength of this skill. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, "Kung Fu, no matter if it's a peerless divine skill or a normal basic skill, the key is to see how the person who practices it cultivates it. Kung Fu itself is actually a key to opening the path of cultivation. The reason I taught you this set of martial arts is actually to train your body, but how you can effectively train it and what effect it has is your own business." Fog Knight nodded seriously, "I understand. Then should I tell teacher about this?" Yi Fan smiled, "It seems like in your heart, you still respect the slovenly ghost. Don't worry, I've already greeted him. He knows that I'm going to teach you some skills." Fog Knight happily said, "That's great. If I can use 100 shadows, my strength will increase by a large amount. Don't worry, I'll teach you this set of movements first. When your body has been strengthened to a certain extent, I'll consider teaching you the full set of movements." What Yi Fan wanted to teach was naturally the simplified version that he had taught Ning Zimo and the others. However, Fog Knight's strength was much stronger than Ning Zimo's, so Fog Knight could learn a little more complicated and train more parts of his body. It wasn't until the morning that Fog Knight finally learned this simplified version of the movements. It wasn't that Fog Knight was stupid, but that he had to rest after practicing this movement twice. Thus, when the sky was bright, Fog Knight was already so tired that he almost fell to the ground. "Brother, your movements are really too amazing. All the muscles in my body, even my tendons and bones, feel like they are about to be paralyzed." Fog Knight ate some food to replenish his energy, drank some water, and rested 7 or 8 times before he managed to learn it. Yi Fan wasn't tired, so he allowed Fog Knight to have a good sleep. He went to his own room. Su Qingxue slept in the same room as him. When Yi Fan walked in, because it was still early, he was afraid that he would disturb the woman. Unexpectedly, Su Qingxue was already sitting down, as if she had just received a call. "Wife, are you awake?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. Su Qingxue stroked her hair and said, "I woke up a long time ago. It's almost 8 o'clock. I'm not a pig. I just talked to the company about something. Then let's go out for breakfast," Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue nodded, got off the bed and put on her shoes. "Are we still going to the meeting today?" "I have an agreement with the people of the Dragon Soul. I will go take care of it today, but my wife, you don't have to go. I can get someone to take you for a stroll around here." Su Qingxue said, "No need, I also want to go take a look and understand more about the underground world. Otherwise, I feel like I'm stupid and don't know anything." The Sail stood at the door with a satisfied expression, watching the woman put on her shoes, put on her coat, and then walked into the washroom. She, who had just woken up in the morning, did not have the dignity and coldness of an iceberg female CEO, nor did she have the unruly and willful temper of a young miss. Instead, she was as quiet as a pure white gardenia, exuding an enchanting fragrance, elegant and gentle. In the past, Yi Fan was still a mystery in front of Su Qingxue, but now, the two of them finally knew each other through and through. Perhaps it was because of this that Su Qingxue also let go of her guard and began to face Yi Fan more calmly. As a result, her performance in front of Yi Fan was even more calm and didn't have any sense of estrangement. This was a very subtle feeling. Even if the two of them didn't say anything, they could feel that the distance between them was getting closer. However, Yi Fan kept staring at her like this, causing Su Qingxue to feel a little uncomfortable. Even brushing her teeth felt strange. After brushing her teeth, she finally couldn't help but turn around and glare at the man. "What are you doing? You keep looking at me." Yi Fan came back to his senses and smiled. "I found out that my wife is getting more and more beautiful. I'm fascinated just by looking at you." Su Qingxue blushed and snappily said, "I haven't washed my hair for 2 days. My hair is so oily and I didn't dress up. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Wife, you're so beautiful, why would you need to dress up? I can't tell if your hair is oily or not." Yi Fan chuckled. "What can a fool like you see?" Su Qingxue shook her head speechlessly. "If those fans of yours saw you like this, they would probably go crazy. What's wrong with me now? I think there's a problem with my beautiful wife too." Yi Fan shrugged. Su Qingxue walked to the side of the toilet, put her hand on her waist and glared at him. "Get out. I'm going to pee." Su Qingxue was also drunk. This bathroom actually didn't have a door. She didn't know what the foreigners were thinking. Even if it was an open door, there was no need to open it to this extent. Yi Fan said eagerly, "I'm an old married couple, it's not like I'll peek. Get out." Su Qingxue shouted, "Otherwise I'll be angry." Yi Fan helplessly turned around, walked out of the bedroom, and closed the door. However, when he thought about how Su Qingxue was inside and took off her pants, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, Yi Fan's body was still very hot. After Su Qingxue finished washing up, the two of them went to the dining room for breakfast. The others also came to eat one after another. Right at this moment, Su Qingxue received a call. The woman listened for a moment and responded. Helena woke up. The hospital said that if you want to see her, you can go and see her. Su Qingxue said happily. Sister-in-law, that Helena wanted to kill you before, but you still saved her. You've already done your best. There's no need to see her, right? Azazel said. When Su Qingxue heard this, she said with some hesitation, but she no longer has any companions. I heard from their mercenary group that she's still alone. She woke up alone in the hospital, how pitiful. Everyone looked at each other and helplessly shook their heads and sighed. Sister-in-law, you're so kind. We admire you. Beryl grinned. Su Qingxue glanced at Yi Fan, who was silently eating a sandwich, and said weakly, how about I take a car there myself and go to the hospital to take a look? After that, I'll go to the venue to meet up with you guys. Yi Fan sighed and looked at her with a smile. Do you think this is Hua Hai? You can use a taxi whenever you want. Let me take you there. The meeting starts at noon anyway, so I can take you to wash your hair. How about it? Chapter 543. 0543. Everyone looked at Yi Fan in surprise. Obviously, they did not expect that Yi Fan would be willing to accompany Su Qingxue to do such a thing. Involuntarily, everyone looked at Su Qingxue with complicated gazes. After breakfast, Yi Fan brought Su Qingxue to the supercar and headed towards the town. Su Qingxue sat in the car and looked at the man driving the car. She said uneasily, do your friends think I'm very stupid? For someone who wants to kill me, I did all this. Yi Fan glanced at her and smiled. It's quite stupid, but what I like is your stupidity, my wife. Su Qingxue lowered her head. You're just saying that. After a long time, you'll probably get tired of me. The internet says that people like me are called Virgin Mary. I think your friends will definitely think that I'm that kind of person, haha. Wife, you're quite fashionable. You know the internet language. Yi Fan could not help but laugh. What are you laughing at? It's not like I don't go online, are you stupid? Su Qingxue said angrily. Yi Fan smiled playfully and said, Wife, you care a lot about my brothers. How do they view you? Of course, don't you care? Su Qingxue asked. I don't care. As long as I like you, I don't care what others think. Yi Fan said indifferently. But if they think I'm not good, then it'll be hard for you to be stuck in the middle. They are all brothers who have gone through life and death with you. I only appeared later. Aren't you men all very loyal? Su Qingxue frowned. Yi Fan laughed and said, Wife, it seems that you are still very attentive to being my wife. Have you already started to think about it for me? Previously, I even said that I might not agree to marry you, and that I should beg a few more times. It seems like I was just bluffing. Su Qingxue's pretty face was fiery red, and she couldn't help but reach out to pat Yi Fan's shoulder. Why are you like this? I'm being serious here. Yi Fan reached out and grabbed Su Qingxue's hand, seriously looking at her. Don't worry, wife, they won't hate you. On the contrary, they should understand even more now why I chose to marry you. Su Qingxue blinked. Really? Absolutely, Yi Fan promised. Only then did Qingxue turn around and feel a little more at ease. A trace of joy appeared on the corner of her lips as she softly asked, Then why did you marry me? Isn't it because my grandmother forced you? Of course not, Lady Su Qingxue, why are you still asking me this question? I like you, I like everything about you. Yi Fan said with a face full of sincerity. Su Qingxue's expression froze for a moment. A few seconds later, she let out an, oh, and didn't say anything else. Fan Xian looked at his wife's rather cute appearance. It was really quite cute. Why didn't he realize before that this woman was so cute when she wasn't cold? Unable to hold it in, Yi Fan reached out his hand to touch the woman's hair. Qingxue, on the other hand, was embarrassed and reached out to stop him. Stop touching me. I haven't even washed my hair, it's all oily. Wife, your head oil is fragrant. Can your body secrete some special fragrance? Yi Fan sniffed his hand and grinned. Su Qingxue's face turned red to her ears. What did you say? I'm not some plant, how can I have any spices? Wife, why don't I wash your hair? Why do you want to go to the shampoo shop? It's just a shampoo. Yi Fan was quite puzzled. It seemed that all the women he knew didn't wash their hair. I don't want to. It's very troublesome to wash my hair myself. It won't be smooth either. It'll take a long time. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan didn't know about this, so he just followed the woman. After arriving at the hospital, the two of them went to Helena's ward. When they entered, although Helena was still connected to an oxygen tube, she was already awake. When she saw Yi Fan and Su Qingxue come in, Helena's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. Helena, are you all right? The doctor said that you have passed the critical period. Su Qingxue smiled. Helena looked at Su Qingxue, then looked at Yi Fan and asked, Sir Lucifer, why did you? You want to save me? Yi Fan curled his lips and gestured to the woman beside him. Don't look at me, it's my wife who wants to save you. I only performed the surgery for her sake. If you want to thank her, then thank her. Helena's turbid eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The way she looked at Su Qingxue was especially strange. Miss Sue, why? Helena still didn't understand. At that time, I wanted to kill you. If you want to kill me, it's also your duty. You accepted the guild leader's orders and had to keep your oath. It's not that I have a grudge against you, nor is it that you have a vicious heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have explained all sorts of things to me during the meeting, so I don't mind this matter. You don't need to say anything, and I'm not asking you to thank me. I just feel that no matter what, you are loyal to your guild leader. Compared to those who are treacherous and afraid of death, you are very rare. I even feel pity for you. Su Qingshu sighed, actually, I quite admire you. Even if you wanted to kill me yesterday, I don't have the slightest bit of hatred for you. You just followed the wrong person and entered the wrong team. If there's a chance, I'm willing to make friends with you in the future. Helena's eyes reddened and her throat choked. She closed her eyes and a drop of sparkling and translucent tears fell onto the pillow. Li Fanxian thoughtfully looked at Su Qingshu beside him, thought for a moment, and then said, Helena, you stay here and recuperate until you recover. We're leaving. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave with Su Qingshu, Helena said, wait a moment. The two of them turned around and Yi Fan asked, is there anything else? As soon as he finished asking, the next scene stunned Yi Fan. Helena pulled out her oxygen tube and the drip. She forcefully endured the pain of her wound and climbed down from the bed. Helena! What are you doing? Su Qingshu exclaimed. Helena knelt on the ground and kowtowed. She choked and said, Miss Sue, I've already died once. This life of mine was given by you. If you don't mind, please take me away. My life no longer belongs to the Metal Tide, nor to any organization. From today onwards, if I have the chance, I hope to serve you for the rest of my life. Su Qingshu panicked a little and hurriedly supported her. Helena, don't be like this. You're just right. Something will happen to the wound. If it wasn't for the fact that Helena was an expert in the refinement stage, her wounds would have already relapsed under such circumstances. To think that she would be able to get off the bed and kneel like this. Chapter 544. 0544 Qingshu turned her head to look at Yi Fan, then looked at Helena's burning teary eyes. She seemed to struggle in her heart for a while before nodding. All right then, I'll bring you back to China and let you enter my company, okay? Helena nodded her head vigorously and cried tears of joy. All right. I'm willing. Thank you, Miss Sue. Then listen to me first and recover from your injuries. Otherwise, I don't want an employee whose entire body is injured and sick. Su Qingshu said. Helena kept nodding. Don't worry, I'm fine. I have a good foundation and will recover very soon. Thank you, Miss Sue. Thank you. Having found a new goal in life, it was as if Helena, who had been reborn, had a satisfied smile on her face. After Qingshu gave some contact information to Helena, she arranged to meet Hua Hai in a few days before leaving the sick room. Yi Fan brought the woman back to the car. After sitting down, Yi Fan was not in a hurry to start the car. Seeing that the man wasn't driving, Qingshu blinked her eyes and asked, What are you doing? Let's go to the barber shop, I'm going to wash my hair. Yi Fan looked at her with a complicated gaze and remained silent. Being stared at like this, Qingshu also felt uncomfortable. She frowned and said, What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, then say it. Yi Fan took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said, Did you already expect that Helena would be like this? Shu Qingshu had a blank look on her face. What did you expect? What happened to Helena? Yi Fan pinched the steering wheel and said, I thought that you saved Helena simply because you were very kind, pitiful, and admired her loyalty, but just now, I suddenly realized that your words seemed to be hinting to her that she had nowhere to go and had been abandoned by the world, and you. You are her only hope, Hearing the man's words, Su Qingshue's gaze slowly changed. It began to become deeper and her expression became cold. Li Fan Xian turned his head and looked at the woman again. He asked directly, "Tell me, wife, did you plan to recruit Helena from the very beginning and let me save her?" In the car, the air seemed to have turned cold, and the atmosphere became rather stiff. After a full 10 seconds, Qingxue said, "Is there any difference?" "What do you mean?" Yi Fan frowned. "It doesn't matter if I'm kind or if I want to recruit her, but in the end, at least she survived. Moreover, she has a new life. Isn't that good?" Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. "Yes, from the looks of it, everything is good. But the problem is, if you had thought from the beginning that this timely help would make Helena follow you wholeheartedly, then I have to say, wife, I almost thought that you were a silly wife." Su Qingshue's eyes flickered as she looked at the man. "What, if I think of this, you don't like me anymore? You don't like me anymore? Do you think I'm a scheming bitch? Do you think I'm hypocritical? Of course that's not what I meant." Yi Fan's mood was also very complicated. He forced a smile and said, All of a sudden, I felt a little. I don't really understand you." Yi Fan thought of the cute woman who was washing up in the room in the morning, and compared it to the cold woman in front of him who no one could see through. "If you feel that I'm not the kind of woman you like, then it's not too late. You haven't officially announced it to the world, nor have you proposed to me. You still have a chance to choose." Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan hurriedly interrupted, All right. Wife, no matter what you think, I can't not like you just because of this." But what?" Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan was silent, not knowing how to explain. Shaking his head, Yi Fan said, "I'll take you to wash your hair first." "No need." Without waiting for Yi Fan to start the car, Su Qingxue said, "I saw a barber shop nearby a long time ago." With that, the woman opened the car door and walked out. Yi Fan got out of the car and saw that there was a barber shop next to the hospital. It was already open. In other words, Su Qingxue already knew where to wash her hair. Just now, she was just pretending to be stupid and unable to find a barber shop, asking him to take her to find it. As if realizing that Yi Fan was looking at her, Su Qingxue took a few steps, turned around and said, "I'm not you. I don't have that much strength, I don't have that much speed, and I don't have a group of friends who can help me protect me. I want to protect my own family business, my own company, and myself. I can only rely on myself. If you think that I'm not the same as the stupid and naive woman you yearn for, if you think that I was just lying to you from beginning to end, then you can think that way. I also don't want to explain what I've done, because this is me, and what you think is your business. You can leave now. After I wash my hair, I'll leave by myself." After saying that, Su Qingxue walked towards the barber shop without looking back. Yi Fan stood there in a daze. After 10 minutes, he took out a cigarette and started smoking beside the car. In his mind, the scenes of him and Su Qingxue from the moment they first met to now appeared. There was laughter, sorrow, sweetness, and quarreling. Unknowingly, almost 40 minutes had passed. Yi Fan's eyes also slowly became clear. "Aren't you leaving?" When Yi Fan heard the woman's voice, he turned around and realized that Su Qingxue had already finished washing her hair. A head of black and beautiful hair, with a simple wave, made her beautiful and refined face look a bit more mature and charming. Looking at the woman whose eyes were obviously red, Yi Fan's heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. "Wife, this hairstyle is not bad. Who made it for you? It gives you the feeling of a young woman." Yi Fan blinked. Su Qingxue was expressionless and still asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Yi Fan laughed self-deprecatingly, walked in front of the woman and opened the door for her. "I'm not leaving, of course I'm waiting for you." Wife, get in the car. Why wait for me? Su Qingxue looked at him with a cold gaze and asked, don't you hate me? When did I say that I hate you? Wife, what are you thinking? Yi Fan laughed. Isn't it worth hating? I'm so scheming. I've always been acting to deceive you, pretending to be cute in front of you, pretending to be kind in front of you, but it's all for my own benefit. Even so, you still believe me? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan took a deep breath and seriously looked at the woman for a while. After a long silence, he nodded. I believe in you, Yi Fan said with certainty. Why? Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. Chapter 545. 0545 time seemed to have frozen at this moment. When she heard the man's reply, Su Qingxue's pair of moist eyes stared straight at Yi Fan, as if she was infatuated. She never would have thought that Yi Fan's answer would be so straightforward and simple. It was so simple that she didn't even need to think about what the man meant. After a full minute, Yi Fan saw that the woman didn't react, so he smiled and went up to touch the woman's face. Silly wife, what are you daydreaming for? Get in the car. Only then did Su Qingxue come back to her senses. She dodged a step and faintly said, You're the fool. I lied to you, but you still believe me. Fan Xian smiled playfully and said, Only you know if you are acting or not. But to me, it doesn't matter if you are acting or if you are real. I like your real self, and I like your acting self. It's all a part of you. Besides, if you can act for a lifetime, what's the difference between acting and real? Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Looking at the man's calm smile, she nervously asked, You still want to live with me for the rest of your life? Of course, if I marry you, of course I'll grow old with you. Yi Fan said. But I lied to you. Su Qingxue didn't understand. Wife, you misunderstand. From the beginning, I never cared that you lied to me about Helena. If you want to take Helena as your subordinate, that's up to you. I think that's very good. She is a well-trained, loyal, and powerful martial artist. Plus, she is a woman, so she is more suitable to follow and protect you. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders and praised, This choice of yours is very correct, I didn't even think of it. Su Qingxue asked curiously, Why? Then just now, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, Let me finish. I thought about it carefully. You are a businessman. If you were so simple as to be a good person, then the embroidery group wouldn't have survived until now. Actually, when I first met you, I didn't think you were a naive woman. At least on some major issues, you would definitely have your own thoughts. Su Qingxue's eyes were blurry as she clenched her fists tightly. Yi Fan said, Actually, I was worried before that you were too kind. Sometimes, you would put yourself in a disadvantageous situation. But now, after seeing your little scheme for Helena, I'm relieved. In any case, my wife isn't really stupid. In fact, she's smarter than I thought. Of course, I'm still a little unhappy that I was almost fooled by your acting. Su Qingxue frowned, In the end, you still hate me. In your heart, you despise my methods. Yi Fan smiled, walked forward, and forcefully hugged Su Qingxue. Then, he turned the woman around and pressed her onto the Lai Ken Chao. You! What are you doing? Su Qingxue's hands were fixed by the man, and her face was filled with panic and shyness. Fan Xian helplessly sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Wife, why don't you understand? I don't care what tricks you use, what tricks you play, it's all your instinct. If you can deceive me, then that's your ability. I can't wait to be happy that my descendants have high IQ genes. Why should I despise them? The only thing I care about is whether your feelings for me are real. Are you sincere when you're with me? Because at least I'm sincere. Shu Qingxue was startled and stopped struggling. Her eyes were watery as she looked at Yi Fan. Their eyes met. After looking at each other for a long time, Yi Fan lowered his head and kissed her heavily. Although this was not the first time, they had kissed a few times before. But this time, after experiencing the storm between the two of them, when their lips touched, Su Qingxue felt an unprecedented electric current coursing through her entire body. Shu Qingxue opened her eyes wide, her delicate body trembled twice, and she let out a moan. She felt the heat and strong emotions coming from the man, wanting to drown her. Shu Qingxue slowly closed her eyes, and a crystal-clear teardrop rolled down from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't help but use her two arms to hook onto the man's strong tiger back, using an unprecedented amount of strength. After kissing for an unknown period of time, Yi Fan finally let go of the soft woman who was almost out of breath. Looking at Su Qingxue, whose eyes were red, face was pink, and face full of grievance, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Wife, why are you crying? Yi Fan stretched out his hand and wiped away the tears on the woman's face. Su Qingxue panted for a while before raising her head and saying with a serious face, I am sincere. I didn't lie to you about my feelings. Li Fan Xian smiled even more happily. I know, you hugged me so hard, I can feel it. As long as you are sincere in your feelings, I won't mind anything else. I didn't mean to lie to you about Helena. Just like you said, it was my instinct. I thought of this plan at that time and immediately did it. I want to make myself stronger as soon as possible, so that the gap between us can be shortened. That's why I want to recruit Helena. After all, she has the strength, and can tell me a lot about the underground world. Su Qingxue said faintly. Shorten the gap. Yi Fan was puzzled. What gap? Do you still need to ask? You are already a legend rank expert, and you still have such a great power. I am just an ordinary merchant, I will only hold you back. Su Qingxue sniffed and said, I also want to become stronger as soon as possible. Even if ancient martial arts cultivation takes time, since our Su family is the controller of the Heaven's Eye, there are still elders who support us. Then I want to hurry up and try to take back the Heaven's Eye as soon as possible. That way, you won't despise me. Yi Fan was speechless. Wife, I didn't despise you at all. Why are you thinking so much? You really want to take back the Heaven's Eye. Zhuge Tianming, that sour scholar, is not someone to be trifled with. That's because you don't despise me now. When your other friends, the powerful people you know, see that I am so ordinary, they will definitely feel that I am not worthy of you, and then you will lose face. After a long time, you will despise me. Su Qingxue said with some vexation. Yi Fan felt that this woman really thought too much. How could he care about what others thought? Wife, don't let your imagination run wild. Whoever dares to say that you are not worthy of me, I will slap him to death. Yi Fan frowned. Su Qingxue shook her head. I don't want to do that. I will always rely on you to protect me. I also need to make myself stronger as soon as possible and recruit more people. Actually, I didn't lie to you on purpose this time. I was just afraid that you would despise me for being too scheming, because you have always liked my innocent and cute side. I was afraid that I would destroy my image in your heart. Yi Fan looked at the woman shyly lowering her head and saying such words, and almost burst out laughing. Chapter 546 0546 You. What are you laughing at? Su Qingxue also realized that what she said was too strange. Her face flushed red and she stomped her feet in anger. You're not allowed to laugh. I'm serious. Yi Fan laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Oh my God, what kind of stupid wife did I marry? Why is there such a woman in this world? Are you crazy? What's wrong with me? Su Qingxue said gloomily, I really think so. Do you men still like scheming, black-bellied women? That's not the problem. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed, wife, the key is, you don't have to say it so clearly. I can understand. You just want to maintain a good impression, it's not like I don't understand. But you have to say what's in your heart, and you're even saying it so seriously. I feel that you're too stupid, Su Qingxue said angrily, I lied to you, but you don't like it. Now that I'm telling you the truth, you think I'm stupid. Aren't you being too hard to talk to? I'm angry. I'm ignoring you. Go to the meeting by yourself. Su Qingxue felt that she didn't even have the face to see anyone, so she turned around and was about to leave. Li Fan Xian hugged the woman from behind and whispered into her ear, wife, don't be angry. Don't I think you're cute? It's not like I despise you. Actually, you don't have to deliberately maintain your image. Just like how I know, when you were looking for Tong Weizhen, you definitely didn't expect anything in return from her, right? Only then did Su Qingxue calm down and turn to look at the man. Moreover, I feel that the expression on your face when you eat the donut doesn't seem to be an act. You really like it, otherwise you wouldn't be in the orphanage, competing with that little ball for the donut, right? Yi Fan blinked. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then nodded her head. She even added, that little girl called Tuan Tuan, I still remember her. Next time, I'll bring her a box too, so that she won't have to fight with me over it. So, don't think that I will have any prejudice against you. People always have different sides, there's nothing strange about this. My wife is still very kind and cute. Yi Fan touched Su Qingxue's face and said. Su Qingxue's heart also calmed down. She discovered that the man was actually very understanding of her and was very happy. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Yi Fan smiled and said, all right, let's go. It's time to go to the venue. Su Qingxue nodded, but then she thought something was wrong and said, should I change my clothes? I wore the same clothes yesterday, and I'm still wearing the same clothes today. Isn't that inappropriate? Yi Fan was stunned, why? You are so famous in the underground world. If I don't dress well, won't I embarrass you? Wearing the same clothes for 2 days, wouldn't that be very degrading? Su Qingxue worriedly said. Yi Fan almost rolled his eyes, this girl was thinking too much, wife, listen, you look like a fairy, you look good in anything you wear. If you dress up too much and provoke the other women, wouldn't that just be pulling hatred for me? Yi Fan almost rolled his eyes. Being praised like a fairy, Su Qingxue was happy, but she was still nervous, is that really the case? It's absolutely true. Besides, I don't want other men to stare at my wife. Yi Fan said seriously. Oh, so you're so stingy. All right, let's go. Su Qingxue was in a good mood and got into the car by herself. In the hospital parking lot, although there were some twists and turns, the two of them had a deeper relationship, and the distance between them had also shortened by quite a bit. Yi Fan could feel that Su Qingxue's performance in front of him was even more natural. This was also what he wanted to see. However, Su Qingxue actually planned to take back the Heaven's Eye. This ambition really worried Yi Fan, but he couldn't stop her. He could only take it one step at a time. After arriving at the venue of the Sai-Te conference, Yi Fan put Su Qingxue down and let the woman meet up with his brothers to take a seat. He walked into the VIP lounge and saw the secretary of the council, Han Su, talking to Zhuge Tianming about something. Sir Lucifer, you came at the right time. Han Su smiled and said, I came to inform you that I hope you won't leave early. Today's Legend Rank Summit will continue until 10 p.m. Yi Fan was puzzled, there's a summit today. Why are we sitting on the stage? Aren't the delegations and organizations having a meeting today? Yi Fan thought that these legend rank experts could actually come or not. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fan wanted to take care of the Dragon Soul delegation, he would rather take Su Qingxue shopping. To be honest, there is actually a special matter that needs to be resolved at this Sci-Te conference. Han Su said, Sir Lucifer should be very familiar with one of the most famous scientists in the underground world, Dr. Ganesha, who has disappeared. Yi Fan frowned, elephant nose. He has already passed away. I saw him die with my own eyes, and I was the one who scattered his ashes into the sea. What? Dr. Elephant Head has passed away. Han Su was shocked. Yi Fan gestured to Zhuge Tianming, if you don't believe me, ask him. Scholar, you should be very clear about this matter, right? Zhuge Tianming smiled and waved his fan, my information is not free. Damn it, it's so hard to deal with you. Why do you like money more than me? Yi Fan gloomily shook his head and asked Han Su, in short, he's already dead. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Why did you mention him? Han Su was stunned for a moment, then sighed, it's like this. Actually, our association has always had a cooperative relationship with Dr. Elephant Head God. He is our consultant on scientific research. Before he disappeared, he placed a safe in our association. He said that when the conference began, he would open this safe and use the opportunity of the conference to choose a wise master to possess the items inside. What is that? Yi Fan asked. Han Su shook his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I have no way of knowing my authority. However, half of the reason for this Legend Rank Summit was to invite the 10 Legend Rank experts to take a look at the legacy of the Elephant Head God. Because before the Elephant Head God disappeared, it was rumored that he was researching the elixir of immortality, so we have reason to suspect that the contents of this safe are related to the elixir of immortality. If that's the case, then this is an incalculable amount of wealth. If we don't have the strongest experts in the world guarding us, our association would never dare to open it. Li Fan Xian frowned, secretly feeling that it was strange. Before the Elephant Head God died, he had told him that there was no such thing as an elixir of immortality. In theory, it existed, but without the lighthouse element, it was impossible to make an elixir of immortality. Chapter 547 0547 The reason we didn't announce this matter before was because we were afraid that someone with ulterior motives would find out and come to snatch it in advance. But now that we have the 10 great legends in charge, we can announce that we will open Dr. Elephant Head's safe tonight. Han Su said with a smile. Yi Fan thought for a while, but couldn't figure out what the Elephant Head God was trying to do. He asked Zhuge Tianming, do you know what's in that box? Don't tell me you're asking for money for information again. Zhuge Tianming smiled faintly, the secrets of the heavens. Don't reveal it. If it wasn't for the fact that it would take me so much effort to beat you up, I would really King want to beat you up. Yi Fan shook his head. The second meeting began to focus on some of the major events in the underground world. Some of the disputes over interests also followed. Sure enough, the Dragon Soul of China was besieged by all parties because China had obtained the Earth axis. However, the representative of the Dragon Soul was already prepared. Ho Lei and Wu Mo's various counterattacks were watertight. First, China still didn't know what the Earth axis was, and they didn't even know if it was good or bad, so they had no obligation to share it with the world. Second, this was China's internal affairs. If there was a problem, look for the government and the army. Don't chase after the Dragon Soul. Yi Fan listened to the iron teeth of these fellows and secretly admired them. No wonder they were able to obtain such a high position in the Dragon Soul even though they didn't know any ancient martial arts. With China's current status in the world, it was naturally impossible for other countries to act tough on the surface. At least on the surface, they could only talk nicely. During the intermission of the meeting, Ho Lei brought the delegation and specially ran in front of Yi Fan and the people from the Inferno department to greet them politely. Especially Wu Mo, who had been rather disrespectful to Yi Fan before. This time, he changed into a flattering smile and flattered him. Yi Fan also knew that these guys wanted to borrow his influence overseas so that more people would shut up and not chase after the dragon soul. Not only him, Ho Lei and the others also ran over to Zhuge Tianming to get close to him. Among the 10 legends present, 3 of them were from China. This made some of the Western countries, led by the Magnesium Nation, very depressed. When the second half of the meeting began, they no longer competed with the dragon soul. After seeing that the dragon soul wouldn't suffer any losses in the meeting, Fan Xian had fulfilled half of his promise to Ciel Infuan. As for the remaining half, he didn't forget to find the traitor. Over the past few days, the assassins that had been sent to Baphomet to keep an eye on him had already made some progress. Taking advantage of the dinner break, Yi Fan quietly snuck out of the venue and got into an inconspicuous black car. Fog Knight sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel. Seeing Yi Fan come up, he stepped on the accelerator and set off. "Are you sure it's that person?" Yi Fan asked while sitting in the car. Fog Knight nodded. "I've confirmed it again and again. It's the guy you suspected. The one who stole the documents that day when it rained was the one who planned to run away today." Yi Fan sighed regretfully. What a pity. If only he was an ordinary honest person. How great would that be? "Brother, I admire your observation skills. If it were me, I would probably have my eyes on that Wumo." Fog Knight smiled. "That guy just likes to play with women. He's a little narrow-minded, but he still doesn't have the guts to commit treason," Yi Fan said. Fog Knight pouted. "Those guys from the Dragon Soul, there aren't many serious ones. They just casually follow them. If they're not going to the casino, then they're going to look for women. Brother, if you want something to use against them, I can give you a bunch. Come on, I'm not interested in dealing with them. I'm just doing Murphy a favor." Yi Fan waved his hand. After driving for less than 10 minutes, the two of them arrived near a cemetery on the west side of the town. The environment here was beautiful, and a Gothic cathedral stood beside the cemetery. There were a few cars parked outside the church, but because it wasn't a day of worship, no one came over. It was very deserted. Leaf Yi Fan and Fog Knight walked into the church. The door was open, and when they looked in, they saw a woman wearing black clothes and a black hat praying in front of the statue. Beside her was a large suitcase. She seemed to be planning to go on a long journey immediately after finishing her prayers. "Lord, as long as I safely arrive at the Magnesium country, I will serve you devoutly for the rest of my life." After the woman finished her prayer, she turned around and pulled up her suitcase. Just as she was about to leave, she raised her head and saw Yi Fan and Fog Knight standing at the door. "Ah! Yi! Mr. Yi!" Yi Fan looked at the fat middle-aged woman and extended his hand to greet her. "We meet again, Big Sis Song." The woman in front of him was Ho Lei's female secretary, Song Meiji. When Song Meiji saw Yi Fan, her expression was already very nervous. Her face was deathly pale. "Mr. Yi. You. Why are you? How would I know you're here?" Yi Fan shrugged. "Of course there are people watching you. Staring at me." Song Meiji's gaze dodged. What's there to stare at?" "Big Sis Song, now that things have come to this, do you still need to escape?" Yi Fan sighed. "Actually, from the first time I saw you, I knew that there might be a problem with you. You don't need to hide anything anymore." Song Meiji was stunned. She raised her head and said, "You. Where did you see that? You are not a secretary of an ordinary department. You are working for the Dragon Soul, and even if you are a secretary, you should know the rules of confidentiality. You can't talk too much, and you can't say what you shouldn't say. But the first time I met you, when you sent me out of the hotel, you said a bunch of bad things about Wu Mo. Although it looks like Wumo is disrespectful to me and you specifically want to comfort me, from the point of view of a professional Secret Service secretary, you are very unprofessional. You should be feeling guilty and have probably guessed that I was brought here by Ciel Linfuan to specifically catch the traitor. That's why you wanted to mislead me. Yifan smiled. It's a pity that you will only expose yourself like this. Song Meiji was astonished. She had never thought that the intelligence she thought she had would actually reveal herself. You have to buy food for Hole, buy all kinds of random things for the others, and all the hard work of running errands is basically done by you. And in some important occasions, like today's meeting, it's not your turn to enter. Therefore, this makes it very convenient for you to take some documents out and hand them over to your contact person. Moreover, you are also a secretary in charge of copying documents. As long as you copy more occasionally, you will naturally have everything you need. With your honest appearance, no one will doubt you, right? Yifan said with a smile. Chapter 548. 0548 Yifan, I have no enmity with you. I just want a sum of money to live a better life. I don't want to spend the rest of my life alone as a servant who can be ordered around. I have already devoted my entire youth to the dragon soul. I have no husband, no children, I have nothing. I don't owe the country. But the country owes me. Don't you think it's sad for a person like me? Can't you just pretend that you didn't see me so that I can live a good life of my own? Song Meiji spoke with great sincerity, her face full of sorrow and desolation. Yifan narrowed his eyes. If you really only send out some documents, then I might consider giving you a way out, but, Big Sis Song, the information you sold out has killed many lives that are fighting against the Azura on the front lines. Song Meiji's expression froze. After a few seconds, she smiled miserably. Is that so? So you're not going to let me go? Yifan nodded. Big Sis Song, put down your things and come with me. Ha! Song Meiji sneered and said, if I go back, I'll die. I won't go with you. It's not like I'm the only one here. You have the ability. You can come and take me back. When Fog Knight heard this, it immediately said unhappily, you're just bluffing. With just you, you don't need my brother to come and capture you. As he spoke, Fog Knight quickly sprinted forward, intending to knock Song Meiji out. But at this moment, 3 gray streams of energy that looked like streams of air suddenly attacked Fog Knight. Sun! Yifan sensed that this gray energy was extraordinary and shouted loudly. Fog Knight's reaction was also fast enough. It quickly circulated its true energy and dodged the 3 streaks of gray energy. 3 streaks of gray energy landed on the wooden chairs of the church. The wood that was hit directly rotted, emitting a foul smell. Death aura. Yifan immediately came to his senses. What kind of energy was this? He quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Fog Knight. He looked towards the back of the church and said, this is really strange. There's actually someone in the church who's using undead magic. Could it be that I'm entering a fake church? From the moment Yifan entered the church, he didn't notice that there was someone hiding behind him. This made Yifan's heart tremble. This meant that the person who used necromancy was at least as strong as him, and it was even possible that the person was stronger than him. Father! Song Meiji shouted excitedly. A man in a black robe walked out from the back. He had a head of gray hair and a thin face. He wore a pair of silver-rimmed round glasses, giving him a benevolent look. However, it was precisely this priest who didn't look like a bad person who made Yifan feel a fatal threat. The instinct to fight made Yifan immediately say to Fog Knight, when we fight later, don't be impulsive. That person. It's very dangerous. When Fog Knight heard this, his nerves immediately tensed up. What kind of person would be able to make Yifan feel danger? I didn't expect you to be here, Lucifer. The priest smiled. Yifan narrowed his eyes. you know me. Of course I know you. Although you don't know me, I've known you for a long time, said the priest meaningfully. Who are you? Yifan asked curiously. As far as I know, there shouldn't be anyone else in this world who has this kind of necromancy strength other than the undying skeleton. Oh. Is that so? What a delightful evaluation. The priest smiled and ignored Yifan. Instead, he walked to Song Meiji's side and said, Madam Song, you are too careless. It is all because of your negligence that things have become like this. Song Meiji begged, Priest, I beg of you, take me away from here. I can give you half of my money. The priest stretched out his hand and placed it on Song Meiji's head. Madam, money means nothing to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a gray aura of death enter Song Meiji's nose, ears, and mouth. Ah! Song Meiji screamed and fell to the ground. Her body quickly dried up and shriveled up. In just a few seconds, she had turned into a dried corpse. Yifan had already guessed that things would turn out like this. He sighed in his heart, but he didn't have the time to care about Song Meiji's death. Lucifer, I didn't expect you to come. You messed up our plans. I really hate it. The priest looked at Yifan from the corner of his eyes. So, in order to make the plan work, I can only leave you here for now, Yifan's mind flashed. This guy said that he had a plan and a set time. Could it be that he was referring to the time of the Sai Te Great Assembly? Such a powerful necromancer had actually appeared in Limer, but the people at the Sai Te Great Assembly seemed to know nothing about it. This was already very strange. This was definitely not normal. Yifan suddenly realized that this guy's goal was probably the Sai Te Great Assembly from the very beginning. Roar, return to the meeting immediately. Tell President Maxim that there is a necromancer who wants to harm the Sai Te Great Assembly. Yifan hurriedly said. After Fog Knight knew the seriousness of the situation, it nodded and immediately turned around to run. Seeing this, the priest coldly snorted and waved his hand. A deathly aura suddenly filled the air at the entrance of the church, blocking Fog Knight's path. Fog Knight's cultivation was much weaker than the priest's, so it could only circulate its true chi and run in the direction of a window. Just as he arrived at the window and was about to jump out, he saw a large blade made of bones suddenly slashing in. Clang! The glass shattered, and the user of the bone broadsword was actually a white skeleton. What made Fog Knight's expression change even more was that there was more than one outside. Looking over, there were 20 to 30 skeletons with different weapons in their hands. They were summoned, and their bodies were filled with a poisonous aura of death as they surrounded Fog Knight. Seeing this, Yifan didn't say anything else and attacked the priest, the initiator of all this. This was a cemetery, and it was filled with death energy. It could summon a large number of dead people. If this guy had hidden some corpses here earlier, then he could have formed an army of the dead. Under these circumstances, it was obviously unwise to fight against those corpses and skeletons. The best way was to kill this priest. Yifan's figure was as fast as lightning. With a swift movement, he had already arrived in front of the priest. He punched out and hit the priest's head. Bam! Chapter 549. 0549 Yifan was stunned for a moment, then realized that the situation was not good. Sure enough, when the head was knocked off, no blood flowed out from the priest's neck. Instead, a gray aura of death sprayed out. Damn it! Yifan should have known that the reason why he didn't discover this priest was not because his aura was concealed too well, but because this priest. It was a dead man. This was just a corpse controlled by a necromancer, speaking on behalf of that wizard. If I am not mistaken, this priest was indeed one of the priests here when he was alive. That is why he has such a kind countenance. Yifan reacted quickly. After dodging, he was not affected by the deathly aura. The priest's corpse finally fell to the ground, and the blood in his body had long since dried up. Yi Fan frowned. Song Meiji probably didn't expect that the priest she saw was actually a dead man. Yi Fan couldn't find the wizard's real body, so he turned around and rushed out of the church, kicking 2 skeleton soldiers flying with his 2 kicks. Fog Knight was a woman after all. Facing so many corpses and skeletons, coupled with the fact that the other party didn't know fatigue and was covered in poison, it was very strenuous for her to fight. Seeing Yi Fan coming over, Fog Knight anxiously said, "Brother. What should we do now? Destroy all of these things and then rush out. Call Osmuntus and tell him to quickly tell President Maxim that the meeting must stop." As Yi Fan spoke, his body quickly repelled the skeletons and the dead. However, these death warriors didn't know fatigue at all. As soon as they were kicked away, they would stand up again and continue to attack the 2 of them. What made Yi Fan even more annoyed was that there seemed to be a trend of increasing numbers. Fog Knight tried to make a phone call, but found that there was no signal at all. "Brother. There's no signal here. I suspect they cut off Limer's communication signal. Damn it. What exactly does the Azura want to do?" Yi Fan's mind flashed, he gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, we won't fight. Jump out. Run back and report. Jump out." While Fog Knight was puzzled, Yi Fan had already picked her up. Soon after, Yi Fan kicked away the 2 corpses that were attacking him. Then, he ran a few steps along the empty space and leaped high into the air. The sail carried Fog Knight and jumped over a distance of tens of meters, leaving the encirclement of this group of death warriors. After putting down Misty Knight, the 2 of them were about to run back when they saw a black-robed magus waiting for them on the road ahead. Grey mist of death swirled around the magus. His hood covered his face, making it hard to see him clearly. In his hand was a magic staff, on which hung a large number of skeletons. There were adults, children, and even some birds and beasts. It was an extremely frightening sight. Seeing this black-robed magus, Yi Fan and Fog Knight were both stunned. Skeleton. This magus was one of the 10 great legends sitting in the site assembly, the undying skeleton. How is this possible? Brother, isn't he at the venue? Fog Knight was shocked. Yi Fan was also puzzled. He felt that this matter was becoming more and more fishy. Skeleton let out a hoarse and deep laugh. "Lucifer. Your body is really amazing. You can actually jump so far without relying on your qigong. Unfortunately, I can't let you guys go back yet. I'll let you guys send a message." This was the first time Yi Fan heard Skeleton speak. From the first time this guy appeared, he hadn't said a word. Suddenly, Yi Fan thought of something and frowned. "You. Could it be that the one in the venue you thought of it?" Skeleton laughed evilly. "That's right. That's not me at all, it's just a big toy that I summoned." Yi Fan's eyes flashed. "Skeleton, you are a legend rank expert after all, why are you with the Azura? Could it be that you are the Azura King? You have too many questions, and I don't need to answer you." Skeleton said, "You and this woman, just play with me here for a while." After saying that, Skeleton raised his staff, and a torrential aura of death surged towards Yi Fan and Fog Knight like a grey wave. Torrent of death. Seeing this, Yi Fan hurriedly picked up Fog Knight and quickly dodged to the side. With Fog Knight's speed, it was impossible to avoid such a large area of effect undead magic. "Brother. You don't have to worry about me. You're not a match for him like this. I'll take care of myself," Fog Knight shouted anxiously. However, Yi Fan didn't want to take the risk. With a few quick jumps, he arrived at the top of the church and put Fog Knight down. The torrent of death below only stopped when it reached the 20-meter-tall wall of the church. "Stay here at the top. This way, you won't be surrounded by those corpse warriors, and it'll be easy to avoid those spells," Yi Fan said. Only then did Fog Knight understand that Yifan wanted to put her in a safe position, so he immediately nodded. After Yifan put down the girl, he jumped down. He knew that if he didn't defeat Skeleton, even if he could run, Fog Knight would still die here. Therefore, he had to fight. If Skeleton was an ordinary mage, then it would have been fine. However, he was a necromancer, and the death aura itself carried poison. Yifan didn't know if his body could withstand the poison of the death aura. With an extremely fast speed, he relied on pulling the air to break through the encirclement of the death aura and threw a punch straight at Skeleton's head. Bone wall. Skeleton summoned a thick white bone shield and placed it in front of him. Bam! Yifan's fist smashed apart the bone shield and discovered that Skeleton had already floated backwards like a ghost. At the same time, a dozen or so skeletons that looked like burning ghost flames flew towards him. Netherworld flame. Yifan clenched his teeth and punched forward, shattering a skeleton. Then, he kicked another one, and after 7 or 8 times, he completely destroyed a bunch of flying skeletons. These netherworld ghost flames did not have much heat, but they were surprisingly cold. Moreover, they would affect the tendons and meridians of the body, causing the blood flow to slow down. After Yifan was burned, his hands and feet felt a little uncomfortable, but in general, it didn't have much of an impact. Skeleton was very surprised. You can actually block my netherworld flame with your bare hands. Yifan didn't have the time to chat with him. Using his advantage in speed, he approached Skeleton and punched him in the head. However, at this moment, a colorful poisonous snake appeared from under Skeleton's black hood. Hiss hiss. Chapter 550. 0550. Fortunately, Yifan's eyes and hands were quick, and his reaction speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. With a sideways dodge, he quickly moved his hand away, preventing the venomous snake from succeeding in its sneak attack. The viper's attack failed, and it retracted back into its hood, disappearing without a trace. Under this black robe, it was unknown if there was only this venomous snake, or if there was some other venomous creature hidden within, causing Yifan to become even more vigilant. He. Skeleton laughed evilly and said, "That was close, that was close. Fortunately, my little darling was able to react. Lucifer, your speed and strength are indeed astonishing. No wonder Gonzalez didn't even have the slightest temper after being beaten by you. Do you only know these insidious tricks? Your strength shouldn't be limited to just this, right?" Yifan frowned. He realized that although this guy's physical condition was very ordinary, he had too many evil moves. It really wasn't easy to make a move. Skeleton said, "Didn't you not use your strongest state to fight me? If you and I want to decide the victor, it will take a long time. I don't have the leisure to fight to the death with you." At this moment, Fog Knight, who was standing on top of the church, shouted, "Brother! Not good. Cemetery. Look at the cemetery." Yifan turned around and saw that in the middle of the cemetery, there was already a vast expanse of death aura. The appearance of this death aura also meant that a large number of undead had been summoned. Rotting corpses and ghastly white skeletons crawled up from the ground. At the same time, they carried a large amount of corpse poison. It was eerie, terrifying, and incomparably frightening. The key was that most of these corpses seemed to have died not long ago and had yet to completely rot. They should have been transported to this cemetery a few days ago and specially buried here to be used for Skeleton to summon. At a glance, there were at least 400 to 500 corpses and skeleton soldiers. A single person was an army. The power of a necromancer was vividly displayed. Ha ha. Skeleton's body quickly floated backwards as he waved the staff in his hand. A large amount of gray energy formed ripples that spread out. Frenzy of the dead. The death energy that Skeleton had released was attached to the corpses and skeletons, as if it had ignited some kind of fuel in the bodies of these undead creatures. Suddenly, the eyes of these corpses and skeletons shone with a ghostly light, and the corpse poison on their bodies became exceptionally dense. This berserk spell made the originally clumsy body of the undead warriors become swift and fierce. This was something only a necromancer with a high cultivation could achieve. Go! My undead army! With a wave of skeleton staff, the 400 to 500 undead army let out waves of mournful roars and ran in one direction. Some of them were running, while others were running on all fours. Using both their hands and feet, their speed was extremely fast, and they didn't know fatigue at all. Furthermore, they wouldn't follow the path to climb over the small hill and pass through the forest. Everywhere they passed, they would leave behind a large amount of death aura, and the flowers and grass would wither. This direction was shockingly the main venue of the Sai Te assembly. Yifan felt his scalp go numb. Could it be that this crazy magus was planning to kill everyone in the venue? Although the legend rank experts might not feel any pressure and would be fine, but many other people from the underground world with mediocre strength would be in trouble. If Xiao Axaner was here, she might still have a chance to use her large area of effect phoenix flames to block it. However, Yifan was not good at dealing with this kind of situation, and could not stop this undead army. All he could do was go back and inform the others as soon as possible, but Skeleton didn't want to give him the chance. Lucifer! You're distracted. Skeleton laughed evilly. At some point in time, he had already pushed out another torrent of death, charging towards Yifan. Yifan jumped high into the air. After avoiding this wave of death aura, he stepped on the wall of the church and used the force to dive downwards. However, Skeleton's speed wasn't slow either. Seeing Yifan's kick coming towards him, his body once again floated away. After Yifan landed on the ground, he supported himself with one hand and somersaulted again. With one foot on the ground, his body shot towards Skeleton. Although Skeleton's speed wasn't as fast as Yifan's, he had a lot of defensive and delaying methods. He once again summoned several white bone spears and shot them towards Yifan with a so sound. Yifan shattered the bone spears in the air, and just as he was about to reach Skeleton, he dodged them again. Give up, Lucifer. You won't be able to catch up to me, even though your absolute strength is no weaker than 5 years ago. However, the way you cultivate is purely to pursue the power of your body's origin. A cultivator like you happens to be restrained by me. Ha 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 ha. Skeleton laughed complacently. Yifan's gaze was gloomy. Although he didn't want to admit it, it seemed that this guy was right. If it was 5 years ago, he would have possessed the inner force of the heavenly life water and relied on his talent in learning to master almost all the martial arts in the world. There were many ways for him to deal with Skeleton. As long as it was a domineering and masculine martial art, it would be able to break the yin qi of the undead spells and achieve a very good result in battle. Moreover, to deal with this death aura, he only needed to circulate his yin qi, and the death aura wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. And the current Yifan, although relying on the continuous development and training of his body, his strength had increased, his speed had also increased, his reaction, endurance, resistance, and all sorts of other physical qualities had increased. Of course, it would be best to use absolute strength to deal with an opponent like Gonzalez who was fighting head-on. However, when he met an opponent like Skeleton, who had always been playing tricks with you, Yifan felt like he couldn't even use his entire body's strength. This was because when the opponent didn't come into direct contact with him and didn't fight head-on, it would be very difficult for Yifan to display his advantage. The only person he had met before that could be considered an opponent was Xiao Axaner. However, no matter what, Xiao Axaner was still an ancient martial artist. Moreover, it was a head-on battle, so Yifan could still fight. But now that he had met Skeleton, who was also at the legendary level, and the other party was a mage, he simply avoided close combat and kept attacking from afar. Yifan felt that it was extremely strenuous. If this goes on, if I don't get dragged to death by him, I'll be exhausted to death by him. Yifan muttered in his heart. This was a cemetery, and the unending stream of death aura could allow Skeleton to fight for 10 days to half a month. Although Yifan wasn't affected by the death aura at the moment, Yifan didn't know if he could withstand it after a long time. Chapter 551 0551 At this moment, another wave of attacks from Skeleton arrived. Prison of the Dead. A large amount of death aura gathered on the ground, surrounding Yifan. White bone spikes shot up from the ground like a monster, wanting to bite Yifan to death. Yifan dodged back and forth, but he was incomparably aggrieved, and his body was constantly being corroded by the aura of death. Netherworld Fire. Skeleton took advantage of the situation to give chase, once again releasing a dozen or so skeletons burning with ghost fire, continuously bombarding Yifan's body. Yifan helplessly inhaled a large amount of death aura, and was then burned by the netherworld fire. He could clearly feel that his body was slowly losing control of itself. Fog Knight stood on top of the church. Although not many undead warriors could attack her, seeing that Yifan was surrounded, he was extremely anxious. Brother, hurry up and run. Don't worry about me. This shout reminded Skeleton of something. Skeleton smiled evilly and said, Lucifer, I'll kill this little girl first, then I'll slowly waste my time with you. After saying that, Skeleton turned around and shot a bone spear at Fog Knight. Fog Knight was nimble. With a jump, he stepped on the bone spear and leaped up, avoiding the attack. However, Skeleton was already prepared, and another whirlpool of death aura gushed into the misty night sky. Fog Knight was in midair, so it was impossible to dodge. Seeing that he was about to be engulfed by a whirlpool of death aura, Yifan's figure suddenly jumped up from the ground and pushed Fog Knight's body away. Fog Knight rolled down from the top of the church, but it was fine in the end. But when he turned around to look at Yifan, he saw that after forcefully withstanding this wave of death aura, his body had clearly stiffened, and his skin was ashen white. Yifan gasped for breath, feeling that it was difficult for his lungs to breathe. This death aura was accelerating the weakening of his organs. Fog Knight's eyes were moist. Brother, why did you save me? You. How are you? Fog Knight jumped onto the roof again and threw itself to Yifan's side, about to cry. Don't come near me. Hide behind me. Yifan coughed a few times with difficulty. Fog Knight blamed himself, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been injured like this. In theory, although it was currently very difficult for Yifan to defeat Skeleton, if Yifan left from the beginning, Skeleton wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, Yifan wholeheartedly wanted to protect Fog Knight, so it was naturally very difficult for him to divert his attention to fight. Skeleton said in surprise, Lucifer, what kind of training did your body undergo to be able to withstand so much of my death aura and still not die? Hee. If I kill you and make you into my toy, it will definitely be a very outstanding work of art. Yifan raised his head and grinned, we haven't fought to the end yet, you're thinking too much. Oh. The gray aura of death around Skeleton's body shook. Looks like you're going to fight me to the death. Fan Xian was too lazy to waste any more words. If this continued, he would definitely be exhausted to death. Disintegrate. The sails suddenly stood up, roared, and once again used the disintegration technique. Although Yifan had just used the disintegration technique yesterday, he didn't feel any side effects. Other than the decrease in his physical strength, he didn't feel any discomfort. Therefore, Yifan didn't care if there would be any problems if he continued to use it like this. He planned to disintegrate once again and try to defeat the skeleton wizard in front of him. Every cell in his body, along with the use of the disintegration technique, was mobilized. The deathly aura and poison in his body were also expelled from his body. Yifan felt as if his body had been reborn after disintegrating. Once again, he was glad that he was lucky enough to obtain such a strange and powerful technique. If he didn't have the disintegration technique, his own cultivation method wouldn't have been able to unleash 100% of his combat prowess. Thank you, Lingshan. Yi Fan naturally didn't forget Su Lingshan, who had given him this technique. Even if it was for Su Lingshan, Yi Fan didn't want to die here. No matter what, he had to wait until the woman returned to his side. After Yi Fan disintegrated, he stepped on it, and the entire roof of the church caved in. Fog Knight knew that Yi Fan was about to start a real bloody battle, so he didn't want to burden Yi Fan. At this moment, he had already hidden at the back. Skeleton was also much more cautious than before. A large amount of death aura swirled around his body, and he even summoned several giant white bone shields. Come, Lucifer, let me see what kind of power can kill a steel giant with a single punch. Skeleton sneered. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He leaped down and faced Skeleton's position. His body moved at high speed, as if he had disappeared in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions rang out. The 3 giant white bone shields had already been shattered by Yi Fan's barbaric charge. Skeleton seemed to be shocked. He didn't expect that after disintegrating, Yi Fan's impact would increase by more than 1 level. Just as he was about to float backwards, Yi Fan had already appeared in front of him. Yi Fan's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. His body, which was nearly twice as strong, punched over like a howitzer being fired at close range. Die! Yi Fan's fist punched out. The venomous snake in Skeleton's cloak didn't even have time to react. It didn't even have the chance to come out and bite. Yi Fan's fist landed on Skeleton's head. Bam! No blood flowed out. Yi Fan felt that what he had hit was only a pile of bones. Just as Yi Fan was feeling puzzled, a large amount of death aura came out from Skeleton's robe, wanting to enter Yi Fan's body. Several colorful poisonous snakes also bit towards Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan's hand was like lightning, tearing apart and killing these poisonous snakes. His body retreated, leaving the encirclement of the deathly aura. What made Yi Fan feel inconceivable was that under Skeleton's hood, there was actually a skeleton. This skeleton was already extremely broken, and only half of it was left after being hit by Yi Fan's fist. However, as the aura of death lingered around it, the fragments of the skeleton slowly reassembled, once again forming a complete skull. Damn it! What the hell are you? Yi Fan couldn't help but curse. He had fought against countless opponents in his life, but he had never seen anyone whose head had been knocked off and could still recover. What? Does it feel strange? Skeleton's skull opened its mouth and laughed strangely. It even moved its neck, as if it was trying to verify if it was assembled properly. Do you think that my title of Immortal and Skeleton Wizard is something that can be casually said? I, Skeleton, am already an undying incarnation. Even if you destroy my body, I can still be reborn indefinitely. *T. You're not a god, you're just a wizard. Although I don't know why your head is a skull, if I can't kill you once, I can kill you twice, thrice, or even 100 times. Chapter 552. 0552. However, Skeleton was already prepared this time. Although he was almost unable to dodge Yi Fan's attack speed, he had already summoned a violent storm of death around his body in advance. Hurricane of the Dead. Skeleton's body was surrounded by a mass of death aura. Within 100 square meters of him, the intense death aura swept up a large amount of sand and dust, restricting Yi Fan's movements. Not only that, Skeleton also summoned several skeletons around his body. A large number of bone spikes continuously harassed Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan could block these attacks after disintegrating, it was very difficult for him to get close to Skeleton's body like before and attack him directly. For a time, the two of them fought back and forth in this hurricane. At the same time, at the venue of the Sai Te conference, Although Yi Fan had not returned to the venue for a long time, the meeting still had to be held as usual. All sorts of miscellaneous problems in the underground world were discussed until nightfall. For many of the participants, it was already rather boring. After all, many things were just discussing some new rules. But even so, no one left the venue early. This was because the last project of the day was to open the safe of the once most intelligent scientist in the underground world, Dr. Elephant Head God, in front of the 10 legends. It was no longer a secret that the Elephant Head God had been missing for 2 to 3 years. This was most likely his scientific legacy, or even the legendary elixir of life that he had researched. Finally, when it was almost 10 o'clock at night, the president of the association, Maxim, stood up and said, "I believe that everyone has been waiting for this news for a long time, including the 10 legend rank experts on the stage. Thank you for your patience. Next, we will open Dr. Ganesh's safe and see what was left behind before the doctor disappeared." The scene immediately burst into cheers. This was much more attractive than talking about rules and regulations. Several security guards from the Sai-Te Society entered the venue with a black metal safe. This safe was opened by a password, but it was not some high-end iris, voice, or face recognition. It was an ordinary digital password. When the safe was placed in the center of the stage, President Maxim walked onto the stage and said in a loud voice, "When the Elephant Head God came to my office, he gave me this safe and only told me the password. I, Maxim, swear on my 60 years of experience in the underground world that I have never opened this box in advance. On this point, I hope that everyone here can believe me. This is also the first time I've seen the contents of this box." "President Maxim, you don't have to say that. Everyone believes in you." Oleg laughed. "That's right, President. Your character is the benchmark for everyone in the underground world." Sylvie also smiled. The representatives of the various organizations, countries, and the tens of thousands of people present had no objections, and indeed, no one raised any doubts. This was because in Maxim's life, he had always been a representative of justice, fairness, honesty, and reliability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the president of the Seth Association and make all the tyrants give him face. Maxim nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trust in me. Then, I will open the box now." Maxim turned around and pressed a complicated password in front of tens of thousands of expectant eyes. Sizzle, the safe opened. Maxim exhaled and slowly opened the door. Inside, there was a document. Other than that, there was nothing else. Maxim took out the document and looked at the 4 English letters on it. He frowned, but still said loudly, "A-N-K-H. This is the name of this document." The tens of thousands of people at the scene immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone was guessing what it was. As for a portion of the delegations present, as well as the organizations and individuals who had some understanding of the immortal medicine, their eyes were filled with excitement. Ankh! Cross of Life. Could it be that this is really the information on the immortal medicine researched by the Elephant Head God? Oleg stroked his beard and said, "Heavenly Master Zhuge, could it be that your heavens I already knew that there was an ANKH inside? Is this true or not?" Sylvie asked with a smile. Zhuge Tianming waved his fan, and there was no substance to be seen on his face. He smiled and said, "Forgive me for not being able to answer this question. Deliberately mystifying things. Even if you have the heaven's eye, it's impossible for you to know everything. If you could monitor an intelligent scientist like the Elephant Head God, wouldn't his scientific results have already been discovered by you?" The Holy Dragon Knight Alan said disdainfully. As an S-class organization, the Dragon Knights had never been on good terms with the Heaven's Eye. This was because one of them walked the path of an expert's cultivation, while the other seemed to be a sneaky way of monitoring the entire world. The Dragon Knights were very disdainful. Zhuge Tianming did not retort, but shook his head with a calm smile. If there really is an immortal medicine, then it would be interesting. Your human civilization is about to enter a new era. Sebastian narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Sebastian, don't worry. Even if humans really have the immortal medicine, they won't kill all of you dark creatures. After all, you can still treat them as animals and keep them in the zoo. Seraphim Michael sneered. Sebastian's eyes immediately surged with killing intent, while Michael also stared back without fear. In an instant, the information on the suspected immortal medicine appeared. The two legendary experts of the Dark Council and the Sacred Royal Court had already shown signs of tit for tat. In fact, the reason was very simple. The only thing that humans were weaker than the Strigoi was that their lifespans were short. No matter how powerful a human was, they would still be unable to resist the passage of time. Once a human expert could continue to live, they could continue to cultivate. If this continued, most humans would grow stronger than the Strigoi. As for the Strigoi, they were limited by their generation and bloodline. They were basically fixed at birth, and it would take 10 times, 100 times more effort than humans to increase their strength. He could only rely on his long lifespan to become stronger bit by bit, constantly learning combat skills and experience. Therefore, the reason why the Strigoi were able to survive until now, experience a long history, and control a large amount of resources and wealth, was because humans would die, while the Strigoi were almost immortal. If humans also became immortal, then the Strigoi would not be a match for humans at all. In the end, their fate would probably be the same as other animals, becoming an ornamental creature in the zoo. Therefore, the Dark Council absolutely could not allow humans to possess the immortal medicine. Chapter 553. 0553 Then, President Maxim, please open this document and let everyone have a good look at it. Prince Sebastian had a smile on his face, but behind this smile, there was clearly a hint of killing intent. President, you don't have to listen to him. Michael stood up and proudly said, this was given to the Society of Seth by the Elephant Head God. Why should we show it to the vampires of the Dark Council? Michael. Sebastian stood up, his handsome face revealing a sinister expression. Do you really think that I don't dare to make a move here? Michael grinned. What's wrong, are you in a hurry? I don't care if you dare to make a move or not. My sword of promise has long since been prepared. As Michael spoke, he placed a hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Maxim was anxious. You too. Don't be like this. For the sake of this old man's face, don't be impatient. The Dark Council and the Sacred Royal Court were both very important existences to the underground world and even the entire world. If a war were to happen because of such an obscure document, it would not be worth it at all. President, it's not that I'm trying to provoke you, but the contents of this document are very important to us Strigoi. I hope today, I can figure out what exactly this is. Sebastian said seriously. Maxim sighed and said, I knew that opening this safe would lead to some unexpected situations. But, Prince Sebastian, I hope you can sit down first. There are representatives from various countries and leaders of various organizations here. We can take our time to think about it and study the contents of this document before making a decision. Sebastian narrowed his eyes and suddenly raised his hand. A blood-red halo flashed from his fingertips, and a complicated rune appeared. Soon after, a dazzling blood-red light shot out from Sebastian's fingertips and shot up to the dome that was tens of meters high. Bam! The blood-red light pierced through the ceiling of the indoor stadium and exploded in the pitch-black night sky. A blood-red rune appeared. Michael frowned and said, Sebastian, what do you mean by this? Are you using your Strigoi signal to summon your clansmen over? Nothing much. I'm the only Strigoi here. It shouldn't be too much for me to find a few of my own clan members, Sebastian said lightly. You haven't even started reading this document, yet you're already this scared. It seems that even though you, a blood prince, have lived for more than 3,000 years, your guts aren't that big. Mi Jiao Lai mocked. Obviously, once it was confirmed that this was the method to develop the elixir of immortality, Sebastian wouldn't be able to tolerate it. This was related to the safety of the entire blood race and the dark creatures in the world. Seeing that the sacred royal court and the dark parliament were at loggerheads, the other legend rank experts were very calm. No one had any intention of helping either side. Maxim also regretted opening the cabinet, but if he didn't open it on this day, he was afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. At that time, it would be more troublesome if someone robbed him. Guys, I'll invite the representatives of the research team to take a look at this document, and let the professionals make a judgment. Peace is the most important, Maxim said. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream from outside the venue. Soon after, a large number of screams and terrified voices rose and fell one after another. Blazing Angel Michael was the first to react. He frowned and said, "What a strong aura of darkness. Undead creatures." The group of legend rank experts all stood up and looked in all directions. They only saw a large number of berserk corpses and skeletons crazily pouring in from the entrances of the venue. These undead creatures pounced on the people at the scene, biting, attacking, and resorting to all sorts of means. Almost all of the people in the venue were elites of the underground world with fighting strength. However, these undead creatures had the support of fanaticism and did not know pain. It was very difficult to kill them, and with the intense corpse poison, it was very difficult for them to unleash their fighting strength. The space in the venue was relatively small, so once the corpse poison spread out, there was no way to avoid it. Not long after a group of undead creatures poured in, hundreds of people were poisoned and fell to the ground. What's going on? Where did this undead summon come from? Ghost Captain Oleg turned his head to look at the skeleton wizard. Skeleton. You summoned it. Captain. Skeleton is with us, how could he have summoned it? Sylvie said. Skeleton did not make a sound and stood there silently. Sebastian. Is it you? You are so vicious. You actually used undead creatures to attack the venue. Michael pointed his spear at the vampire prince. Is there something wrong with your head? I just sent the signal, and my people haven't even arrived yet. Furthermore, we are noble Strigoi, how could we use such a dirty undead spell? Humph. Black magic has always been the domain of the Strigoi. If you don't use it, it doesn't mean that no one in the Dark Council can use it. Michael said. This king said it's not. Not at all. I, Sebastian, dare to do and dare to take responsibility. While the two of them were arguing, Xiao Axayan could not bear to watch any longer, argue annoying. He was going to die. First, get rid of these dirty things, and then if you want to fight until the sky turns dark, you can do as you please. The Phoenix girl is right, everyone should go and repel these undead creatures first. Sylvie also supported. President Maxim was in a terrible state as he shouted, fellow citizens of the underground world. Please do not panic. We have legend rank experts present. Everyone, work together to face the enemy. Before he could finish his sentence, a red figure, burning with golden flames, had already flown up to the stands. It flew towards the place where the corpses were densely packed. It was Xiao Axayan. Something big has happened. Let's do something as well. We can't let the little girl be too tired by herself. Oleg also jumped a few times and rushed up to the stands. Soon after, a white light lit up on Sylvie's body. Al summoned a gust of wind and flew up. Holy Dragon Knight Alland and Zhuge Tianming also brought their subordinates and went in different directions to support them. Michael and Sebastian looked at each other for a while, but in the end, they didn't fight. They ran in different directions. When the other legend rank experts moved, the black-robed skeleton slowly walked towards a passageway. Everyone thought that he was also going to support them, so no one paid special attention to him. Seeing this situation, the people of Inferno also felt very uneasy. Could it be that someone wants to snatch the inheritance of the elephant head god? Beryl said. Let's not think about that for now. Why isn't the boss back yet? Mammon said in surprise. Chapter 554. 0554 Su Qingshue's pretty face turned pale. She had never seen this kind of undead creature invasion before. It was like a zombie movie, but this time, she had seen it with her own eyes. Yifan. Why isn't Yifan back yet? Will he be fine? Su Qingxue nervously grabbed Asmuntis' arm. The woman's heart was thumping wildly, afraid that Yifan had encountered these terrifying things and met with mishap. Asmuntis nodded seriously. Sister-in-law, you have to believe in boss. There is no doubt about his strength. Sister-in-law, you are in the middle of us. We will bring you out. As Aziz spoke, he shouted, Bahamut, listen up. Protect the queen. Asmuntis also gave the order to the assassins of Baphomet, anyone who tries to get close to the king will be killed without mercy. A group of warriors from the Inferno faction quickly gathered and formed a charging formation, protecting Su Qingxue at the innermost side. This was the first time Su Qingxue had heard them call her queen and become the wife of the king of hell. This title was understandable. However, Su Qingxue didn't feel any happiness, embarrassment, or shyness, because her mind was in a state of panic. She was only worried about Yifan's safety, worried that the man might have encountered something. Yifan could actually guess that the fanatical corpse army had already rushed to the venue. This was because his battle with Skeleton had already lasted for more than 10 minutes. In such a high-intensity battle, every minute that it lasted would consume an astonishing amount of stamina. Yifan could clearly feel that his disintegration had consumed a large amount of stamina, and his speed was gradually unable to keep up with his own consciousness. Skeleton's spiritual force had also weakened by a lot, and the frequency at which he released necromancy had also begun to decrease. Yifan relied on his disintegrated and strengthened body to resist the poison of the death aura, but after a long time, he was still affected in the end. Fortunately, Skeleton didn't seem to be able to hold on for much longer. After releasing a torrent of death, Skeleton began to float towards the graveyard. Lucifer. If you want to continue fighting with me, then come to the cemetery. Seeing this, Yifan knew that he was going to the depths of the graveyard to absorb the energy of the undead and recover to a certain extent. Logically speaking, it was fine for him to take advantage of the situation to chase after him. However, Yifan still gave up. Firstly, Yifan didn't know how to fight, but he could kill Skeleton. Secondly, Yifan's main goal was to break through his obstruction and return to the venue to save people. TSK. Let's go. Seeing that he could finally get rid of Skeleton's obstruction, Yifan hurriedly left the cemetery with Fog Knight. The car had long been destroyed in the battle. Fortunately, the two of them were not slow. Of course, Fog Knight knew that time was of the essence, so he ran down with Yifan and ran towards the direction of the venue. Skeleton, who was enjoying absorbing the death energy in the graveyard, let out a cold laugh, under the night sky, in the forest. Fog Knight saw that Yifan had returned to his original appearance and stopped disintegrating, but he was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Brother, are you all right? You seem very tired. Fog Knight said worriedly. It's fine, it's important to hurry back. This was the first time Yifan had disintegrated for so long. He felt more and more that this disintegration technique was extremely terrifying. One had to know that Yifan's physical fitness was already very abnormal. Yifan felt that in the history of mankind, there might not even be a person with a physical fitness like him. However, using this disintegration technique, in just 10 minutes, Yifan was already so tired that it was as if half of his life was gone. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Su Qingxue and his brothers, Yi Fan would have loved to lie on the ground and sleep. Then, what did the person who created such a technique that consumed so much energy and had such high requirements for one's physical fitness back then? Could it be that this was the result of the research of a human genius with extraordinary talent? Yi Fan was worried in his heart. Even if he ran back to the venue, if the situation was urgent, would he still be able to use disintegration? This was because he felt very tired right now. But no matter what, Yi Fan could only grit his teeth and persevere. He passed through the forest, climbed over the hillside, and ran towards the flickering lights in the distance. The venue of the Sai Te Great Assembly had already become an azure hell. All the entrances and exits were blocked by the aura of death and the corpse warriors. It was rare for them to rush out, but they were all poisoned to death. It was one thing for the crazy corpses and skeletons to attack the people of the underground world, but the fanaticism virus they brought with them was actually like an infectious disease, constantly spreading. Once these viruses were inhaled, some people with ordinary willpower would become like mad dogs, starting to bite the people nearby. Unknowingly, thousands of the more than 30,000 people present had already been infected with the virus, and the number was still increasing. The elites of the underground world were all bloodshot. Some of them didn't even differentiate between friend and foe as they crazily slashed and bit. As more and more people fell, more and more people died. The scene was like a river of blood. A golden pillar of fire pierced through a dozen infected corpses, directly burning them into nothingness. He turned around and chopped off the head of a corpse, burning another one. Xiao Axaner's entire body was burning with golden phoenix flames, excluding the death aura and preventing it from being harmed. Many people at the scene saw that Xiao Axaner's phoenix flames could restrain undead creatures, so they all approached her, begging for her protection. However, Xiao Axaner was very annoyed and kept scolding those people, "All of you, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Block me. How can I burn it?" By herself, she had already killed hundreds of corpses and skeletons. However, because there were too many people at the scene, many places were too crowded, and the exit was blocked by a large number of corpses, it was very difficult for her to burn a large area. "Miss Xiao, we can't fight like this. We need to open a path and let everyone spread out. Only then can we use our fists and kicks." Zhuge Tianming repelled a few skeleton soldiers with a fan and came to Xiao Axaner's side. "Nonsense. Of course I know to let people out. But didn't you see that all the tunnels are filled with poisonous gas and corpses?" Xiao Axaner snappily said, "Do you think that the people here are all so good at movement techniques that they can all fly out? If there's no suitable passage, we can create one." Zhuge Tianming smiled and looked at Al, who was using ice magic to freeze the corpses not far away. "President Al, why don't you and the captain cooperate? As long as everyone runs out, the death rate will be greatly reduced." When Oleg, who was punching and kicking, heard this, he laughed out loud and said, "What a good scholar, your brain is still better." Al turned his head to look at Zhuge Tianming, and nodded in understanding. He floated into the air, opened his hands, and summoned waves of strong air currents, forming a horizontal tornado that swept towards the direction of a passageway. The wind didn't hurt anyone, but it emptied out a large area in that area. At the same time, Al summoned the water vapor from all directions and gathered it in this area. In 10 seconds or so, a large amount of water actually appeared. It was as if a huge water droplet had broken free of gravity and was floating there. It weighed several tons. When Ghost Captain Oleg saw the water, his eyes lit up. "Good, good, good. This water is enough. Fighting on land is really suffocating." Chapter 555. 0555. The slender and wide blade brought with it a deep blue halo, like a bright mirror. It was breathtakingly beautiful, completely like a work of art, not a terrifying divine weapon. When the Neptune's blade was unsheathed, it was like a wave of the sea that reverberated in the venue. What a good blade. It said that the Vikings' heirloom weapon can only be used by those blessed by the sea. I'm so jealous. Some people noticed that the Spectre captain had taken out his signature weapon and could not help but look over. Oleg stood on the spot and raised the Neptune's blade in his hand. The huge water droplets floating in the air began to naturally gather towards the Neptune's blade. At this moment, there was not the slightest bit of his usual playful expression on his face. He was like a god of war standing proudly in the sea, his beard and hair flying in the wind. The moment the water droplets touched the Neptune's blade, the water droplets began to surround Oleg's body like obedient fairies. Air, who was in the air, withdrew his control over the water elements. The water droplets were now completely under Oleg's control. Oleg roared. The water droplets flowed along the Neptune's blade and shot up into the sky, forming a huge water blade that was tens of meters tall. The sparkling water blade carried a surging sword aura with terrifying power. Neptune's wrath. Oleg slashed down with the water blade. The water blade was like a giant whale in the sea, pressing down on the empty area of the venue. The surging sword aura and water droplets caused the entire venue to tremble. Boom! The buildings in the venue could not withstand the destructive power and a wide path was forcibly cut open. Many people could not help but feel their scalps go numb when they saw this earth-shattering blade. They finally believed that the rumor that this seemingly easygoing bearded captain had once split a destroyer in half with a blade was most likely true. Seeing that a large exit had appeared, President Maxim immediately shouted, "Everyone, disperse. Leave the battle to the legendary powerhouses." In fact, many people also knew that if it were not for the fact that there were too many people in the venue and the legendary powerhouses were afraid to use their powers, the hundreds of specter creatures would have long been wiped out. Therefore, the most important thing now was to not be a burden here and run as far away as possible. For a moment, the people in the hall who were not entangled and could still run quickly escaped through the large passageway. At this moment, the number of people in the venue had decreased by a large amount. Xiao Axan and the other legend rank experts were finally no longer a hindrance when they fought. Some of the undead creatures that tried to chase after him were destroyed by Xiao Axan's phoenix flames and Mi Jiao Lai's holy light. In the end, they were unable to resist the might of a legend rank expert. Seeing that the situation was under control, President Maxim and the other higher-ups of the association heaved a sigh of relief. "President, let's leave this place as soon as possible. It'll be terrible if the corpses explode and we get poisoned," one of the officials said. Maxim nodded and was about to leave when he saw a black-robed magus walking towards him. Master Skeleton. Maxim and the rest were puzzled. Logically speaking, this necromancer should be the most outstanding in a battle like this. After all, controlling undead creatures was his specialty. However, Skeleton had not made any movement since the start of the battle, which puzzled Maxim and the others. Just as Maxim was feeling a little uneasy, he suddenly saw a thick gray poisonous mist spreading out from under Skeleton's robe. This. What is this? This is bad. Don't breathe. Ah. The officials never thought that Skeleton would release poison. Although there were cultivators among them, they were not invulnerable to poison. The moment Maxim reacted, he let out a loud roar and used his sound wave ability to attack Skeleton. However, Skeleton didn't seem to react to his sound waves and continued to release the corpse poison. Maxim was already old and was no longer young. His sound wave ability had weakened a lot and his body was even older. After inhaling a large amount of corpse poison, his face immediately turned black and he spat out black blood. His face was filled with unwillingness and pain as he fell to the ground in confusion. President. When the group of people from the SID Association saw this scene, they all cried out in alarm. None of them would have thought that Skeleton, one of the legend rank experts, would publicly kill the president of the SID Association. One had to know that the SID Association was protected by all countries. Killing an official of the association would result in being wanted by all countries, let alone killing the president. This was equivalent to making the entire underground world his enemy, and everyone had to kill him. The other legend rank experts also did not expect such a thing to happen. They were all exterminating the corpses and infected people. How could they have thought that Maxim would become the target? All of you, retreat. Suddenly, a white ray of holy light descended from the sky. Dressed in a white dress, Sylvie, who looked like a goddess descending from the heavens, landed in front of President Maxim's corpse with a cold light in her beautiful eyes. Skeleton, accept the divine punishment. Divine punishment light. Sylvie opened her palms and a ball of white light gathered in front of her. It was like a dazzling sun that wanted to illuminate the dark night. The remaining people at the scene all looked to the side and saw the light turn into a thick pillar of white light that shot out and engulfed Skeleton. The gray aura of death on Skeleton's body quickly dissipated, and his body struggled in pain. 10 seconds later, his body evaporated like a ball of black mist, leaving behind only a black robe and bone powder that drifted with the wind. The top offensive spell of white magic, the divine punishment light. How could it be so powerful? Am I seeing things? The skeleton wizard was actually killed by the White Queen in a single move. Some of the people present were already dumbfounded as they looked at the skeleton wizard that no longer existed. Although it was said that the holy magic of white magic was the nemesis of this kind of necromancer, the two of them were both legend rank experts, yet they were killed in a single move. This was still puzzling to many people. But no matter what, Sylvie had avenged Maxim and saved many officials of the SID Association, making many people feel grateful to her. The few legend rank experts, on the other hand, had suspicious expressions on their faces. The sudden destruction of Skeleton surprised them as well. However, in the current situation, no one would discuss this issue, because once Maxim died, the ANKH document fell to the ground. Prince Sebastian turned into a black shadow and rushed to the stage, ready to pick up the document. Don't even think about it. Chapter 556. 0556 Sebastian had no choice but to retreat and avoid the sword light of holy power. Sylvie also took advantage of this time to elegantly bend down and pick up the document. She then bowed to the dead Maxim on the ground. President, everyone will remember what you have done for the underground world. Sylvie had a sorrowful expression on her face. Sylvie, you old rulers plan to continue standing with the sacred royal court, right? Seeing this, Sebastian asked with a gloomy gaze. Prince Sebastian, why do you say that? We, the rulers of the old days, have never formed an alliance. Besides, I just don't want this document to fall into the hands of some unknown people. We haven't even figured out who launched the attack this time. How can we be careless? Sylvie said. It sounds nice. In my opinion, you, the White Queen, are very likely to be the mastermind behind this accident. Sebastian sneered. Prince, what basis do you have for saying that about me? Sylvie sighed helplessly. You old ones, your creed is chaos forever. Chaos exists forever, and this world returns to chaos and war. Isn't that what you seek? The more chaotic this world is, the happier you will be. Isn't that the meaning of your existence? Killing President Maxim and stirring up the underground world, you should be the happiest, right? Speaking of which, our Stragoi have followed the seclusion rule for thousands of years, and we are the most peaceful race. Compared to you, the White Queen, handing over the information on ANKH to me is the safest. Sebastian said. Sylvie said helplessly, first of all, although we, old ones, believe in the truth of chaos, this is only our belief. We do not have any thoughts of destroying the world. Secondly, I do not intend to take this document for myself. After this storm is over, wouldn't it be better for all of us to open it and discuss countermeasures together? At this time, Mijiao landed on the high platform and said, Sylvie, you don't need to waste words with these heretics. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Just as the three of them were confronting each other, a figure wrapped in golden flames descended from the sky. It was Xiao Axan. The few of you. Is this the time to discuss this document? Look, thousands of people have been poisoned. What should we do now? Xiao Axan was very annoyed by the killing, because many of the people present were only poisoned and didn't go crazy. She wanted to burn them to death, but it wasn't appropriate. The officials at the scene also discovered that although most of the berserk undead creatures had been killed, there were too many people who were injured and dying because of the virus. Sylvie said, everyone, don't panic. Perhaps my healing magic can help them get rid of the corpse poison. Please help me move all the poisoned people to one place. Oh. That's right. The White Queen's healing magic should be the nemesis of this corpse poison. The remaining association officials at the scene immediately started to make arrangements and let the remaining people carry the injured to the spacious area. Sylvie looked at the gloomy Sebastian and sighed, Prince, if there's anything you want to say, wait until the injured are treated. Nothing is more important than saving people, isn't it? The group of people at the side all nodded, praising the White Queen for her righteousness. Sebastian coldly snorted, silently turned around and walked away. Outside the venue, the people of Inferno protected Su Qingxue and killed their way out. However, a few of the Barham's mercenaries were infected by the poisonous gas and blood and fell to the ground in pain. Just when everyone was at a loss as to what to do, Yi Fan and Fog Knight finally rushed back. Boss! You're back! Mammon shouted. Yi Fan looked at the mess, the large hole in the venue, and the poisoned people lying on the ground, and frowned. Seeing that everyone was fine, he went up to support Su Qingxue's shoulder and asked, Wife, how are you? Seeing that Yi Fan had returned safely, Qingxue also heaved a sigh of relief and shook her head, I'm fine. It was all thanks to everyone protecting me just now, but a few people were poisoned. Yi Fan nodded, turned around and walked to the side. Looking at the few poisoned mercenaries, he said, they have been poisoned by the corpse poison, they must be treated as soon as possible. It seems like Sylvie plans to treat all the poisoned people at the scene. Let's move the injured people together, Azazel said. Li Fen Fan Xian heard this, he nodded and said, all right, her healing magic should really work. After the mercenaries were carried away, everyone came up to talk about what had just happened. Boss, where did you go just now? Something big happened here. There's a group of, I know. Yi Fan interrupted Beryl and said, I was held back by Skeleton just now, so I couldn't make it back. I know he summoned a group of undead creatures, but unfortunately, the communication was cut off. When everyone heard this, they all felt that it was quite strange. As Muntis said, Skeleton. Boss, Skeleton was at the venue just now, and he was just killed by Sylvie. What? Yi Fan was stunned. Fog Knight, who was at the side, also exclaimed, impossible. Teacher, that skeleton is fake. It's just an undead creature that he summoned. Everyone was confused. The information on both sides didn't match at all. Yi Fan felt that this matter was very strange. He asked everyone to tell him what happened when he wasn't around. After knowing that Skeleton had killed Maxim and was instantly killed by Sylvie in one move, Yi Fan was almost certain that this Skeleton was definitely fake. Because Yi Fan had already seen Skeleton's strength. No matter what, he wouldn't be killed so easily by Sylvie. Boss, according to what you said, could all of this be a trick by Skeleton? He's not dead. As Muntis asked. Yi Fan nodded, he's definitely not dead. This guy is probably hiding right now. But the problem is... Boss, if you say that he's not dead, as long as he doesn't show himself, no one will believe you. After all, there's no evidence. Beryl spread out his hands. Damn it. How could the boss lie? Can the name of the sovereign king of hell still lie? The Leviathan cursed. Aziz shook his head. We can completely trust our boss, but the others probably don't think so. Back then, during the Holy War, we cooperated with the Dark Council. This time, Prince Sebastian's behavior has seriously damaged everyone's impression of the Dark Council. I guess, we will also be implicated. Yifan felt a headache coming on. He knew that skeleton was just a trick, but he couldn't produce any evidence. As for that ANKH, he didn't know if it was real or not, because he didn't know why the elephant head god had placed the safe in the Syracuse Society. In the end, did the elephant head god deceive him, or did he have another reason? Yifan was puzzled.